Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And I do apologize for being late. I got to do something today that I never in my life thought would happen. So that was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun.
You sounded good to me.
Oh, thanks, buddy. With me today is Mr. Uncivil Law. How's it going today, dude?
I'm feeling very, very good today.
What's making you feel good? You've been in here a while.
A good night's sleep.
Yeah, I actually had one too. I did not do a show last night. Instead, I just crashed out, and I actually woke up at 6:30, and I was like, "Oh my god, I got a ways to go still." So I laid back down, but I was too amped up, I guess. But what are you thinking for today? Are we going to see fireworks today? I didn't think we would top Monday, and then Tuesday happened, and then Wednesday happened.
Then Thursday, then Thursday happened, right? So it's just one more thing after another. It's great. Do I think we're going to top today? It depends what the defense's plans are for these motions, whether or not they're going to formally submit or have formally submitted their motions for mistrial with prejudice / dismissal, or whether or not they're waiting for that. So I suppose that will be, if that's going to happen, then we'll have fireworks over that. Otherwise, we're expecting to have the expert testimony regarding the videographer for timing of various things to really time it. And that could be very, very valuable evidence. And actually, it's kind of a nice note to finish up on. I was thinking about this, about putting Kyle in the middle of the proceedings, because that's a bit unusual tactically. Usually the first or the last, you want the last word, but I don't, it seemed okay to me. And now we have this expert going to say basically how long it took. And if he really does that testimony well and really shows like other things that can be compared to and shows how fast it is and how you can't process information, and like this frame by frame thing the prosecution was doing yesterday is just inherently ridiculous given the time frames we're talking about.
Right. And
so
and
if Dr. Black, it is Doctor, right?
Yeah, Dr. John Black.
So if Dr. Black over here really hammers that home, that could be a really great moment for the defense.
Yeah, and I think excuse me. I think if I'm the defense, I'm wanting John Black to do his breakdown, maybe even be similar with the frame by frame stuff, but bookend that with the live footage at full speed. Here's what happened in real time. Here's what Kyle Rittenhouse is experiencing. We can go in and we can break down these frames. We can say this is 0.22 seconds, between shots, but I don't know if you realize how fast that is. So let's just take the segment of the 4 shots and play them and just hear, and then like, this is the time, like you said, this is the time frame we're talking about, because what they did with that FBI footage was really disingenuous. Not FBI footage. The frame by frame breakdown is really disingenuous, because I mean, he shoots Huber and then Gage in the same minute. It's like
same second.
Yeah, pretty close. It's
because 3 seconds total.
Yeah, because Huber is hitting the ground like at the moment that Gage's arm is being misted. It's that fast. And Huber, he takes the shot and he stumbles, I think 2 or 3 steps and then falls. So yeah, we're talking 3, 4, 5 seconds maybe, and just how fast it is.
But Nick, if you go to frame number 523, the rifle is crossing the plane of the leg, and the gun, which is just a small tiny gun, is not being pointed at his head. Why did you fire before he fired at your head? I don't know. This is like, I'm looking at this like, what the hell is going on? Jesus Lord.
It's infuriating. It's infuriating. You have to suspend your belief in reality to just
there's a lefty, so no problem. Ayo.
You have to do that to get into the mind of where Binger is, because and that's what he's trying to do with the jury, right? It's don't believe reality. Believe this fanciful reality where you don't have a right to put out fires. Like what?
That was a whole lot of dialogue that confused me on several levels. It's like, okay, normally when there's fires, We called 911. You had a cell phone. You could have called 911. Why didn't you? Well, given the things I saw the previous days, I didn't think calling 911 was going to be particularly effective. But we can call 911 in our society. Who are you to go out in the street and stop the fire? Why is that? Why is the fire urgent? Because it's
Yeah. Why were you running to? You were
yes,
headed toward the fire. Yes. Why were you running? Because it's
because
a
fire.
fire.
Yeah, yeah. These questions were very confusing to me. It's the prosecution is quite literally saying that you should not ever intervene. You shouldn't help in any way. You should just sit there passively as the world burns. Who are you to go out there and make things better? Yeah,
Yeah. And you hope the jury is, I mean, and literally all we can do about this is hope that the jury is picking up on this. That they're saying, well, of course you'd put out a fire. It's a fire. If you don't put out a fire, it's going to spread. I mean, that's what fire tends to do. If it hits the gas tank of this car, for example, I don't know, does it explode? In the movies, it explodes. I haven't lit any cars on fire. How about you? How many of you lit on fire this week? I mean, just conservative estimate.
I have to say once again, this is apparently a point of my life that I somehow missed out on a vital youth experience because unlike the friendly stabbings, I also have not lit any cars on fire. So apparently, I've gone wrong in my youth somewhere.
Yeah, so and again, I literally don't know if the cars explode or not. If it hits the gas tank, I would assume if the enough fuel was in a vapor state, there could be a combustion. But you expect that even if it doesn't explode in some cataclysmic Hollywood thing, that it would risk the next car and the next car and anybody who may be around it, and eventually a building or catch a fence or something. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Now I do
You
have
put
to
out
give the
fire.
I have to give the prosecution one major point and major props because what I didn't understand is that this prosecutor really thinks that concealed carry of pistols is totally a non-factor. I didn't realize that he was that based because we've got people walking around with pistols and that's just a small tiny gun and it's not a big deal. So it's only the big scary AR that is a problem. If you just have a pistol, a small
Yeah.
tiny pistol in the small of your back, or you're just shooting it into the air in a mostly peaceful way, who knew this prosecutor was so based when it came to concealed carry? It's awesome.
Yeah, and I mean, when you really get down to it, that is the first rule of ballistics and firearms in general, is that if your gun is bigger, it is automatically better, more dangerous, more lethal at all points. Especially at really close range. What you want at really close range is you want a rifle that is way better to have than a small handgun. I mean, who wants like maneuverability,
Hmm.
manipulability? Those
Hmm.
things are non-factors. They're non-factors in gunnery. Yeah, it's crazy, and I love it. Well, he didn't pull the trigger. That was my favorite part. Kyle sitting there like on the verge of tears because this kid is reliving the fact that someone pointed a gun at his face, and he says he pointed the gun at my head. He said, "But he didn't shoot you, did he?" Well,
The answer, which
no.
is I'm here, so no.
It's like, oh my God. Uh, yeah, I kept going to Top Gun, right? When Michael Ironside is like, or not Michael Ironside, the bald guy, Principal Strickland from Back to the Future is like, do not fire until fired upon, right? And I'm sitting there thinking that in this courtroom, how ludicrous it was in planes that might have a chance to get away from a missile. Kyle is sitting there less than a foot from a
Yeah.
bullet.
He could have shot at you from 15 feet away. He could have stopped and planted his feet and shot you from 15 feet away. So surely that means he's not a threat now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's you expect stupid Gage Grosskreutz to have pulled the Trinity, right? Dodge this. Like right before he's about to, that Kyle should have testified that. actually, I've seen The Matrix, and I heard Gage Grosskreutz say, "Dodge this," but I was faster. I was faster that day. But oh my gosh, his line of questioning is it's not. I mean, it's baffling if you're honest, but it's just ludicrous in general.
It's the
And
bites.
welcome to the stream, Legal Bites.
Hello, hello. How are you guys?
I'm very good. I'm very good.
We were just commenting on Binger's apparent support for concealed carry of small arms because that's not a big deal at all.
He's for
So, yeah.
constitutional concealed carry. He
Apparently,
doesn't
yeah,
even care that
don't
Gage
need a permit
doesn't.
or it literally don't need a permit or anything. This guy's awesome.
Have we misjudged this man?
All
Kyle
right.
did well
cool.
for himself last night or yesterday. He did well. I wasn't able to pick out any got you moment. I wasn't able to pick out any moment that was particularly damning. Kyle didn't lose his temper. The worst it got was Kyle acting as slightly incredulous, ridiculous. His mannerisms implied incredulousness, implied ridiculousness, implied I can't believe I'm being asked some of these questions. I'm right there with you, Kyle, as on some of that stuff. But he did a very good job and not entering into these traps and answering back with these answers that he was prepared for, even as he's being asked it 8 or 9 times. Like, do you understand my question? Yes. Okay. So how about this? Well, I shot because I wanted to stop the threat. That's not what I asked. Well, that's the only answer you're getting from me. So deal with it. It was
right.
pretty good.
Right. Because if he was going to try to, put in an objection that he was being non-responsive, I don't know that the judge was going to go with him on that. I mean, because he was giving him a pretty close answer. And realistically, he had pissed off the judge. So, I mean, just how much is he going to go with him on these where he's also, borderline badgering him at various points during the cross-examination? I don't know about borderline.
It's always weird because since there's so much discretion in a courtroom by a judge, you can never say what something is, but that looked like badgering. It smelled like badgering. It walked like badgering.
It quacked like it. It walked like it.
And Richards, to his credit, after 30 minutes of badgering, did object, and the judge did indicate that maybe that needed to stop. Hey, welcome to Legal Mindset. How's it going, buddy?
What's going on, guys?
It is dark outside your window, so we're looking forward to that gradually changing as the sun also rises.
Yeah, that's how long we measure this trial by how light is it outside of my window.
You mean outside of your bathroom? I'm just kidding.
Alita, you're not supposed to expose these things.
I just want someone to make a meme of like you being in. I'm just kidding. I don't know.
I mean, it does solve a very practical problem.
Chat,
you never have to get up to relieve yourself. You're already there. So, hey.
Why don't I complain about my prostate like Nick? I mean,
you just mute it.
I just tuck it and go.
Yeah, he's just forever sitting. Just forever sitting on the toilet. Like, I don't have to get up
now.
Let me hit a couple of these early super chats. And guys, if I appreciate the super chats so much, but they're with the trial coverage, as it were, in the commentary, it becomes impossible to catch them all. So know that that they are very much appreciated. Gonfall says, I hope the jury didn't watch left media leaning sources. They lied and lied yesterday. Does this not affect the trial in any way? Will the media be held accountable? Why is media biased to the point of obstructing the results of trials? Deranged? They're not supposed to. If they admit to it, or if someone rats them out, then they could be thrown off the jury. Who is calling me? Do they not know that I'm on a show? I mean, do they not know?
How dare they?
How dare they?
They will get their comeuppance.
Gall.
Yeah. I gotta send this person a message. I think they're excited about my appearance on the Glenn Beck show this morning. So
yeah, congratulations. That's
How'd that go?
awesome.
How'd that go?
Did you totally fuck it up or just sort of?
just sort of. No,
How many shots?
It went very well. I did not take any shots. No, I thought it went well. And I had a good time. I used to listen to the Beck show a whole lot, especially when I was driving to and from law school because I had so many hours just of needing content. So I listened a lot, and then when he started Blaze, that ended up factoring into my thoughts later that I could do this too. I could make this a show. We can make our own thing, and so I never thought I'd ever be on any major media thing unless something really bad happened. But it was a good time. Good time to be on there.
You're one or two steps away from being your own major media network at this point. So you have to come up with a catchy name and an app and all the rest of it.
Legal News Network. It's already there.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go. Let's
LNN.
see.
We'll work on it.
Hold on. I've got another attorney who's been fighting some big fights, who might be joining us on the stream today.
Another attorney.
Yes, he does not have a YouTube presence, but he's a Michigan attorney, and they have been fighting a lot of the government orders out there. And he was representing I believe he's representing a guy I've talked a lot about, Lucas Gerhard, which is a grave injustice.
Yes.
Lucas Gerhard's case.
I think I think I saw this gentleman arguing in front of the legislature there when they were talking about changing some laws. I actually live streamed. I live streamed a hearing that they had there, and appearances were made by his counsel on behalf of the modifications. So, yeah. I think I actually know who you're talking about. There were two gentlemen there who were serving as counsel.
Yeah, and he's been on my show before, and we talked about Lucas's case. And again, that's a situation where you have the opposite of Judge Schrader. You have the opposite type of judge, a judge who is just disregarding clear First Amendment violations and disregarding the statutes that say that the presumption is on a First Amendment claim, and these should be dismissed without a showing. And well,
you mentioned Judge Schrader, and everyone on the left is screaming how unfair he is, and everyone on the right seems to be hailing him. I'm gonna take a step off and say, honestly, I was not impressed with the way he handled the Binger situation yesterday. I understand that he was barking in ways that rarely happen in the Midwest, and it's like just another Tuesday out here in New York, and screaming at Binger for blatant basic constitutional violations. Awful. Ignoring court rulings as to what can be introduced, ignoring the protection of the Fifth Amendment right. It was so ridiculously egregious. If I was in front of a federal judge here in New York, for sure, I would have been sanctioned, and it would have cost me thousands of dollars. And he basically screamed at the top of his lungs and said, I'm really, really mad at you, and I'm doing absolutely nothing to you. There's no ramifications for what you're doing. You better not do it again, because this really, really made me mad. And then he screamed again later, I don't believe you, and that still doesn't mean that I'm going to sanction you. I'm not going to have I'm not going to have the state be punished. I'm not going to give any benefit. I'm not even going to talk to the jury and tell them how much they should disregard that blatant abuse, and that Kyle is entitled to his Fifth Amendment rights, and that he's bravely taking the stand here despite his right to do that. I'm not going to say anything of the kind at all. I'm just going to keep yelling at the top of my lungs and tell you you're really upset. And then in a few seconds, when you say something back to me, I'll try to calm down and we'll talk about this reasonably. Okay? That's basically what he did. So I'm sorry. That didn't help him. So I was unimpressed. He sounded like a lot of bark for a little bite. I'm going to stop talking now.
Yesterday I misspoke. Age takes its toll. I thought yesterday was Thursday at the end of the day. Maybe it was just because it seemed like a longer day, but in any event, so anything I said about schedule is somewhat compromised.
Tall, skinny
it would be
geek
ideal if we could finish on Friday, but let's see what happens.
says,
Anything else before we get started?
Oh, 1 second.
Thank you, Your Honor. One, my next witness is going to be Dr. John Black, and his testimony will involve a computer program and demonstrative evidence with all videos that have already been entered into evidence.
With all
And
videos?
how
Oh,
he
God.
establishes the times that he'll testify to. And what I'm asking the court to allow is to have him testify at this witness stand to my left, so that he can be hooked into the cord and manipulate his computer.
Any objection to that? Okay.
And then there's the Armstrong report. There's been new photographs, and there's already been testimony about some old I shouldn't say photographs, enhancements of video evidence would be the correct statement. It's my understanding that Mr. Armstrong testified that the video program he uses is Amped, and Amped has an internal printout of everything that the operator does on it. So if I do X, X is documented, you push the button, it says he did X. My understanding is that there should be a report for that, and then the new photographs today. And our question comes into on testimony, on cross-examination, when he was testifying to what he did to the video, there's a definite discrepancy between the aspect ratios and the amount of pixels. So I'm asking for that report. And then the new photographs, which the state intends to introduce in the rebuttal case, I would like the report from Amped for that so that we can check that. I spoke to Mr. Binger. He said he would try to do that. I don't know if he can or he can't.
Are you saying the program is named Amped?
Yeah.
He needs a microphone on.
Yeah.
What's up, peeps?
Hey, Viva.
Welcome,
My
Viva.
understanding from Senior Examiner Armstrong's testimony is that he used a program known as Amped, A-M-P-E-D, number 5. If he did use that program, Amped 5, which is a gold standard of forensic analysis, Amped 5 does produce a report of all manipulations or actions taken upon the start to the finish. That's the report I think we're talking about right now.
Okay.
There should be 2 of them.
I didn't hear the last thing you
There
said.
should be at least 2 of them, 1 for each
Okay.
change.
Anything else?
Well, I mean, we don't have to, I don't believe we have an obligation to provide that.
To the finish.
What?
That's the report I think we're talking about right now.
The stream just skipped back on its own. That wasn't me.
It chopped.
I am not saying that they do. He'd have to go back. He's on his way here now. He'd have to go back to the crime lab and get them.
Well,
So-
can you reach him? And
I can certainly try.
Have you heard of
why
a
don't
cell
you do
phone?
that? I'm not going to worry about anything till it happens.
I know you have
Yeah,
because you've been on it at several points during the trial.
Well, let's see what can be done on that. And then, are you done on that?
Okay, I'm gonna
Then
find
I
a new
did get,
feed. This one's
Mr.
terrible.
Binger's, transmission
Sorry.
of, last
And
night,
while you do that, it
which
wasn't Durham sitting behind
unfortunately
Richards all day.
was not. Was there
I'll keep the audio on while I'm
other
looking.
than the initial minute or two? Was there actual video or was it black screen?
There was, it's like a 20-some minute compilation video with the defendant's voice.
Well, let me try it. Let me try opening it here, because at home it was there. I was able to hear the audio, but the video was all black. So I don't know what the significance of that is until I look at it. Hopefully it'll open here. And
Gonna be weird for just a second. Sorry.
Was I the only one who noticed how ill-fitting Krause's jacket was?
That's
today?
exactly what I was saying. It looked like it needed 6 tailors to fix that bulge.
It was just sticking up. I just wonder.
Maybe we should crowdsource a
Someone
liposuction
who
fund.
supposedly
Look at that.
spoke to a juror, spoke to someone who spoke to a
Hunchback.
juror. I don't think it's anything, but just for the. Just to
that's
be,
pretty. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I'm sorry. Just to be transparent, when we get these communications, we are giving them the
Transparent.
report.
Excellent, and appreciate it. And we've gotten inundated, as would expect with the case with this degree of publicity, and all kinds of wild things are said. And as long as you folks are aware of them and can deal with it, or ask me to deal with it to the extent that I'm able, we'll do it.
Deal with it.
I would hate to
What do
be
you mean,
someone who
deal
got
with it?
caught doing some of this stuff.
Ooh. Okay.
All right.
Who got caught?
Anything else?
I'm just going to call Mr. Armstrong. I just want to verify.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you want for
Okay, I was reading a large super chat that came in. I want to.
Not sure
Try
about
and
that
get to-
tie for Kyle.
It doesn't really go with anything he's wearing.
I had that one like in law school. That was like one of my law school ties. I promptly burnt it before I started practicing law.
Let's see. Tall Skinny Geek says, I see how it is. As soon as there's a bigger platform available, you head straight there like some kind of grifter. Have you no shame?
Nice.
No, shame was bred out of me a long time ago.
Speaking of which, actually, how many people are watching the live feed on PBS? Because I think, Nick, I mean, you were doing better than yesterday.
At a point we were, but there's this really interesting thing where we're offering this thing that you cannot find anywhere else in the world. We've had between 4 and 10 lawyers throughout this entire trial, basically, and you can't find us on search. You just can't do it. And
It's
so
amazing.
our numbers competing with PBS, the biggest live stream that's out there on the Rittenhouse trial, we're competing with them, and it's all organic. It's all done through Twitter. It's done through you guys sharing things out, the panel sharing things out, and people finding us that way. Even my subscribers are having trouble finding this when searching for it.
Oh, okay. So you're going to stay in the usual place? Oh, bless you.
Can't wait for Nick to get chewed out by the low audio coming from the court now.
Yeah. Someone
Sorry,
said
guys,
make
if I randomly giggle from time to time, it's because people are now sending me legal mindset bathroom memes.
I would like to also get these memes.
Well, I've already seen them. They're glorious. I love it.
Also, please forward me all Rittenhouse memes in general on my Twitter, because I want to do a full meme review at the end of this thing. Just forward me
How
all
long
the,
until
all the
they're going to ask for a mistrial because the judge supports the Brewers, it would seem, based on the Kleenex box today.
Yes. Yes. Britt Cormeyer says smaller gun is a bit of a crazy term. How do we measure which is smaller? The 40 Glock projectile is bigger than the 223 Remington. Yes, the cartridge is smaller. The weapon it is fired from is smaller. However, either is just as deadly to the head from 3 feet. Yes. And that's what
mobility, like it's great. A cannon is bigger than a handgun, but in close combat, you probably want a handgun and not a cannon. So
you have to wonder how he won a quick draw with that bulky weapon compared to the smaller pistol that was already trained on his head. Like, I'm sorry, never play PUBG with Gage Grosskreutz as your partner trying to win something because he's slow.
Well, that's how Kyle knew he could win. We heard from Binger that Kyle played a lot of Call of Duty. Apparently, Binger testified that Kyle played a lot of Call of Duty, and the reality is, Kyle was actually consistently winning against Gage Grosskreutz in Call of Duty. He was 360 no scoping him and then teabagging him left and right. And I think if we had that context, we would know that that's why Kyle is definitely guilty. If Binger was just trying to elicit that testimony, he couldn't get it. It's a real shame.
Can you imagine Grosskreutz? 2 people were killed. Grosskreutz, who's carrying an illegal gun, unlawful gun, pulls it. He gets out with his life, but missing a bicep. And he then sues the city for $10 million and pretends to be the victim in all of this. It's a miracle that Grosskreutz did not get killed. I mean, I doubt Rittenhouse was aiming for his bicep for tactical immobilization. It's a miracle that Rittenhouse got out of there even after that. Hadn't seen all of this footage before.
If we believe his testimony, Kyle's testimony, then we have to come to the conclusion that, frankly, he wasn't really aiming in any particular way at really any of the defendants. I mean, it was basic, and you can see this if you logically work through the chain of events with Rosenbaum. Even he goes from a low ready, and then he's drawing up this way and fires 4 shots, and it goes into the pelvis, into the hand, in some order, and then it goes grazing the head this way as he's coming down and into the back. He's this is a quick motion. With Huber, he says, I didn't know where the bullet would go. I didn't know it would shoot him in the chest. He's like, well, he pulled it against his chest. I didn't know. I just pulled the trigger.
Yep.
And the court audio is just off, guys. I have it on here. You see them laughing and
Yeah, well,
yucking it up like a bunch of yuckos, but
MSN is going to have their headlines. They got a
Unlike
picture of
us.
Kyle
Oh,
Rittenhouse
yeah.
smiling.
Well,
Yes.
the crying one is everywhere, you know. So
LeBron James, man, can you believe he has consistently the wrong take on everything, and he continues to talk? I mean, it's everything he tweets is wrong, and the irony is that he's accusing Rittenhouse of faking empathy for suffering, while he himself is showing no empathy for suffering.
Well, I'm
Thing
sure
is,
he's been absolutely
look
glued
at the size
to
of
the
this
screen.
HDMI
watching-
cord. Sorry.
Nice. No, I was going to say, I'm sure he's been absolutely glued to his screen watching all of the testimony of this trial. He absolutely has firsthand knowledge of what kind of evidence is coming out at trial. So he would absolutely know what kind of evidence there is and is not.
Oh
It's,
yeah. Okay. Russian name says use of deadly force to protect property. It seems there's an arson exclusion in many states, but not in Wisconsin. Is it fair to say there's no need to be such an exclusion? Arson brings danger to unknown numbers of people, so it is protection of life, not property. I don't know if arson should be excluded or if you should just have a legal right to protect property. The question becomes the reasonableness of protecting the property. And that's where I think a lot of states have drawn legislation on that, and that's why you see a split. Is are you protecting like an ice cream cone with a gun? Look, a good Cold Stone ice cream cone. I'm saying.
Well, we actually had a case in Florida, Rekieta, and this is no joke. I knew somebody that was prosecuting it where there was a person throwing popcorn in the movie theater at somebody, and they turned around and just lit him up,
Nice.
And that's all. It's not an ice cream cone, but it's pretty damn close.
That should be legal, though. like if you think about it, you're sitting there, you're watching Fast and the Furious 7 or whatever, and
18.
some guy is sitting there throwing popcorn. You're like, look, I'm just trying to see that last broment between Vin Diesel and Paul Walker before the fiery conclusion of this. And you cannot popcorn someone in a movie theater. Nope. It's like the person who sits in front of you with the brightness on max and they're texting or pull up Twitter and you're like, oh my God.
Hey, Nick, I haven't seen this. Richard, who said it in the chat, that I got a shout out from Dan Bongino, which I had not seen.
How long will it take to move your cameras?
Salty army.
I love this, Judge, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but do you guys remember
that's
the Tootsie Pop commercial where the kid like goes up to the turtle and he's like, I don't know, ask Mr. Owl. That's sometimes Schrader makes a face and his like chin does this thing, and it reminds me of that every time. And I say it with love.
I can't unsee that now.
None of you responded to my rant about Schrader.
He's
and
wearing
I
an
did
American
nothing.
flag tie. Far right.
Yahtzee.
Yeah, on Veterans Day.
Oh yeah.
Joe, no, I would have liked to see more. I think I do have it's a weird thing, right? So the state is going to pay sanctions on the state. I assume
if not sanctions, there should have been a threat that he is facing a bar suspension if he does something like that again. That is not something that you can play around with.
I don't know
There
if
should have been a very serious threat about genuine punishment, and I don't think there was anything.
I don't know if a Wisconsin judge can do a bar sanction. I mean, he could make a referral.
Yeah.
To the bar. Of course, Rittenhouse should file a bar complaint against him. I mean, I don't know if he should, but he would actually have grounds to. It's an adverse party attorney who acted in a completely egregious manner. But welcome, Ron. How's it going, man?
Hey, Ron.
You tell me how's it going. Did I miss anything good?
There's been nothing. They're fiddling around with camera angles and giant HDMI cables.
Yeah.
Now, the judge is doing fine. I mean, the only issue with the judge losing their temper on the bench, even if it's warranted, is you know how it's going to be misrepresented by the media if it's on that other side of what the media wants. In the Arbery trial, you know, the judge chewed out the defense lawyers, but did it in a way that would garner less of a media headline that makes the judge look more tempered. But at some point, judges have limits, and if you push those limits, they will yell at you, and there's nothing wrong with it, and it doesn't indicate bias. It generally indicates improper conduct by a lawyer.
No, you came in late, Viva. I was saying that it was all really bluster without any impact. And
Well,
that
but
there was
he
nothing
can't-
stopping him from doing it again. And there's a lot he could have done to stop him from doing it again.
He can't intervene. I think the judge appreciates that he can't be seen as intervening prematurely in this case, because it has to be...
Look, premature intervention happens to a lot of judges. A lot of judges.
Especially at that age, one would think.
It's a
It's
common
entirely-
problem.
It's very common, and there's nothing to be ashamed about, especially if the case is really exciting.
In terms of prosecutors getting sanctioned, though, I was looking up this article from APM reports. In 2003, the Center for Public Integrity had identified 2,000 cases since 1970 in which a judge had reversed a conviction, reduced a sentence, or dismissed a charge because of prosecutorial misconduct. And of those 2,000 cases, only 44 of them resulted in disciplinary action. So basically, prosecutors are never sanctioned by the bar, like ever, even where there's prosecutorial misconduct.
For reference, Kurt, the 2,000 that were reversed, how many judgments had been rendered in that time? I mean, that's a fraction of a percent of all cases?
Yeah, that'd be a fraction of all of them. So how many total judgments, I couldn't say. But yeah, those since
That's
1970.
probably a fraction of reversals generally.
Yeah.
Even.
So, yeah,
Speaking.
Yeah, just
go ahead.
just for judgments notwithstanding the verdict, reducing the sentence or dismissal charges because of misconduct. And you're still talking about basically what is 40 out of 2,000, 2%.
Speaking of mature jokes like the premature intervention, I just want to say I got a comment on yesterday's stream, and it was really unfair to you guys on the panel. And I want to just let you know, someone said, Nick, thank you for hosting these, but the maturity level between you and your panelists is apparent. And I thought that was really rude to call you guys all immature like that. It was very unkind. And I do not stand for or stand with or agree with that comment in any way. But that was said. So I wanted to make you guys aware that you are being judged.
There was missing an apostrophe. It was "I'm mature." That's what they were trying to say. Is that
That's fine now?
Okay, I really thought that guy was Durham yesterday, and I thought that this case had reached next levels of political attention. I didn't realize who the guy over the shoulder of Richards was for a bit.
Can we get some audio here, Court?
No audio today.
I'm checking to make sure it's not just this feed.
Binger's wearing an MIA pin.
Because
Bingers and Richards look like they coordinated their attire. They must have called each other this morning.
I've got another feed pulled up, and it's the same. There's just no audio right now. The court is boomering the audio, not me.
Nick, Knucklefist.
Wow.
You should add a leftist to the panel. If Legal Eagle came, it would be the most glorious of worlds, not colliding, merging, meeting, coming together.
You know, well, see, here's the thing, though. We would actually that's the thing. We would actually let them talk, though. I think people think we would just like dogpile them on. Like, I'd be totally fine with letting them on because, look, I mean, I'd love to hear a lawyer come up with some sort of plausible argument, like steel man the arguments, right? Because I haven't heard that.
I tried that yesterday. It didn't go well.
No, I would love to have a discussion with Legal Eagle. The only issue is that I don't think he would put up with the chat. I don't think I could disable the chat or limit the chat for the purposes of that meeting. So, so if I were to go on his channel, I suspect I'd get hate too. But I don't think he would put up with the chat, because the chat wouldn't be nice.
I know his chat would not put up with me because I did a video about how he was wrong about presidential pardons, and I had a bunch of comments come in that were critical of my opinion. And I was like, yeah, but mine's right though, so it's okay.
Listen, anyone who has a problem with that, everyone, you and I discussed this. You and Viva, dissected me a couple of years ago in a case that still has yet to be ruled on. I don't hold that against you. We'll see. We'll see what will be.
That's not
I-
really accurate.
Refresh
hope
my
I'm
memory.
wrong.
Which case?
Nick admitted
Ga-
that he spent
Gavin
2
McInnes
days
versus,
crushing Ron Coleman on a stream like a couple
SPLC.
of years ago. That's what he confessed that. Like he
Yeah.
was killing a case that you were handling. And
No,
now
it's
you
great.
guys, look at you, you're besties.
I hope I'm wrong because I want Ron not only to win that case because
I just
it's
need to win
against
it a little. I just need to win it a little tiny bit, you know.
it's against the SPLC, whom I despise. But the other aspect of that is I want you to come back and make fun of me relentlessly for being wrong about it. I think that would be hilarious.
Yeah, nothing would please me more. Nothing would please me more.
Not even winning the case. Oh my God! No,
I assure you, the making fun of you part would not rise to the level of the
Are
1%
you ready to roll them?
of the joy.
Oh,
Ready to roll
All
them.
right.
ladies and gentlemen, we have audio.
Ready for the jury?
Yes.
Oh, one more thing. I have now opened
Yeah.
opened again the link that you sent me
Booming.
from the Washington Post. And it won't open now. I was doing better before. Oh, wait. Yeah. Okay.
Is this the critical article of the judge?
no, I don't think it.
Okay.
I think it's maybe the article about Kyle Rittenhouse and his shirt.
Okay, back. Okay, so evidentiary stuff. I hope the judge didn't see what the Post
Yeah, this
reported
looks
on
like
him
it's
yesterday.
complete. So I'll take a
Yeah.
look at it, at the break. Okay.
They didn't just archive it,
Put the jury down.
print it out on paper, bind it, and give it to him in book form. The man likes books.
Like
in all
Pirates,
honesty,
if you will.
they could seriously probably would have done better printing off the pages and spiral binding it at a Kinko's or something for the judge. Laminate and spiral bind the pages. So hey, here you go, judge. This is easy. That way you don't have to worry about the tech aspect of it, and we know it's not being manipulated. Kiever Dam says, should bingering the witness become a thing? Yes, if an attorney is ever there just asking inane questions for far too long, that should be bingering the witness, maybe.
An ineffective cross-examination.
Oh, just pointing
Joel-
out, by the way, you have 20,000 more viewers right now than PBS.
Nice.
Oh, we're gonna bury him today. We're gonna
Yeah.
bury him today. Guys, the reason I have the PBS stream up is the one, and probably the reason that their numbers have been so good is theirs is stable. Law and Crime stream has, it kind of glitches out from time to time. Washington Post, who we've tried, they shut off their stream at approximately 6 hours in. Court TV shuts off their stream at like 2.5 hours in, opens a new one. I don't know if that like helps their analytics or metrics, but I'm trying to have a stream that is stable the entire time we're watching because it seems like that would be nice. So that's why we've got the PBS NewsHour stream up. Also, I hope we can bury him today. I think that'd be funny.
Is this going to contractually oblige you to do a donation shout out like halfway through the stream?
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. We're seated a
Pledge
little
drive.
differently for
Yes.
convenience purposes. Some technical reasons
For
have
just
dictated this
the
temporary
small price of
change in
$100 a
the-
week, you can
sort of
support
difference
this
in the case.
this publicly funded journalism.
And then I wanted to just observe that it's Veterans Day. And any veterans in the room, on the jury or anywhere else?
Yes.
Well, that's
Kyle
unusual
stands
not to
up.
have at least somebody in here. Well, Dr. Black is what branch?
Is the judge a
Okay,
veteran?
and I think we give a round of applause to the people.
Oh, is my mic really hot?
Nice.
Okay, so you may proceed.
Call Dr. John Black to the witness stand.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony about the given this matter with the truth, the whole truth, and the truth so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
The court audio's maxed out, guys.
Doctor, I'm going to hand you a series of documents and then ask you to testify and authenticate to them, please. First document I'd like you to look at is Defense Exhibit 140.
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
This is the curriculum vitae of me, Annex A, that was tendered with my expert report.
And how long is that document?
43 pages, sir.
And does that include your life and professional experiences?
It includes the highlights of them, but yes, sir.
And what I want to get into is a little bit of your background as it applies to this case. Have you ever worked in a law enforcement capacity?
Yes, sir, I have.
How long?
Approximately 23 years.
Where?
Washington County, Oregon.
Is there a city around there that we?
It's the first county to the sort of, if you're looking at it, between the coast and Portland.
Okay. And what were your duties in that department?
My duties range from a lot of stuff. I started as a patrol officer. It'd be actually a deputy. From there, I was a corporal. I became a sergeant, again, in patrol or operations, what you commonly think about as patrolling. I was also a training sergeant. I then became a lieutenant, and there's 4 divisions in there: corrections, patrol, investigations, and support, sort of you think the way it operates. And then I was a lieutenant, and in some cases acting commander, which is the person that oversees all the operations within those individual divisions. Additionally, I oversaw professional standards, which is the unit that oversees if things are done right, if things can become better, to include internal affairs. And then I was also the person that oversaw and designed the use of force program within that agency.
At any time in the employment in law enforcement, did you have an opportunity to work with videographic evidence?
Oh, absolutely. As a deputy coming up, we would commonly use video type of evidence in our investigations. I mean, think about robberies or anything else. You have ATM video or similar type of things. When I oversaw such things in the jails are commonly monitored with cameras. And if there was allegations of complaints, and for a period of time, as the jail operations lieutenant, I oversaw every allegation of a complaint. We would review evidence to include the video evidence. That would have been the time frame for that. As I oversaw the detective division, detectives, which oversaw sex crimes, homicides, car task force, fraud, you name it, it was underneath the detective division. Again, video evidence is pervasive. It's used throughout. And then we would have to make sure that the examination of such video evidence would withstand challenge in court. And more importantly, that we were doing it correctly. So I would commonly be, as the head of the unit on the big cases, make sure that sort of a quality control, I guess would be the best way to put it.
And in your military experience, did you have any occasion to work with videographic evidence?
Yes, sir. In the military, what the branch I was in, the service, the Army, my entire time was in what's called special operations. And because of that, I have several what they call military occupational specialties, or MOSs. One of the MOSs I have, I think last count was about 7 of them. One of them is specifically about intelligence, just like you think about intelligence to gather information. As part of being an intelligence qualified officer or non-commissioned officer, is we would routinely look at surveillance video. We would use surveillance video to plan operations. We would covertly make sure video is happening, drone video. We use video in our how we operate. Body worn cameras were with the military long before they were with police. And we would have to make sense of this video, or when it came in from another thing, you have intelligence units. There was an entire portion of that unit designed to focus on what's called IMINT, or imagery intelligence, IMINT, Management Report. And then, so because of that, we routinely both used it, operated with it, similar type of things.
And in the intelligence capacity, did you analyze, enhance, and do things to video?
When required.
Okay. When it was
When required.
And in the course of your profession, let me back up a second. I apologize. What was the highest rank you achieved in the military?
I retired from the military after 30 years with the rank of Sergeant Major, which, to put it lateral to other services, is an E9 or enlisted rank 9, which is, you have a command Sergeant Major, which I did as a, we'll call it a temporary duties, but I remained primarily an Operations Sergeant Major, which is the highest non-commissioned rank in the military.
Now, in this case, I engaged you for several tasks, but one of those was video analysis, correct?
Video analysis is in support of understanding the event, yes.
Okay. And are you certified in the operation of any video programs that you used in this case?
Yes. I used a video program known as Input Ace, version 2.6.3. Input Ace is a program specifically designed to allow people without a lot of high-level skill, like high computer forensics or anything else, to examine video in such a way that when you examine it, you're not doing things to it, like altering it or anything else, that when you're looking at it, you can have some trust in what you do with it, that you're looking at the best that it can be with what it can provide. And within Input Ace, I'm certified at what they call both the operator level, and I'm also certified at the examiner level.
And what's the difference between an operator level and an examiner level?
So an operator level would, let's say, import videos, allow them to basically transfer with codecs or anything else. You could play them, maybe cut a couple pieces out, do these type of things. At an examiner level, you're actually doing, we'll call it manipulation. In other words, you're scaling it, you're looking at things, and so you have to have an understanding about how that happens. So, for example, there's certain ways, and I think you heard earlier in the testimony of Senior Examiner Armstrong, he used the word interpolation. So with interpolation, there's certain ways things get interpolated. Not really a word, but
Thank you.
will work for now. And so the thing is, if I don't understand those things, I can't have trust within what I'm working with to better understand the totality of the event and what I'm looking at.
Now, when you look at videographic evidence, is frames per second something that's important?
It's one of the things, yes, sir.
Tell the jury what frames per second means.
Yeah, I mean, it's frames per second. So when you look down on your phone and it's recording a video or something else like that, you might see something that it's 30 FPS, the shorthand for frames per second. What that's telling you is, imagine if you were to take 30 still shots and just keep taking them at approximately 0.033 seconds, 30 frames per second, just take 1 second divided by 30. It would take 30 of those pictures in a continuous stream to make the 1 second that you're looking at, 30 frames per second. 60 frames per second. 60 frames just means that rather than having 30 still shots, you got 60 still shots. It's still 1 second, still the same resolution, potentially, depending if you haven't changed anything else. You're just getting more just micro snapshots with each point in time.
Do all videos run at the same frame per second amount?
Oh, no, absolutely not. And for example, in the examiner certifications, one of the things you're looking for just to get a feel is you look at things like frames per second and resolution and the codecs that it's using and these type of things. For example, 30 frames per second is common, but also 24 frames per second is common for high definition video because it's a more universal type of things. Or I want to say 23.95 something or 6 something is used for what they call NTSC, N November Tango Sierra Charlie, which is more of a European format like PAL. So the fact is, the short answer is the frame rates will vary depending on who's using what kind of camera or equipment or what they're trying to do.
Now, resolution is also a part of the analysis.
Resolution is part of understanding the video, yes.
And what is, how do you define resolution?
Yeah, it's defined a couple of different ways, but it really is talking about the same thing. And I think you heard it. Is it all right to refer to my notes?
Yeah.
May I refer to my notes?
Sure.
Someone asked why they didn't invoke the rule because Dr. Black was in the courtroom during other witness testimony. He's an expert giving an expert opinion. His
So,
testimony is not about the facts of the
by
case.
Senior Examiner Armstrong, the idea of what they were looking at when they were talking about one of the exhibits is 1920 by 844. So the question is, what does that mean? It means 1920 pixels across and 844 pixels high. So if you were to take each one of those things, and basically a pixel is the smallest element within that picture of a single color. It's just like a Lego block. That's all it is. So 1920 across, 844 high. Well, if I spread that out, and I think you guys, I apologize, but I'm just to the jury, imagine taking your phone and you spread it out, you get those sort of sharp edges where it looks like you had to get a bunch of squares together. You're looking at the edges of where the pixels are. When those things begin to get smoothed out, a lot of times what that is, and the software does amazing stuff, is that software smoothing it out, or what's called interpolating it, enhancing it, clarifying it. There's other verbs given to it. But so resolution is actually very critical.
Now, when one tries to look at different videos, but syncing them up, what role does sound play?
Yeah, so one of the things that's kind of unique with when you have it like an MP4 file, a very common type of file in a video format, there's a soundtrack to it. Well, when I try to store video, most programs, we want to sort of compress it up because it takes a lot of space. So what a lot of programs do is they'll take a look at it and say, hey, you know what? Those 30 frames per second, 3 or 4 of them are just really exactly the same. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of those frames. So it's going to save me some space when I store it, right? But the audio track, which is completely separate, is not compressed. It's true against time. So what I do, and to understand and do the analysis, is I try to get as many different things, an audio track, take a look at the reports on what people perceive, take a look at the different videos, because remember, videos come from different perspectives. Sometimes we have them dead on, another person was to the left. And then what you do is you sort of put this all together to index it so you can get the best possible approximation of things like time and these type of things.
And is sound used to help sync up the videos?
Yes, sir.
And when you use sound, do you use a computer program to analyze that?
I do.
What is that?
It's actually Wavemaster Pro by NCH.
Okay. And when sound is analyzed, it puts together what would commonly be like a picture graph that's, excuse me, referred to as a waveform.
Yes.
And a waveform then allows you to see where the sound is for an event that's in the video, correct?
Well, it allows me to, so a waveform, if you've ever seen them, is those things that sort of have the big spikes in them and this type of stuff. A gunshot, for example. A gunshot has a loud percussive noise. I listen to the thing as it's playing. I see a big spike within the waveform. I can now mark that spike and say, that's the beginning of the gunshot. I listen some more. I watch the waveform shift. There's another spike. So what it allows me to do is it allows me to see a visual representation of sound. And now I don't have to be sort of hitting the space bar or using a stopwatch to hope I'm at or around the sound. I can actually mark that sound within it. It's the same if I look at it for 2 minutes or 20 minutes, the sound still occurs in the same place.
And you're using the frames per second, which is a known, to determine the distance between shot 1 and shot 2, so to speak?
Actually, what I'm doing is within the sound software, I know that the time between, let's just say, and let's use gunshots, shot 1 and shot 2, whatever that might be, but 2 shots. We'll call them shot 1 and shot 2. As they play in front of me, I can mark them. I see a finite time measurement. I can now, with an index point back in the video, I can go back to the video and say, oh, look, there's the same place that that sound is occurring in the video frames. Well, now since I have a known time from the sound, I can then begin to take that known time and back it up to the other shot. Now, a quick point of clarification. Sound does not travel absolutely perfect. Shorthand is basically, for the time in this place, the distance of 1,100 feet, which is about where this event was occurring, it would take sound about a second to travel. So if you were standing in the middle of all this, it might be half a second this way or half a second that way. So you make allowances for that, but you have to understand that sound isn't an absolute determiner. That's why you have to take all this in total when you're thinking about it. But that's part of the way that you index.
Now, in the course of your engagement in this case, you prepared a report which was labeled a supplemental report, Exhibit 141, correct?
That is correct.
And then, because there was new videographic evidence found recently, you added to a supplemental, and that is Exhibit 141, correct?
Well, 141 is the supplemental, as at least what I have in my hand.
The preliminary is 139, and the sup is 141.
That is correct.
Okay, if I misspoke, I apologize. Yeah. And you also did a timesheet, which is Exhibit 142, correct?
Also correct.
Now, what I was looking from you was for the total time of events that happened on August 25th of 2020, beginning with what happened at Car Source 1, correct?
Part of the timings, that's my understanding, yes.
And I gave you what would be a known time where Kyle is on video stating friendly, friendly, friendly. And you synced that amongst other videos, correct?
You gave me a known location to look at. The time is estimated. And then what I did is, using that as a start point, I actually found other places to sync, and I worked backwards to that time.
And when you synced up all the different, not all the different videos, but the videos that you used in this case, you were able to get them to sync to what level?
In the first point, the sync points that I primarily use as points of reference. So just think about something that can be seen in a bunch of different things. So the sync points that I used was the high arc of the bag being thrown. You can see the different shadows and everything else. So from a video point, I was able to find that in a lot of different places, and I use that as a sync point. The other things from an audio standpoint is the gunshots. Now the gunshots can move depending on how far the person is away that's recording that sound. And in these cases, it could be 150 feet is about a tenth of a second or a little bit more. So between the different things, I would say I have confidence in the different timings here, plus or minus a tenth of a second.
Now, and then I asked you to break down basically into several groups, but event number one, starting with friendly, correct?
Yes, sir.
What I would refer to as the transition from event 1 to event 2, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then event number 2 from beginning to end.
With the beginning being from the first strike with what's been shown as a person with a rock-like object.
Okay. And then the end of event 2 would be defined as what?
The fourth shot by Kyle Rittenhouse.
And from the end of event 2 going on to end being what?
Are you asking the point in time
Yeah.
or the actual measurement?
The actual act that ended your calculation.
So the from the fourth shot by Kyle Rittenhouse in event 2 until the point where he's seen in the video raising his hands, and I refer to that simply as surrender to the police.
And you used, in your calculations of time and video, you used 6 different videos?
I looked at all of them. I narrowed it down to the ones that are most relevant so I could keep the timings consistent.
So what you're saying is there's 100, and I'm throwing out a number, but over 100 different videos. Those are the 7 that you used to calculate these times and values.
Those are the primary ones, and then I validated them with the other ones.
Okay. Now, let's get started with that. The start of event number 1, do you have that available?
Yes. As in, do you want me to show it by video?
Yes.
Okay.
So just so everybody's clear that this is to just establish literally the time frame, the seconds, fraction of a seconds, within which things were done, to counter Binger's characterization of what happened.
So at this point, and understanding what this point is, this is from, if you can see on your screen, the parent file. This would be the point where friendly, friendly, friendly is heard within the soundtrack. And obviously we can play that as well. So
Please.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is beyond the scope of the court's order.
Get out of here, Binger. Get out of
Has
here.
he been recognized as an expert yet?
And
The voir dire is over?
No.
This is all
One
timing.
of those 5-minute breaks in the library.
Yeah, this seems like timing.
Let's do that. Please, about what case.
It's vital for the jury to appreciate just how fast this happened, and how quickly Kyle had to make these decisions, so they can determine the reasonableness of his response to the attacks he was facing.
And I'm seeing a lot of people saying Z's in the chat boring, but this is expert. Qualifying an expert is never sexy. It's never fun. It's never going to be riveting. It's always going to be, paint drying, but you got to get it done.
The expert's also very good at answering the questions in a way that is helpful in terms of padding the question, because he knows how to tweak the question basically in his own head because he's done so much.
Do you guys think it was prejudicial for the judge to recognize him
I was
pretty much as
totally
the only
thinking-
person on Veterans Day?
I was totally
While
thinking that.
he was in the room.
Yep.
Yeah,
I thought
and
that too.
Well,
that may just be his
Court has signed an order.
MO for
let's
veterans
applaud the
generally,
guy
but
that
the
testified.
timing.
Good for the defense.
Hold on.
That order indicates that he is going to be allowed to testify to what is contained on paragraph 19 of his preliminary report dated July 31st, 2021, in subsection 3A1. That subsection reads,
This is a report, counsel.
page 19, subsection 3A1. This pertains to the shots at Joseph Rosenbaum. That subsection reads, the 4 shots occur in approximately 1 second with the times in hundredths of a second of 0.26, 0.25, and 0.23 respectively between shots 1, 2, 3, and 4. The court has also ruled that the witness can testify as to the information contained on page 22 of his report in paragraph 4A and 4A1. That pertains to the timing of the shots in what counsel describes as the second event, where the defendant shoots at the unidentified individual, Mr. Huber, and Mr. Grosskreutz. And there's some timing information there. I won't read it right now because it's a little bit longer. But the court's order is very specific that those are the items he can testify about with regard to timing. There's another section of his report he can testify about that has to do with sense making, but
Pretty sure you
right now
opened
he's
the
being asked
door
about timing. And we
on
have
all
a
of the video.
document, which I guess is exhibit number 142, that was just presented to us this morning. It appears to have All of them, except for like 4 or 5 of them, are beyond the scope of the court's order. This document contains characterizations of behavior that this witness is not allowed to testify about.
I haven't seen the document.
Okay, so for example, he indicates with observation number 7.
Is there a copy? Go ahead, Mr. Rubin.
Observation number 7 is characterized by this witness as JR elevation change - lunge decision point. What I'm interpreting that is Joseph Rosenbaum's elevation change lunge decision point. This witness is not, by the court's order, allowed to testify as to what Mr. Rosenbaum was doing or his intent or anything like that. This was the subject of our motion hearing, and the court has excluded that. There's other characterizations too. For example, the reference observation point number 15 and 16, referring to people striking the defendant. Number 19, striking the defendant. Number 22.
I don't think that's a characterization.
Number 25.
Notice how Binger is calling out titles.
Pointed towards the defendant.
And now he intentionally
These
titled
are
that
all
his
things
video is
that
militia.
The preliminary report that this witness offered talked about, but now we
So
have
thoroughly
ruled,
duplicitous.
we've agreed, and the court has ordered that he's not going to be talking about those things. So the scope of this document 142 is well beyond the court's order. What he's being asked right now, and when I objected, is beyond the court's order. What he is characterizing in this Exhibit 142 in terms of his interpretation of what various people in the case were doing or what their intent was or anything like that is beyond the scope of the court's order. So my understanding from the court's order was he'd be able to say gunshot 1, 2, 3, and 4 to Rosenbaum happened in this amount of time. And then the second set of gunshots happened in this amount of time.
That's what he's doing.
That's it.
Just time
As far as
framing
the
it.
timing. The court's order was very specific. as to that.
Overruled.
So when we're talking about friendly,
And again,
friendly,
Binger's
or,
introduced so much video and
throwing
evidence.
the bag or things like that.
Without any foundation on much of it, and mischaracterizing, and with hearsay.
Wait,
He reached
it's here.
times. And it's all evidence that's already been testified to and admitted. Some of the evidence has been enhanced, just like the state enhanced the bag, some of the other photos. He's a licensed, trained video
Expert.
specialist. He has the background, and we're showing the jury what he used to get these values. And that shows how he did it and the reliability of doing it. And I'm not worried about what Mr. Binger's talking about, the comments or anything like that. That's a way that he found the times. Your Honor, just time in relationship to video in this case is so important. Yesterday afternoon, Mr. Binger spent much time cross-examining my client regarding those approximately 30 frames from the BG on the scene. And that was approximately 1/10 of a second. And he spread it out. And what we're trying to do is show through video the true events of that night. And I believe it is with the court's order, because basically what we're looking at is an event, and the state can quibble with my time of when I started the event. They might say it's back 5-10 seconds before or whatever, but the total time of the event from friendly until he surrenders at the police car, 2 minutes and 55 seconds. The jury should know that. The events,
Right.
each of the sub-events, the total time.
Look at Binger's face.
What happened?
Yeah, obviously Binger doesn't want that level
The
of
jury should
clarity.
know that.
He
They've
wants
been shown
confusion so
videos
people
already.
conflate that time period.
Well,
And now the public knows.
If I may respond.
yes, sir.
First of all,
Stand
what
up,
counsel
Binger.
has just mentioned in terms of the overall timing is something he's free to play video and argue. The question is what this expert witness can testify to. The court has
Timing.
ordered specifically what he can and cannot testify to. Your order is one of limitation. It specifies the limits of what he can testify to. It's a fundamental notice issue, Your Honor. In his preliminary report, he didn't have information regarding the timing from friendly. That was a report from
What
3 months
chutzpah.
ago. We were not
Yesterday, he
put
was
on
arguing that the
notice
courts
there would be
Open the door.
The court's order
as to the timing
wasn't
from
really
the very beginning
Pinch
of all
and
that
zoom.
clear, and that his interpretation of it
This Exhibit 142 is the first
was
document.
that it was
We've
still
received and received
loosey-goosey
today.
situation.
Provided yesterday.
Don't
was the
interrupt.
typo.
Don't interrupt.
It is the first document we've received from the defense pertaining to this witness with regard to the timing of the entire evening. It is beyond the court's order. We have not received proper notice as to this subject. I have no problem having this witness testify to observations 8, 9, 10, and 11. That is the exact scope of the court's order. Shot 1, shot 2, shot 3, shot 4. I have no problem with him testifying as to items observations 20, 21, 23, and 26. Those are the 4 shots in the second incident with Grosskreutz, Huber, and the unknown assailant. That's exactly what this court limited him to. Those 8 observations on this sheet of paper. Everything else on this exhibit, which we just received, is beyond the scope of the court's order. We've not been provided notice of it. It wasn't in his original preliminary report. It is being sprung on us in the middle of trial. The court has ordered on this. We had a hearing on this. The court gave the defense opportunity to put us on notice of these things. We talked about these limitations. There was an agreement among the parties as to these limitations, which led to your order, Your Honor. And now the defense is going around that order. And I object to that.
Your Honor,
Judge is not going to
I
have
ask
this.
the court to think back to what's happened procedurally in this case. That FBI video didn't come around until about 2 weeks before trial. The drone video didn't come back until
Friday.
during trial. And most of this work has been done over the last 2 days to catch up to those exhibits. I provided this exhibit yesterday afternoon when it was first provided. The only change to it is and was a typo, which actually inures to the state's benefit by adding approximately 9 seconds.
What would Binger care
I quibble
to
with
establish
counsel.
the duration
The
of time?
FBI video was.
He cares because he doesn't want that
over 3 months
specificity.
ago.
The judge is going to know that.
That is
I don't want to. You know what? I don't want to get into it. It's been argued about before, and then we laid it aside. And at this point, I don't think I want to get into that because it isn't going to be helpful to resolution of the issues that we're after in the case. And I'm looking for the order. What was the date of that order?
He's denying it.
I think so. Wait,
November
overruling
2nd,
the objection, you're
about
saying,
full
or
period.
sustaining the objection?
He's sustaining the objection. Binger's winning this one.
I believe that order was drafted by
I'm
Mr.
calling
Baker.
overrule.
It was.
And
I
I-
submitted it to all parties. There was no objection to it. It was signed with no objection.
You want to make a bet? Make a bet, Viva? Next video? Next video? You can do a shout out to Good Logic on your next little standalone video.
I am. There it is.
If I
That's in
lose,
the
I'll shout out
chat.
to you.
Maintain, M for maintain.
All right, now I say the order without objection and without really giving it a lot of scrutiny. As you know, we try a lot of cases in here, and because it came in without objection, I signed it, thinking that it covered what I had envisioned at the time of the hearing. I will tell you what I had in mind when I haven't looked at if there is even a transcript in existence. I don't think so. But it certainly was my impression that we were talking about video of the entire episode, and not that it certainly in my mind was not limited to
4 gunshots.
Good job, Viva.
Oh man, I feel like
Calling it.
Joseph Rosenbaum right now.
Specific numbers,
Giant W.
observation point list that you're talking about. I'm a little bit challenged when you say, is there something that I'm saying that draws the face that you're making?
It's Binger face. He called that
As I
Binger
said,
face.
Your Honor, yesterday I was the target of your ire.
Oh,
He's a victim. He's a
God.
victim.
Well, here we go.
Today, the defense is disregarding your order. I
The world's
submitted
smallest
that draft
violin
of
playing
that
My Heart
order
Weeps for You.
to the defense. They had an opportunity
This
to
is
review it. They had an opportunity to object to it.
egregious
We do this
manipulation.
all the time in the court system. We submit proposed orders to the defense, to the other side, and to the court for everyone to take a look at. If anyone had a change, an objection to that, if they
Oh
wanted
God,
to
how on earth
expand
would be
it,
Binger as a
there was
judge?
plenty of opportunity.
Can you
to do
imagine?
so. There was no response whatsoever from the defense. They never came to this court and said, the proposed order is
We tried to win
improper.
by
Here
trickery.
is our version of the
They
order.
only got some of
They
the
never
video
came to the court and
3
said
days
the
ago.
proposed order needs to be amended in some way. They never responded at all, even though they had it, and even though they had plenty of opportunity to do so.
I don't believe you.
They have every incentive to make sure that the court's order with regard to their expert witness is accurate. They have every incentive to make sure that that court order gives them the opportunity to get in all of the evidence through this expert.
Shouldn't have let
that
Binger
they
write the
feel they
proposed
need
order,
to
by
get
the
in.
way.
Despite having that very powerful incentive, they did not object. They did not contact the court or me with any reaction to that order. You are the referee. The parties
he's the
argue about
referee.
things and you make a decision. We reached an agreement on this at the Daubert hearing.
I don't think
Agreed.
Oh, kind of like the one that you just
I
dismissed
proposed this
yesterday.
right? I did,
Ignored?
because there was some
Say which
back
one.
and forth about the extent of
Binger
these
cannot
force
read a room.
issues and all that stuff.
Nope.
And I said, well, what about if we just
He's,
agree?
it's narcissism.
Dr. Black can talk about the timing of the
Yeah.
shots and
But I
the
lost this
sentencing.
bet. I'm
And
gonna
I then
mention you in my
drafted
next
this
video.
order.
The main question of
You
justice,
gave
what
the defense
difference
an
does it make
opportunity to
if
object.
Binger
They
allows
didn't.
this?
You signed it.
Okay, Hillary.
And my recollection, and again, I know you
He's
referenced the
painting a
transcript,
narrative.
but in his preliminary report, Your Honor, all he talks about is the timing of the shots. In event one, the 4 shots of Rosenbaum. In event 2, the shots of against the unknown assailant Huber. So
Yeah,
there's
you're right.
there's nothing further in his preliminary report about the extent of this entire time frame. This exhibit 142 goes well beyond his preliminary report from July 31st.
Your order. He's
It
going to
goes
talk about his order.
well beyond what we talked about at the Daubert hearing. It
Your
goes
order.
well beyond what we agreed to that day, and it goes well beyond this court's order.
Does it go well beyond?
No, it doesn't.
I don't
If
believe
I
you.
understand correctly, what's being pursued by the state at this point is timing sequence for the time between the friendly and the surrender to the police, which he says is
Yep.
a total of 400 and some, or attempted surrender to the police, which he says is a total of 4 minutes and some seconds.
Two
All
2
of which
minutes.
is, every
55
second of
seconds.
which I think has been analyzed here in this courtroom.
Yep.
Yeah.
By
That
you.
was certainly my vision at the time we discussed all this, whether it was each part was specifically discussed in his preliminary report or not. That was my vision of what we were going to be hearing. And I guess the questions I have is, what is the prejudice to the state?
Thank you.
Are you suggesting that what he's about
That's the
to
legal advice
testify
question.
to,
Is going to mislead the
or may
jury.
testify to,
And we have a question.
Is-
And misled the jury by
going to
showing
be
them the
different
facts.
with respect to the new periods of time than it is with respect to the particular periods that you identified in the order that you drafted?
Your Honor, I carefully tried to
Or-
manipulate the
that's number
jury.
one, as to whether there's
That's why it's
prejudice to the
prejudicial.
state.
It's devastating to my case.
Secondly, whether you think that there is some incongruity between.
I would have thought that
the
the late
periods of time
introductions
that
by the
might
state
be more-
would give grounds
more
to say,
fully,
look, this rule's been
covered
ignored
by
before to
the
help you. So
examination
this
of
order
the
was
entire
ignored
time period.
when you had late submissions.
Because those are the principal issues. We're here, and you've practiced here.
Pursuit
you
of
were assigned here
justice
for
is
quite
what
a
you're
long
there for.
time, some years
Mm-hmm.
ago. And
Supposed to be.
I think that most people would say that I'm pretty open to, I want to have the whole thing presented to whomever is finding the facts, whether it's me or whether it's the jury. I want to know as much as possible rather than try to isolate particular things and say, well, that isn't I told the story the other day about the judge from Madison who was tormented whether to grant a
Look at Binger's
Oh,
face.
motion
Binger
to
just
dismiss
really
a
wants to hear
burglary
stories now.
case on,
That'll-
He has
that'll
resting
soothe-
Binger face.
That'll
Not
soothe
just
the
proof
wound.
of venue, whether that municipality was in Dane County or not. And I think, really, are you really worried about this? I don't operate that way. Now, I'm not criticizing you for bringing up this issue. I think it's legitimate, but it's not something that sways my judgment in the case. And unless you can tell me that you have reason to believe that that doctor is going to testify differently about some of these other time
Basically,
periods
he's like,
within
I'm
that
not
less
mad.
than 5 minute period,
You're just wrong.
or that you are somehow prejudiced by the late arrival of the report. And I don't want to say late, although, okay, that's fair. Then I'm going to allow the testimony to be given.
And by the way, Nick is
Let me
100%
respond.
right. Never let
Yes.
a sneaky lawyer draft anything because they will always know
Yesterday-
what they intended to screw you out of when they
Listen,
drafted it.
I was
Of course.
the court's ire.
I don't want to talk about.
Well,
Why don't
I
we
think
just-
it's a fundamental fairness.
This is his
issue,
narrative.
Your Honor.
All right.
You were
If-
mean to
if
me.
I'm
Idiot.
being held to
This is his narrative.
the court's orders, I'm asking that the defense be held to that too. This is
You
something
haven't,
we
been
you
honest.
haven't abided by it
Public
yourself.
hearing.
You've
We spent time
introduced
on
new.
it.
I
you've
am
brought
going
in
to
new stuff.
interrupt you. And
Uh-oh.
I'm going to let you talk again.
Oh,
But I was talking yesterday about the Constitution of the United States and how the Supreme Court has interpreted it for 50 years. That's not what we're talking about here today.
So this is a notice issue to the state. We have not been provided proper notice of this. And clearly, if the shoe were on the other foot and we tried something like this,
You did.
there would be quite a kerfuffle about that. So
Wow, what
that's
chutzpah.
one point.
What chutzpah.
This is,
He
as
just
I said
keeps
earlier,
going.
It's beyond even his
Why is the
preliminary
judge letting me
report.
even
Like,
arguing?
he's
Just
just
say
adding
enough
new
said.
things
We're
at
done.
the last minute like this. And this is not prompted by, new drone footage or anything.
Yes,
like
it
that. There's
was.
no mention of drone footage in this report. So to fall behind the excuse of, well, other new evidence has come forward, it doesn't change the fact that
This
is an
isn't new
expert.
evidence.
There are notice requirements for experts.
No,
There has been no notice of this issue. We've already litigated this, and now the defense is trying to expand it in direct violation of the court's order. One moment, Your Honor.
Yeah, shut up, Binger. Stop talking.
We need a
That's the-
meme where the
Stop
judge
trying
is
to
the
make things
dad.
happen.
Point out that
The judge is
I
the
think
dad,
it's
Binger's the
Exhibit
kid. The Are You
141
Winning son?
Is a supplemental report that apparently Mr. Black prepared on October 24th, according to the date. We just got it yesterday. So again, another example of late notice
How
here.
many times does he let him argue? The
I
same
understand
motion?
that the court wants to hear, or wants the jury to hear, the
The truth.
timing from the beginning of whenever we start to the end, whenever we draw that line. I understand that.
Okay.
There are other ways for us to do that, of course. We can take other videos. They all have timestamps on them.
Then why
This
not do it
expert
this
is
way?
Not needed for that. I don't
This is
think
composite.
we're gonna need that time frame down to the hundredths of a second. I think even tenths
Yes,
of a
we do.
second, even 1 second is probably close enough for the jury to understand that this
Nope.
is not something that took days or hours. It was a matter of minutes. So I think they can already get that point.
Then
without
what's the
this
problem with him
expert's
testifying?
testimony. The
Then there's zero prejudice to you.
one specific item of prejudice that I do want to bring to the court's attention is in exhibit 142. As I pointed out earlier, there are characterizations here.
Well, I agree with you there. Doctors, I assume he's using it for to pinpoint
Timestamp.
particular events, and I agree with you. He's not going to be permitted to do that.
Okay, so I want to be, again, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page and that I'm understanding things clearly from the
Because
court.
you rarely do.
There are, for example, observation number 7 on 142 has a characterization of Mr.
Yeah, you're right.
Rosenbaum's behavior.
Replace
That
it
will
with a
not be allowed.
number.
He's going to have to
0.1,
find some way to express that that
Not using the word
is not conclusory.
change in elevation.
I'm not gonna try to let you do it in a prudent way, and if there's an objection, I'll deal with it.
Okay. So
But yeah, I do think his objection is well stated, that there's some conclusory language in there, which
Yeah, and Binger knows about conclusory language, militia
They're
man.
queued up. I can refer
This
to.
is why they should have
if he
objected to the
objects that, I
titles
can
of
just
all their
refer to it
videos.
as 7.
Exactly.
that would seem to be unobjectionable.
Rules for thee, but not for me.
These are things
No,
where
no, he
we're
just,
gonna
Binger knows the games that he
show the
plays,
jury
and he's
that
accusing others
item,
of doing that.
moment in time.
Exactly.
They can see it on the screen. Then we don't need
Projection.
a witness to tell us what we're seeing. That
Well,
that would be-
I'm not, I can't anticipate what he might ask or what your objection might be, so I'm not going to try to.
Especially
I would
because your
also
objections are
continue by
ludicrous.
objecting to observations 15. 15.
As it mean to the description of the event that he gives?
Yes.
Yeah, I think any of his descriptions are going to have to be
Neutralized.
non-conclusory on his part. Okay, perhaps just to point to the particular moment in time and say this is at such and such an hour.
Seems
I
like
don't know.
Binger could have dealt with this prior to the hearing.
I want to raise for.
No, because you can object when it happens. Because maybe
This is brand new
see,
evidence.
if I rule on everything now, then
You're gonna fight as it goes along.
then I may be talking about things that may never become an issue. And I'd rather the jury's in the library now, and I'd rather get them out here.
Okay.
Good.
One final thing, Your Honor. If there is any data or reports that are generated by the software that Dr. Black is using when he prepares all this, I would like that. We've received a similar request from the defense this morning for Mr. Armstrong's things, so I would like that information from the defense.
Do you have any? Your program?
Generate them. It's going to take a little bit of time, but they're all you can generate them all.
How much is a little bit of time?
Well, so Your Honor, the
Well,
first
bring
thing
back
I'd have to
understand.
do in order to meet my understanding is I can go back in and relabel everything based on this.
You know what? I'm just trying to get the jury out here. How long are we talking about? Not why it's going to take as long as it will. How long will it take?
To relabel everything, I'm guessing about 5 to 10 minutes.
Oh,
In
okay.
order to do the reports, Your Honor, that will take a little bit longer.
A day?
It
Not
doesn't seem
even.
like it's going to be a big problem.
I
Before-
wanted
Remember,
just to
John Black works in hundredths of a second
least-
normally.
Okay.
I just
like
want
anything
to
else?
admit before God and
Ask the jury.
60,000 of my closest friends that I lost my bet to Viva
So-
Pro.
Well, but it is just amazing. You look at Binger, and everything he's accusing Richards of doing is what he has done at some point in this trial.
Which is, I mean, he's a lawyer, right? This is what we do. This is what we're paid to do.
Nah, my
But
stomach
Bing-
never allowed for.
Binger
for-
has
for
the
doing that.
ability
I
to
mean,
talk
to a
himself out
to
of
a certain
any
extent.
victory, though.
No, but Binger, and also Binger playing the victim, like
He's-
prefacing this objection with "You victimized me yesterday, so therefore I must be right today." It's like it's.
I didn't take the bet with Joe because I thought Binger was going to win, but he just kept talking.
Yeah.
He's speaking to the media.
No, you probably can't.
But Schroeder was starting to get annoyed again. So if he keeps it up, he's gonna end up getting his temper flared again.
Is there anything I said that accounts for
Oh,
that
no.
face, Mr. Binger?
That's what I'm
ask the jury-
The
Yeah.
Binger face comment. That was
He's
funny.
like, no, I'm sorry. This is just my
It's
resting
gonna be
finger
about 5
face.
more minutes.
It's my
They're
RBF.
welcome to go upstairs if they want or stay down.
All right, so he's going to relabel everything
Sorry,
now.
I'll turn on the music for them.
It's not. They'll give it numbers: point A, point B, point C, point D, E, and then from A to E, it's 2 minutes and 55 seconds. That's it.
That's yeah, that is critical. So to just in case the chat didn't catch what was happening, Binger was trying to limit the video review of Dr. John Black to literally the 4 shots fired and then the subsequent 4 shots that were fired at Jump Kickman. So we're talking for the 4 shots fired at Rosenbaum, he wanted to limit any review of the timing of the episode to the 0.76 seconds between shot 0 and shot 4 and nothing else, which would be inherently prejudicial because frame by frame analysis slows down an event so much. He wanted to limit his ability to say, no, look at how fast this whole event happens in 3 minutes. And that's never been said in court. I was under the impression that we're talking 10 minutes to 15 minutes between the whole encounter. But we're talking from friendly to then being chased, to then being chased again, to then
So
getting to the
surrender.
police is under 3 minutes. That's phenomenal evidence. Of course the jury needs to hear it.
And it's
And-
even, Nick, it was even worse than that. He wanted to abstract from the entire sequence of events only the shots of any particular event. So ignore the fact that it was 30 seconds between Rosenbaum and Huber, if it was that. And then
No,
when we go
it's
to
like 3.
We saw how Binger made great use yesterday when he was cross-examining Kyle of just taking one still frame where he's like looking down after Gage was holding his hands up, taking one still frame and make it play out as if that was like a 15-second interlude of Kyle re-examining his gun, re-racking, and considering whether or not he wants to blow Gage Grosskreuz's head off, when really it was literally a 50th of a second. And for all we know, he was blinking and wasn't even thinking during that, but he freezes that and makes it that time just draw out to make it seem as if there's so much time for Kyle to contemplate what he's doing
Exactly.
and in cold blood, fire at or potentially kill or maim all of his victims.
Well, and
That's
also
how he's been
to
playing
show
it.
that, to show that he had time to cool off in between these, because the defense wants to show this as this was all like one moment essentially. Like to break this down into 3. I mean, you kind of still have to break these down into 3 different interactions, but you can look at them within the context of one another because of how quickly everything happened. When you're looking at it from the framework that the prosecution wants to frame it as, they want to extend it out so that you really don't put those pieces together within that context as easily. And it makes it look like he has time to, like I said, time to cool off, time to run away, time to make other decisions other than violence.
Yeah, that's why I agree with what Ron was saying yesterday. I mean, talking about, I think frame by frame is inherently prejudicial, right? I think that there's something to just slowing something down to that degree, which no human can perceive, and certainly no human can react. Your neurons can't even fire that fast, right? I mean, so it's not fair that you're just clipping it to that extent.
Have they
show me someone who's familiar with guns, who's trained with guns, who thinks that they would be able to think in that time frame. I just, it seems inherently ridiculous to go through this and be like, and that's I said earlier, well, frame 532, you have your rifle pointed at his leg and his handgun isn't yet pointed at your head. Why is your rifle pointed at his leg?
Why didn't you get up then and run away?
Yeah.
Kyle.
No,
And
why didn't you try to reach for his gun to
why
disarm
didn't you check
him?
his pulse to see how he was doing?
You didn't administer first aid to Grosskreutz
Right.
after he pulled the button. But even from the chat, a lot of people did not appreciate how quickly this all occurred, which I guess they haven't played the sequence of events from beginning to end for the jury to see with the compilation of videos.
Yeah.
175
I
seconds.
doubt the trained military personnel, even I'm doubtful special forces can even think that fast. I think they're probably more bred into just reaction by muscle memory, really more. I don't know anyone who's going to get up on stage and be like, yeah, I can think that fast. I could definitely discriminate between these 2 targets and totally think about everything that's happening while I'm being kicked in the head. Skateboard guy's trying to hit me in the head, and I'm trying to fire 2 different targets all in the space of 3 seconds. Definitely can contemplate all these things. I don't know, man. If there's a person out there like that, I'd love to meet them.
Yeah, that's just people seeing and being too familiar with bullet time and thinking you can just, activate your special ability. This isn't Overwatch. You can't just slow time down and dodge the bullets.
Yeah.
Or like Red Dead Redemption 2.
Legal Bites, you can ask your husband for us what he thinks. Does he think that that's a moment of thinking and contemplation?
He's definitely a fan of Red Dead Redemption 2 and thinks that
the bullet time,
of course, the Deadeye function definitely exists in the real world where you can slow down time and show exactly where your bullet's going to go.
I have to tell you, I'm not the most trained shooter in the world, but I've done some pistol competitions and stuff like that, and I have not yet gotten the Red Dead Eye or the VATS, so I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but it hasn't happened yet.
I'll tell you one thing, that bicep hit, I mean, he's lucky to have hit the bicep because look, if he didn't hit the bicep, I mean, if he whiffed, which is a good chance, I mean, even in the offhand, Gage had a good chance of shooting him.
Even the other side of the body or the leg or anything other than immediate immobilization. The bicep was actually the only way to, I guess, once your bicep is blown off, what controls your fingers?
If Kyle,
I mean, he did testify that he still can't feel from here through like his thumb and his forefinger or something.
And if you believe his roommate, the admitted liar, on Facebook,
believe me, I lied.
On Facebook, his roommate said when you get shot in the arm like that, your muscles tense up and grab Like he couldn't let go of the gun.
Your
is what he
muscle
was saying.
tenses up. The one that was just obliterated tenses up.
No, I think he was saying the forearm, the
Oh,
other
okay.
muscles around. So he because they're like, why were you still holding the gun in the pictures? And the guy's like, well, your muscles, the muscles of the hand tense up under the trauma. I don't know if that's true. It was said by a liar, but you know,
who's
who knows?
totally an expert on human physiology, by the way.
I actually think it must have been true, which is why he sort of didn't want to get rid. Otherwise, you sort of want to drop that incriminating thing, which gives justification to Kyle for shooting him. So my immediate gut reaction was his hand must have been stuck on that gun.
I'm glad that Kyle shot him in the bicep and it forced him to hold on to that gun because, you know, if that wouldn't have happened, we would have had 2 mysteriously stolen firearms from that night, his and Joshua Zeminski's. I mean, it's just amazing. I don't know.
Yeah.
Joshua Zeminski's gun, it just vanished. Just got stolen. It was reported stolen the next day. It's amazing how that, you know, I always go around. I go, you know what gun I want to steal? It's the one that was used to just commit a criminal act. That's the one I'm looking for.
Nick, is that the story as to why Zeminski's gun is unavailable for evidence?
Yeah, it was reported stolen the next day.
Who reported it stolen? Zeminski or
Joshua
somebody else?
Zeminski, yeah. Or Josh or Kelly, one of those two.
Unbelievable.
Conveniently,
Nobody
I don't know
ever
what
files a
happened to
false police report. Nobody ever does that. No,
It was stolen by the river.
Anywhere.
Yeah, well, I thought boating
I had a
accident
boating
was the
accident.
typical excuse.
It was stolen by a hole buried in the forest.
There are many lakes in Wisconsin, so it could be.
Did we ever get any explanation as to why the defense did not subpoena Zeminski?
I think he is under subpoena, but would you bring him
At
on
this point?
direct?
Oh no! I'm not. Did I say the prosecution? No, the defense. Did the defense not subpoena him? If only to bring him up and say the 5th.
They did. I think they did subpoena him, or he's on the witness list for the defense. But I mean, if you call him, you've got to examine him on direct, and that didn't go very well with the roommate. I mean, the roommate admitted to lying, but they knew they weren't going to get anything else out of him. Zeminski's going to go up there and either plead the 5th or just run around. I mean, this. It goes back to my dad asked me why Gage Grosskreutz did so poorly on the stand and why the prosecution didn't seem to interview him or didn't seem to be prepared for his answers. And my thought is simply, this guy's a revolutionary. I mean, this is a revolutionary who brought a gun to a riot with the intent of participating in the riot. So with that, you get an unhinged person. I think Zeminski is on a level far above. According to Barnes, he says he's like way out there on the revolutionary side. So I don't know that you want to put him on the stand. He'll be
if he if he fights with you, you can have him declared a hostile witness and then treat him like he's on cross.
Yeah, but you know, I mean, Nick's right because you'll get. I mean, even if you get Zeminski up there, he'll say something along the lines of, "I fired into the air to try to break up the kerfuffle," and then what do you do to make him admit that he fired in the air to start the kerfuffle?
Because
I fired in
his
the
shot
air
comes before the kerfuffle starts.
No, he was trying to break up. He was trying to scare Rosenbaum. I mean, he'll have some. I mean, I guess you could think of a good lie if you're going to.
I fired in the air after he pointed the gun at Rosenbaum. Because I tried to defuse it. Because Kyle's running away, turns around. I don't know the sequence. I don't know if he turns around before or after the gunshot. But you know, Zeminski could say it was loud. You know, or wait, no.
Kyle turns with the gun after the gunshot goes off. That's what makes him turn around.
Yeah, Zeminski fires in the air. Rosenbaum chases him, screams "F you," reaches for the gun. That's the 2.5 seconds between the gun firing and Rittenhouse shooting.
He was just telling Rosenbaum to start. He was taking him back to his track days. That's what it was. Okay. But yeah, I mean, he's going to get up there and say something that's going to be intentionally angled to benefit the state. And you don't want to leave him up to that on direct, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
But
I mean, that was like putting McGinnis on.
Yep.
Yeah. And the state got annihilated by him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, go ahead.
No, I was going to say that the highlights are still McGinnis. Well, I don't know what he was thinking, but he screamed "F you" and reached for the gun.
Mm-hmm.
And the correct heard round the world with Grosskreutz.
Yeah. But also,
I think
don't know,
also all the De Bruin testimony,
Grambo De Bruin. Yeah. That was
It was.
we've
Grambo was
we've got
great.
some really good,
It's-
some very interesting, interesting days here.
Because I think De Bruin, what he did to just impede, like what he did to just damage the prosecution's credibility as attorneys, I think that damage to them is irreparable. I mean,
It's
in
been
terms of
it's
the
been
testimony.
De Bruined.
Yes, nice, nice.
I'd be
Joe.
interested to see if we can at some point go back to the Dobert hearing, or because this guy seems one of the most well qualified people I've ever heard of. 20 people in the 20 years in the military, E9. That's a huge deal.
30
video
years,
expert, video reviewer. He worked on the police department for 20
Also,
years or
a Green
whatever.
Beret. That's
Yeah.
not easy to do.
No, not really. I've seen some video of people at training, and it looks kind of hard. I'd have
Yeah.
to say, I don't think it's for me.
Yeah,
But
I read Chosen Soldier, and I remember reading it, and I was like, parts of this look really, really fun, or sound really, really fun, but a lot of this sounds like hell.
I loved it when it was Discovery Channel or something did the SEAL Class 234, and they did the video of the entire SEAL training class, and I'm like, oh no.
I
It's
lost
like
I lost right at the beginning where they have to sit there in the cold water with the
Yeah.
waves like just constantly going over their face. I'm like, fuck
Yeah.
that. I don't want to be waterboarded.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like a great plan. But this guy seems so well qualified. I'm wondering a little bit why the defense kind of implicitly lost the motion to have him testify as to more things beyond just mere timing. He seems like he's an expert on all these things, having seen these videos and how people react and how they don't react in various situations. Seems like he has a pretty wide knowledge base.
And
They
it does-
stipulated
it
to it is why.
Okay,
Oh,
why
is
do they do that is the next
Yeah.
logical question, but okay.
3-page CV. I
It
think,
was
might
I think it was actually a kind of a brilliant weasel move by Binger. What Binger doesn't tell the court here is the paring down from the judge's understanding of his own order to the proposed order that happened, where he tried to limit it to these two specific frames of time. That was the second paring down. In the Dobert hearing, the judge originally says he should be able to testify to the timing of events and decisions about behavior that someone would make based on their observations, because that's his PhD. And that was that. And then Binger kind of weaseled his way into saying, well, we agree to the timings and we'll just drop our expert so long as we so limit it. And then they kind of agreed to limit, they kind of stipulated to that limitation, and then it was reduced to just the timings. It was this, because when watching the Dobert hearing, when I did it, it was this weird step-by-step reduction that Binger did, and it was effective. I mean, they got out of him by giving up their garbage. Like Bob, much love to Bob. He was hilarious to have on video, but he did not appear to be at all relevant to the expert testimony. And Binger basically said, no, the use of force doesn't require an expert. We'll just make arguments in front of the jury, which was crazy to me.
Insane.
The problem with Binger, and for anybody who's going to go into law, I've never dealt with criminal lawyers, but you deal with lawyers who are like Binger civilly as well. And it makes it impossible to rely on any agreement negotiated between the parties, because it's never a good faith agreement. Then you end up going to court and you look like the belligerent a-hole because you can't make an agreement with this lawyer. And then you get in front of a judge and say, I can't do it because I don't trust this lawyer. Then you come off as the a-hole, and it becomes very impossible. And then you just end up living constantly looking over your shoulder with every agreement, every email, everything that you have as an interaction with that lawyer, and it makes you crazy. So
it's why lawyers are hated. What you just described is exactly why people in our profession are hated, because they're acting as sneaky as they can possibly get away with and trying to cut corners as far as like, okay, you agreed to this. If I can shave it a little, the wording a little bit that way, I can ultimately use that to my advantage. Where it's less about us having a meeting of minds and more about of haggling out language that I later can try and argue semantics to circumvent everything we're agreeing now and change it completely. And that's why people hate. And that's why the public hates people in our profession.
And unfortunately, the process and the procedure actually benefit those type of people, right? The Bingers of the world end up getting success normally.
Yeah, but again, this goes, in my opinion, to the credit of Judge Schrader. He's like, I mean, that may be the technical wording of this, but we knew what was going on in that courtroom. I told you what I wanted to hear. I want to hear about the event. And you basically said, you can't imagine that you're going to bring video after video after video of this event and not let their expert testify about the timings of the evidence that you've presented this entire time.
Yeah, really.
There's a completeness argument there.
Yeah.
Because it just seems like why? What's the point? What is the harm in allowing this other space of time in if you're okay with the bookends of it? And it's not a crazy amount of time. It's not like, it's not like it's a 20-minute long spread. So yeah, it's really I saw that as a completeness argument.
The
They're
harm
allowed to
argument
round
is,
it out.
the harm argument is really good because again, it's like, what is the prejudice to the state? I mean, the state themselves has basically admitted all this stuff on timing in their own directs. It's like, so now this guy's going to get up and start talking about timings and about their own videos. It's like, oh no, he can't comment about this because we would have done our case differently. What?
No, and he says it like, well, other witnesses can testify to it. It can be, the evidence can be made in other ways. Well, why can't it just be made right here, right now with this expert who will tell you to a tenth of a second how long it lasted from point A to point E?
And also, forgive me if I'm wrong, but hasn't this expert been in the courtroom the entire time? So he can also he can also say, well, so-and-so testified to this. So-and-so, I heard so-and-so testify to that. He can say that because he's an expert, because he's able to look at everybody else's deposition transcripts, everybody else's testimonies. If there's another expert, he can look at the expert's report. He can do all of that as a basis for forming his opinion.
Because he can't testify on the facts from firsthand knowledge. He can only testify to the limit of his expertise. That's why he's allowed to be in there and do this. What was that, Viva?
Well, I was going to say, you brought it up earlier, but in hush because we were getting back into it. But, people say expert witnesses don't testify on fact. Factual witnesses don't testify on opinion. Experts' opinions, they're there for their opinion. And so they're allowed to gather as much testimonial evidence to form their opinions, whereas you kick the witnesses of fact out during the testimony of others because you don't want their impression of the facts to be warped or fitted to the testimony of others. So that's the difference between why one can stay in the courtroom and the other one can't.
And I
Except for this case has been all bingered up though, because you've got testimony that was supposed to be purely, hey, this was my experience, coming in as if it was expert testimony, right? Almost half of the prosecution's witnesses were testifying as ballistics experts, for example, which was absolutely ludicrous.
Right. And I do want to say one point. I know it's kind of going back to what we were talking about before, but I had to dip out for 2 seconds. But I wanted to say that, with regard to the back and forth and not being able to trust opposing counsel, I think that to a certain extent, that is inherent in what we do, right? Because, when I'm retained by someone, I'm retained as a zealous advocate of my client and my client's interests. And those are obviously going to be adverse to the other party's interests. And I expect the other attorney to do exactly the same. So yeah, I mean, that doesn't mean that doing sneaky maneuvers is okay. But
it sounds like you're saying it is.
No. But I would expect them to draft things as friendly as possible for their client. And because I would want to do the same.
Consistent with what we agreed. I understand to look out for that. What I'm saying is,
but I agree to the extent that there's been an agreement and then undermining that. That's wrong.
Mr.
Thank you, Dr. Black. Just to back up, the time calculations that I asked you to perform of the events of August 25th of 2020. From what we would refer to as, I'm trying to find it, observation number 3, which has been labeled PSSP now. Oh. Is that jury on? Is this TV on?
Yeah.
Okay.
What does that say in Chinese?
You'd have to.
It's just a screensaver of kanji, Your Honor.
What is it?
It's just a screensaver of a certain type of kanji. I do not. No.
Dr. Black, from, as I said, observation number 3,
screensaver,
which has been labeled PSSP, till observation 31, which is now going to be labeled STP, what is the total amount of time of this event?
2 minutes and 55 seconds, approximately. It's calculated out. There's a bunch of variables in there, but approximately 2 minutes and 55 seconds, slightly under 3 minutes.
Please show video PSSP, screen 3.
Can you refer to it by number, please?
Observation 3.
Observation 3.
Now, have you done anything to change this video?
No, sir. You'll notice in the screen it's at 100%, 1280 by 720, and if you wanted more knowledge about it, it's at 30 frames per second, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
But it's unchanged.
Please play the video.
Okay, this is just a still frame, sir, that you want.
Okay.
There. But I can play from here. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Okay. It's going to have to finish processing for a second.
How is the video not already processed?
Stop, please. Now, that is in this calculation of time, that would be the 0 frame. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, what at this point here, that would be approximately where what you're referring to as the 0 frame. That red mark would be the 0 frame.
Okay. Now the next observation 4, which is JRPK. Did you do anything to enhance this video?
No, but I'm going to have to, with the numbering while we were gone, you're asking for an observation that's no longer sitting in this. I mean, and maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're asking for.
Well, in the Exhibit 142, observation 4, we've agreed to label it JRPK.
Right, but okay. As part of what happened with what we had discussed, the observation 4 that's on here is no longer in the menu to the left. If I have to, I'd have to bring it back. I can get you there.
Is observation 5 available?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And observation 5, the event described has been labeled BBTB. Has anything been done to enhance this?
No, and this idea, as I'm bringing it up, in answer to your question, there's different places where observation 5 that you're referring to is being shown in different videos. This is one of those.
Okay, please play this video.
Look how torturous this is to
Yeah.
try and dance around the labels.
Stop.
I think he pointed the gun before Zeminski's gunshot, actually.
Going to observation 7, which has been now labeled JREC. Do you have that?
I do, sir.
Now can you go back to the...
I will.
You ready?
I am.
Can you play that, please? Stop. Now, this screen is the start of the gunshots that have been attributed to Kyle Rittenhouse, correct?
For what's been referred to as event 1, that is correct.
Okay. And using your program regarding sound and video, you have determined how far apart shot 1 and shot 4 were, correct?
I have.
And that's by using the frames per second and the audio graph?
It's a combination between them both, but yes.
Okay. And if I label shot 1 as 0 time, when does shot 2 occur?
Approximately 3/4 of a second by the different timings, 0.739.
Okay. I want to get shot number 2
Oh, I'm
first.
sorry, my fault. The second shot using shot 1 as a 0 point would occur 0.263 seconds after shot 1.
Okay. And what is the time between shots? What is the second and third shot?
The time between the second and third shot would be 0.247.
And the time elapsed between the third and fourth shot?
The time between the third and fourth shot would be 0.229.
And the total of those 4 shots fired by Kyle Rittenhouse occur in what amount of time?
0.739, or again, approximately 3/4 of a second.
Now, the shot, and you're looking at this videos, excuse me, is not, those 4 shots are not the first shot, correct?
The first shot within the soundtrack around that time, those 4 shots are not the first shot that I hear within examining this video. That is correct.
And how many shots or shot were heard before those 4 shots?
Well, there's gunshots throughout the evening that I examined, but there's one clear shot that's heard prior to that.
And that occurred how many seconds before shot 0 or shot 1, which is the same shot?
Does anyone in the chat know, like, is that fast in
So
between bullets?
The shot, you referred to 2
Yes.
shots as shot.
Pretty fast.
So shot 0, the difference between what we're calling the first shot and then shot 0, is that correct?
Well, no. What I will refer to as the Zeminski shot. Council, we agree that the first shot was Mr. Zeminski. The Zeminski shot to Kyle, shot 0.
The time between the Zeminski shot, as you referred to it, and the shot attributed to Kyle Rittenhouse as his first shot would be approximately
2.74 seconds.
3.2.
about 2 3/4 seconds. Again, I can look at the exact thing if you want. I just don't have the
That's
time in
fine,
front of me.
sir.
How'd you know that?
Now, going
Paying
down
attention.
to screen 15, what we have labeled A1ST. Can you find that, please?
Yeah, Viva, just to, I mean,
Now-
you're pulling a trigger 4 times in 3/4 of a
Is
second.
this a still shot or a video?
It's very fast.
This is a marked frame within the video stream.
Hey, could you back it up, say 3 seconds?
That's approximately 2.5. Is that enough?
Go back just a little bit more. That's good.
Okay.
And would you play that? Stop. Now, that observation, according to Exhibit 142, took place 28 seconds after the beginning of Mr. Rittenhouse leaving Car Source 3.
That is correct. There is an assumed time in there also.
Okay, and tell the jury about an assumed time.
So when looking at these videos, I have no continuous video stream that takes me from event 1 into the front end of what we're calling event 2. There's a gap. So what I did was I took a look on the video. Event 2 that we're looking at right now, that you've seen, is referred to before as the BGO video. And I measured a distance at the pace that Kyle Rittenhouse was running, jogging, whatever we want to refer to it. I have a known distance, and I have a time that it took him to run that known distance. Because I also have another known distance where he came from in the prior stuff. What I did is I applied basic math, saying if it took him this long to run this, I'm going to just take that same time of running over here. And then what I did is I put that in as the gap to fill it in. It does not address if he may have stopped or anything else in between that. It simply addresses if it was a constant state of motion.
Is it just me or does he sound like John
And
Malkovich?
what was your general deviation? I don't want to say general deviation, but what numbers? What number did you come up with for that?
Basically, I used 9.05 or 9 seconds. So I allowed 9 seconds between the first part of it, and that's what's in the calculations. And again, those calculations are to add into the total time. Those calculations will not be, for example, time between shots or events that are on the same video stream, because those are known frames per second.
He's probably going to say, how do you know who's running?
Certain
It
time,
could have been much
people,
more than
certain
9
time.
seconds. It could have been 40 seconds.
Basically, your calculation was that to run the distance of 150 feet, it took Kyle approximately 9 seconds.
Correct.
Now, what we've labeled the beginning of event number 2
That's
was
half as
screen
fast of a
15,
Usain
which
Bolt.
we just played, and that is
might be generous
depicting an individual on screen where Mr. Rittenhouse's hat is knocked off. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the next event, which is screen 16, which we have labeled A2ST, could you go about 10 seconds before that and show that?
Okay, so screen 16 is here. You'll notice it says 11:50. I will try to get approximately 10 seconds earlier.
Guys, it was a joke, chat. It was a joke. Now, next thing you're going to do is tell me you're all photographers in Kenosha.
You want me to play at this point?
Please. Stop. Did you do any slowing down of this observation?
Yes, I did.
Could you please show me that? What you just played for the jury was real time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and there's a slow motion version?
Yes, much like what you saw Senior Examiner Armstrong this year, which is about to be played.
No. Stop that. The slow motion of screen 16.
Got to be careful what's in the metadata of those labels.
Is
Or
this the
the
one you're referring to, sir?
file.
Yes.
What are we watching?
I don't know. It was supposed to be a slow-mo of a video, and then we saw a different video. I think it might be screwing
This is
up
the
time
other
related.
it seems to be the other angle when he gets hit over the head with the brick.
Yes.
Did he hear me?
Can you go back, please? We lost are both of them on?
This is the risk of an expert. Like, this is confusing and boring. They need to tie this in together and really, like, hammer home a narrative about the video. That's what they should be trying to do with the expert.
That is, because otherwise it's just data that you're throwing at the jury and they don't know where their brains
not
don't know where to place
watching.
it, just like all of us.
Yeah,
They
they're
need to
looking at their
hammer.
phones.
They need a hammer on that 3/4 of a second thing because that matters. But
Yeah.
And,
And
that
that's about as-
relabeling didn't make it any easier, right? That relabeling just made this even more dreadful.
And this expert probably cost many tens of thousands of dollars at just going down the
Is
drain.
everybody watching
This
it
is
on
just
this one?
putting everyone
Yeah,
to sleep.
There it goes.
but I'm blaming Richards for his bad questioning of the expert.
Yeah.
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 I mean, experts are always boring. It's up to the lawyer to
why it's
make
not
them
coming up
not
on that
boring.
Blaming Richards
Sure.
is always a viable option.
It's a challenge.
so
it's a challenge to make these 3 minutes seem boring, but yet he's doing a magnificent
He
job.
did the
of
same
that.
thing in opening, making the video boring. I didn't know it was possible.
Yeah.
I don't know. It is a challenge to make stuff like this when you're getting into technical stuff interesting, but you got to have your tech set up properly too. Because
No, Richards is sighing in irritation. Well, during this downtime, the chat had asked, who does closing arguments for Kyle? Is it Richards or is it Sharfizi?
If there's
I'll
any
bet it's
justice
Sure,
in this
Facey.
world,
Sharfizi. sorry.
Sharfizi.
It should be.
I think
Sheriff
Richards
Feasy.
is gonna do it.
I think Richards gonna. I think Richards gonna steal the spotlight. I think it should be Sheriff Feasy.
Yep.
The oh god, maybe they'll do something better. What I would ask him, I would have asked him to put together, like, okay, you have these videos where you have the timeline of events. Can you put them together in one congruent thing? And
Just
we
run
know that the angles are going to switch when a new video comes up, but just run it. 3 minutes.
Look at
Rob
how
Barnes
giddy Big
said
Boy
about
is there.
Richards. This
Look
is
at how
exactly
giddy
the
he is.
critique. This is exactly the critique that Robert Burns made of Richards. That he said he's a fact lawyer and he sucks at narrative, and this is trying to tell a narrative right here about these 3 minutes, and we're seeing it given fact by fact, broken down, as opposed to laying it out in a story that's somewhat engaging.
There. Thank you, Doctor.
Well, it's
Is it on
making it
this one
painful.
also? Okay. Now, please play this screen in slow motion, Doctor.
Okay, so this looks like it took a long time, and he's going to illustrate that this is
Stop.
7 seconds.
The next screen is 17, which we have labeled KRLB. Can you bring that up, sir?
KRLB.
All trial, all the time.
Real lawyer business.
And go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. Where's this going to start? Oh,
Stop.
Good,
This
stop.
video, have you slowed it down for analysis? Could you please bring that up on the screen?
Again, this is torturous. Play the whole
And what
thing.
speed will you be playing this at?
This one is done at a quarter speed.
Okay. And you have
That's
taken
25%.
the sound out of it?
The soundtrack is not present. That's correct. Sound, since it is, as I explained earlier, uncompressed, the sound would not sync up when you slow it down.
Okay. And so then you would hear sound of gunshots, but not when they're occurring. Is that a fair statement?
Any of the sound that you hear would not be when it's occurring.
Okay. Please show the quarter speed video.
The one thing they have going for them is that this is the first thing that the jurors are seeing in the day. So they're not already mentally worn out. But this might be wearing them out.
I don't know. This is kind of
worn out.
you look at this and you wonder how this can't be self-defense. I mean, what is going to happen but for that right there?
But unless these jurors are getting a morning IV drip of coffee, this is going to be a rough morning.
Nothing to do with
This
the
is the
skateboard.
defense resting, but
You know
like
what-
making the jury rest.
You know what's interesting about that? It looked to me like Kyle fired before the foot made contact with his face, which doesn't matter.
Pulling at the gun.
Yes.
2
Chat,
shots doesn't hit anybody.
Yeah, well,
it doesn't
you know-
matter that he was engaged in the attack, but I think it's slightly inconsistent because it always seemed like the kick came first and the 2 shots came later from the testimony.
I always thought that Crouching Tiger was in the air before landing the kick when he was shot at. But
Boom.
Oh yeah. Okay, so now the question is going to be,
Stop,
how
please.
long did all of that just take to occur
Now,
in real time?
Using this video
Well, there's a
and
1
the
second
audio
mark on
graph,
the
were you
video.
able to figure the times of
Right here.
certain events in event number 2?
Yes, sir.
From the time, strike that. There is what's commonly referred to as jump kick man entering in the video. Do you know who we're talking about, Doctor?
I do.
And when you analyze this video, did jump kick man kick Kyle in the face first, or the first shot go off before the kick?
I'm going to object, Your Honor.
Objection?
This is beyond the scope of the court's order regarding this witness's opinion.
Now he's characterizing events,
It
not
seems to me the
timing.
jury could. You're asking him to make an identification that the jurors could make themselves?
I'm asking him, based upon his video analysis, what happened first? The kick to the face in the first gunshot in event number 2, or the gunshot in event number 2, and then the kick to the face?
It's qualifying what happened as a matter of fact. Sustained.
Overruled.
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 Can you ask the question again, please?
Yes.
He's just
Based
trying to
upon
identify
your
the two
analysis
events. He's not labeling it
video
overly
and
prejudicial.
sound
Everybody
analysis,
agrees in the
what
courtroom that this
occurred
happened.
first, the kick to the face by jump kick man to my client, or the first gunshot?
Based on my analysis, the kick to the face occurred prior to the gunshot.
And
I saw a
after
difference.
that was Kyle's first shot in the second event, correct?
If I'm understanding the question correctly, after the kick, the first shot in the second event occurred. That is correct.
Okay, and that happens, I mean, thousandths of a second after. They're very close in time, correct?
They're absolutely very close in time.
Shot number 1, using that first shot at jump kick man as the 0 shot, how much time elapsed from the 0 shot to Kyle Rittenhouse second shot at jump kick man?
From the beginning time of shot 1 in the second event till the point of shot 4 was 5.468 seconds.
Are you looking at the exhibit?
I am. And maybe I'm misunderstanding your
Yeah.
question.
I have the amount of time elapsing from
Whoa, objection.
the 0
needed.
shot to the second shot.
I think
No,
I
he's
know
not
what's
going where I
here.
thought I was.
Kyle's second shot in that event. I'm crossing references and I apologize.
To make this as clear as possible, the first shot in the second event between that time and the fourth shot in the second event is 2.933 seconds.
Yeah, but they're mixing up two things there, I think.
It's so confusing and boring.
He wants to get the distance from the kick to the second shot in that flurry.
And how many of shots were fired in event number 2 in total?
For the shots from what's been attributed to Kyle Rittenhouse, 4.
Okay. And the timing between each shot. So Kyle Rittenhouse, and I'll keep it constant. Kyle Rittenhouse shot 1 is at the 0 time, correct?
If we use that as a 0 timer starting point, we will call that 0.
Okay. Kyle Rittenhouse shot number 2, which was directed at jump kick man, how long after shot 1?
0.602 seconds.
Shot number 3, which is the strike, excuse me, the shot to Anthony Huber. How long was that shot after shot number 2?
1.933.
And the last shot, or Mr. Huber's shot to Anthony, H. Grosquist's shot was how much time?
Okay, and I'm going to back up on this because I want to make sure this is absolutely clear for the court. Again, 2.933. In one case, we're talking the gap or time between shots. What I just relayed was the time between shots. The total time of all shots was, again, my first answer, 5.468. So this is just clarification for the court.
So from kick to the face to
So the
fourth shot.
total of this event of of shots fired is 5.468 seconds.
That is correct.
And that
Insanely
event
fast.
ends at
Yeah.
screen 27. You just rolled this.
I have 26.
Okay. Which is shot number 4. KRS4.
This doesn't have to be this boring. This could be done in a way that's interesting and
Right.
engaging. He's just not doing it.
And this is not the expert's fault because he has to answer the questions in the way that Richards is
Go ahead.
asking.
No, this is
wanna
this is
play
on
yours?
Richards.
Yeah, if you back up about
Yeah.
2 seconds.
And do you want to play it in this size or back to normal?
That size is fine in a factor of half or quarter speed.
During the foundational parts where he was given a lot of leeway to sort of explain things, he did a really good job, I thought.
Yeah, his witness is clearly good at this.
Yeah.
That would be at normal speed.
He thinks it's relevant the distance between the time frame between each shot as opposed to just from point 1 to the 4th shot, the kick to the head to the bicep. That's the relevant time frame.
From approximately the same
Yeah, they
point,
need to just play the video straight
slow
through.
down.
Go.
Yeah.
Right.
And then
much,
how long was
much
this?
shorter
How long
testimony
was that?
also. You don't need to drag this whole thing out, as you're all pointing out. How long a time was it between this first shot from jump kick guy and Gage Grosskreutz arm?
See if
being
Kyle
vaporized?
racks the gun. I haven't seen it. I have never seen him rack the
He's
gun.
not. He did not. He's also not pointing it at him. You see the angle? He's not. It was never pointed at Gage.
He
It
never
was
racked
never
that gun.
I don't
either.
see it. I don't
Go
see
forward
him
until
charging
Mr.
that.
Rittenhouse gets up.
His
For a
hand
half
doesn't
hour
leave the
yesterday.
grip.
He got Kyle to admit that he was aiming his AR-15 at him, which was not true. It was a lie.
At his
It was
feet.
it was a lie of deception of perception of the angle of the picture. But he was
He
not.
should have said I was aiming at his feet because another man just kicked me in the face.
But it wasn't aimed at his feet. That's my
It was a
point.
joke.
It was aimed at the.
It's
I know, but it's getting me.
They should-
I'm so agitated that Kyle admitted to something that wasn't true.
From an optics perspective for the defense, they should not be
Based on
continuing
your
to play this
video
in slow motion.
analysis, after this time,
Agreed,
does
Viva.
Mr.
Yeah.
Rittenhouse fire his
Everything here is
weapon
just
anymore?
bad. Poor presentation.
No.
And from here, Mr. Rittenhouse leaves and continues north down Sheridan Road until he gets to a police officer squad, correct?
Yes, sir.
And from that time in getting up until he arrives at the police squad car to surrender, how much time is that?
They're trying to show how fast this happens, and they're making it take an hour.
I completely agree. Like that's the thing that I
Doing
don't
quick
know
math,
if they understand
this
what
is
they're
stupid.
doing, but I feel like it's the opposite effect of what they're trying to go for.
Approximately 1 minute and 26
Just
and
play,
about 3/4 second.
play the
Yeah,
So
play it
video.
once.
126.75.
Just
Approximately. That's just doing quick
play
math.
the
Understood.
175 seconds.
Now, you were in court yesterday to hear the testimony and cross-examination of Kyle Rittenhouse, correct?
I was.
And you observed the demonstration that the state put on in showing frames 476 to 500 in the BG of the scene video, correct?
I did.
And 476 to 500 is how many frames per second?
Well, depending on the video that they were showing, my understanding, if my recollection is correct, is they had told us that it was 30 frames per second.
Okay. And at 30 frames per second, that would have been less than a half second of actual action that are broken down into stills, correct?
Again, the numbers being 476, is that correct?
476 to 500.
Right, so that would be 24 frames at 30 frames per second. If it was 30 frames per second, it would be approximately 3/4 of a second.
How about you
And
just play the video so we can see how
Doctor,
fast that goes by?
When one looks at video as a depiction of an event, does that necessarily show what the actors in that video were observing?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. This is beyond the scope of the court's order.
This is the video that.
The short answer is it's impossible for it to do that. Describing it to you the best way that I can. Imagine, well, you were just doing it. All of you were looking at a video screen, a depiction. It's a known focal length from you, yet you can see from maybe, if I go halfway between the jury, about 12 feet, and that stays constant. And then you look from that distance all the way out to 50 yards. Everything in that frame is at the same exact moment of clarity, but your eyes can't do that.
This is
The
actually
other
good
thing is you're
testimony.
looking at
Should have
two
opened
actors
with this.
in this case.
I like this
maybe
expert.
5 or 10 actors that you were
Unfortunately,
looking at,
it's
depending on what
sandwiched
each one
in the
of
middle
you
of a lot of
chose to look at.
bunk.
So the video can't
Unfortunately,
tell
he's
you
being
what
questioned by
each one of you
Richards.
were looking at. And it can't tell you what either actor in there was looking at, attending to, nor perceiving. Putting that in its context, though, video has absolute benefit to an analyst to help us understand what was objectively occurring. And that's the way that we use it. And that's, in my argument, the way it should be used. But it also has potential limitations. And I think you actually heard Senior Examiner Armstrong speak to some of those limitations. Camera movement, movement of people, lighting. So for example, we can brighten it up a little bit or clarify it. You can't do that with your eyes. So the short answer is video has great value, but it is not the experience or the perception of the people involved in the event. It can't be.
What is the difference?
Should have
between
opened
video
with
is
that.
two-dimensional
Yes.
Yes, sir.
and reality is three-dimensional?
At a minimum.
Okay. And how
Not
does
that
that
I'm funny,
not
though.
translate, if you can opine on
There
that?
are 4 dimensions,
Absolutely.
Runkle.
So for the members of the jury, if you were to just take and pick a point that's maybe about 6 feet in front of you, maybe on Madam Court Reporter's desk, and you were also to pick a point over here and look at it, I want you to have both of those points in perfect clarity at the same time. Now what I want you to do is I'm holding up my glasses, so I've already told you what it is, but I want everybody to sort of look at the same point you picked on Madam Court Reporter's desk, and then while you're completely focusing on that, tell me when my glasses drop. We can see that in the video. We have the luxury of hindsight. We have the luxury of going back and taking a single frame. Think about this, 30 frames per second. The blink of an eye is approximately 1/3 of a second. In the blink of an eye, 3 frames have gone by. And we will sit here and examine a frame for moments, minutes, who knows how long an
Here you
examiner
go.
looks at it. That's not wrong. We should be doing that. That's due diligence. But we also have to remember what was the limitation of the actors involved. What were they looking at? What could they have even have seen? What were they attending to? What was happening to them? This goes back to the area of sense making that you heard the counsel speak to. And then more importantly, when we get done with it, we bring it back up to normal speed and say that's the best it could get, regardless of all the slow motion we do to it, enhancing of video levels, clarification, light, all those types of things.
Lastly, Doctor,
Crystal clear.
the shots in event
Should have been
one
his opening
took
question, and they should have
less than
redone
1
it
second,
as the
approximately
last question.
3/4 of a second.
Yes.
Yeah.
Approximately 3/4 of a second.
And the events, event number 2, the 4 shots in event number 2 took a total of 2.93 seconds, correct?
That's incorrect. They took a total of 5.468.
I apologize.
2.933 was the time between the third and the fourth shot.
So the total between the 2 events of shooting is less than 7 seconds.
It's less than 6 seconds.
Are you asking if you were to put both those 2 figures together?
Yes,
Yeah, it's about 6.5 seconds.
I have nothing further.
But play the damn video, though. Just play
Yeah,
it.
why would you not play the full 2?
And end it with the video, so
175
that's the
seconds.
last visual.
Wow.
Yeah.
So he made the point, but it could have been made with a more poignant grand
Doing
finale.
it with words is one thing, but when
Do
you
you
can
want
do it
this
with
off screen,
visual, it's always better.
No, you can leave it up. That's fine. Thank
If
you.
only he had some video available to him that he could show them.
You indicated earlier that your law enforcement experience was in the state of Oregon. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
You have never worked as a law enforcement officer in the state of Wisconsin?
No, I'm not.
And you were retained by the
Does
defense
time flow
to,
differently in
provide
Wisconsin?
expert opinions in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you are
Well,
being
it does
compensated
in
for that?
my
Yes, sir.
cousin
What
Vinny.
is your hourly rate?
It varies somewhere between,
600.
for certain tasks, $160 an hour, and other tasks up to $480 an hour.
And for your testimony here right
They
now.
always bring
are
up
you
how much they
being,
pay him.
Are you billing at a rate
Always.
of $480 an hour?
No, sir, I'm billing at a rate of
It shows he's a hired gun.
$320 an hour to be here in court?
Yes, sir.
How much are you
Oh,
charging,
that's actually
Binger? Oh,
pretty
you don't
cheap.
get paid.
I thought it was gonna be
that's
He only gets paid like 63 grand a year, actually.
He has a 43-page CV.
Indicated
Usually,
that
you think it's
when
$20
you
a page.
timed the gap in time between what we are referring to as the Zeminski shot, that's the first gunshot in the incident between the defendant and Joseph Rosenbaum. You're familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir, I am.
The time between that and the defendant's first shot at Joseph Rosenbaum, you timed that at, I believe you said, about 2 3/4 seconds. Is that correct?
And I can bring it up exactly if you want.
Yeah, could you
Is that
please?
helpful?
Hey, and by the way, expert, play the video, despite the fact that Richard didn't ask you to, so we can just see it in 2.75 seconds.
He's gonna have
So here you can see the first shot over here where my cursor is moving at
Someone in the-
24.61.
Someone
And
on
then the
Twitter
first
said
shot here
that Binger
at
should just say no
27.25.
cross and let it rest because it was so boring.
Obviously, if you go
He
out
said,
to the
don't worry,
hundreds, you'll see it
Binger
down
will
here
find a
where
way
my
to talk
cursor is
himself
moving.
out of winning.
And I can take a look at my notes, but it would be the
Yeah, I was gonna
time
say-
between those two. So again, approximately two
This
and
is a war of
3/4,
attrition of terrible
thereabouts.
attorneys.
They're both fighting each other's case.
And you have also broken down the gap in time between the defendant's fourth shot to Joseph Rosenbaum and the time in which that first person comes up behind him and swings at his head. Do you understand those two events that I'm describing?
Swings at his head. He doesn't kick.
If it's helpful, your observation, so on the list of observations you have, observation 11 is shot number 4 to Joseph Rosenbaum. Do you see that?
Right, so if I understand correctly, we're asking for the time between 11 and 15?
Yes.
Okay.
Binger's going to allow this expert to really clarify what he ought to have done in chief.
Critical
I'm glad you're doing
mistakes.
the math for me,
He
by the
should have
way.
hit his.
I'm about to bring my calculator up in front of the screen for you guys.
He should have hit his rates or whatever, and then
Putting
just
that aside
ended
one
it.
point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even the rates, everybody
And-
knows that they're getting paid. It would be weirder if they weren't getting paid. Were they doing it?
Well,
'cause they
hold
have
on,
a
though.
personal vendetta?
Well, the jury doesn't necessarily know that. This may be their first time serving on a jury.
And the
Maybe
thing
their
is that
first time with an expert witness.
and juries always begrudge experts how much they're getting paid because you know if you've got somebody who's working and making $100 a day and they hear that this guy's making $300 an hour, they're like, wait, you made how much to sit here today?
They shouldn't have paid him per hour.
So rough math again, about 1 minute 48 seconds thereabouts.
Should have paid him by the
So
frame.
It takes approximately 1 minute and 48
Well, Binger's
seconds
about to go frame by
between the
frame,
time
I
that
bet
the
you.
defendant shoots Joseph Rosenbaum the fourth time and the time that the first person on the street makes, shall we say, physical
Kicks him in the
contact
head.
with Mr. Rittenhouse?
You can
And
say
I
it.
apologize.
No, the
was
swing is the
doing
first
the
thing.
time between
Oh.
number 14. So the time between, and just to make sure we're correct, 15 is the observation you're referring to, correct?
Yes,
And the time between observation 11.
yes. If it's helpful, Doctor, I'm doing rough math in my head. It appears to be roughly 59 seconds, about a minute.
48
That sound about right?
Thank you for clarifying, Binger.
So about a minute passes between.
Oh, Nick.
As I was-
Nick,
my
come on, what
God.
you do?
Come on.
This was the most interesting.
This is the
part of
problem with
examination.
PBS.
God, they were the chosen one. They were supposed to be the one that was working.
Let's do a fun drive for PBS.
Just a second.
You played a video in association with observation 16. Do you have the ability to access that video on the screens right now?
I do, sir.
Do you have the ability to show us metadata associated with this video?
This is the stuff you didn't want in there. The metadata
Do
is
you
right there.
know who recorded this video?
I'd have to go take a look for the initial video that I took it out from. It will be in my notes.
Do you have those notes with you?
I'd have to go into the digital notes on this in front of everybody. But I can find it for you, and it will be included in the report that was asked for earlier.
Okay. Let's come back to that. Let's keep going. And you also played
Are we
for
questioning
us
authenticity now, Binger?
a 1/4 speed video. Well, the second incident of
Stephen Coleman.
the second incident is the one that, for the purposes of describing it, we're talking about the second incident being the one in which the defendant fires 2 shots at an unknown assailant who's trying to kick him in the face, 1 shot into the chest of Anthony Huber, and 1 shot into the arm of Gage Grosskreutz. That's the second event that we're talking about, correct?
Correct. And if we're talking about that, would be the start of the video that you saw.
And this is a video that we've also referred to as the BG on the scene video, is that right?
Yeah, BGO on the scene. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you had the ability to show us this video zoomed in and at 1/4 speed, is that right?
Well, it's not zoomed in as you see it here, but yes, I do have that ability.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. You have the ability with your software to do that as it plays?
As it plays, yes, sir.
Okay. So, for example, the one that's up on the screen right now, that is the normal speed version? Or is this the slowed down?
That would be the slowed, and the light levels have been also been
Yeah, let's
enhanced.
show the normal speed.
Okay. And the version that we've got on the screen right now, that's 1/4 speed?
That would be 1/4 speed, yes, sir.
And is this video that you've got on the screen something where you could play it for us right now,
Regular speed.
starting at the point we see on the screen, all the way past where the defendant shoots Mr. Grosskreutz at
Yep.
1/4 speed?
Yes, sir, I can.
Can you do that for us, please?
Yes, sir.
Good Lord, Law and Crime has this turned up really loud. We get a lot of background fuzz.
Yep. No, nothing self-defensey looking about this. I mean, anybody looking at that and thinking he wasn't afraid for his life.
Grab the gun.
Skateboard on the head.
Start
Skateboard
to
the
run.
head. Surrounded. Oh, look at
Can you
Grosskreutz.
pause here, please, Doctor? At this moment in the video, do you have the ability to zoom in so that we can see even clearer the area between the defendant and Mr. Grosskreutz?
Oh, look, his hand's on the gun.
Could you move it maybe just a little bit to the right so we can also see? Yeah, right in there. Is that
Something like
is
that.
it something
Oh, yeah,
where
yeah,
you'll be able to
not
keep
on-
the
not on
video
Kyle, just to the
centered
right.
on that location?
I can. You'll see me moving to do it, but I can do it as I'm moving. There'll be a little bit of a jag. It's not going to be smooth.
Would you be able to play from this point and try and keep it in as zoomed, as clear, as close as possible so we can see the defendant and Mr. Grosskreutz? Do you understand what I'm asking?
The goal
Oh, yeah,
would be
yeah.
to keep this and this in frame at the speed that's being played.
Yes,
Yeah.
could you do that for us, please?
I swear to you, Binger is
See his gun.
yep. Pointed down, hands up.
Sideways. Hands coming down.
See, that was this.
Oh,
this-
now's my chance. And
No re-rack.
It's not
No
me.
guns in
re-rack.
his hand.
Coming forward.
Gage goes
Oh.
in,
Pause right there, please.
Oh,
dusts him.
Look at the guy
Why
in the
would he
back.
do that?
Just think of what that guy in the back has just been sprayed with.
Now, Dr. Black,
Arm.
if I can look at your Exhibit 142,
You can actually
you
see
have
him
a number of
from-
observation points there. I think there are a total of 31 of them on this list. Do you have that in front of you still?
why did Binger think that would
I
help
do.
the prosecution?
And
I don't know. I have no idea.
This is his first day. Come on.
observation point number 8 is the first
He was
shot
just rebooted this morning.
that the defendant fires at Joseph Rosenbaum. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
He was determined to
And
make the point.
observation number 26 is the final shot that the defendant fires at Mr. Grosskreutz, correct?
Also correct.
Can you tell us the amount of time that passes between the first shot, observation number 8 to Joseph Rosenbaum, and the final shot to Mr. Grosskreutz, which is observation number 26?
Well, it's going to be 1 minute and 45 seconds.
I can, and again, and just make sure that I have the numbers again. We're looking for
Item 4.
observation 26, correct? As the stop point. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And your start point one more time, please.
Observation 8 to observation 26.
Who's doing the math? 1 minute and 44 seconds.
Oh,
Joe?
flexing your cool Canadian math skills.
I don't know, Joe. You want to
1 minute and 20 seconds.
What? Huh?
Oh, you're
minute
wrong.
In that 1 minute and approximately 1 minute and 20 seconds, the defendant fires all 8 shots that we see. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That was
You
not the
indicated
answer.
also you've measured the time between the the 2 shots that the defendant fires at the person who jumps and tries to kick him in the face.
Yes, sir.
And you indicated that the gap between that first shot to that individual and the second shot to that individual was 0.602 seconds.
Yes, sir.
So approximately 0.6 of a second.
Yes, sir.
Now, you also have the ability with the software that you're using to give us the data that's generated by that software. There's a separate report you can generate as part of that. Is that fair to say?
For part of it, what's referred to as a workflow report. So basically, the actions that I took upon a piece of video, the workflow, whether it's enlargement or these type of things, those can be generated.
And do you have the ability to generate that here today if you wanted to?
It would take a little bit of time. I can generate it. I wouldn't say that I could generate it today. I'd probably have to do it during the evening, but I can get them generated.
Okay, and that would show us the work that you've done to modify, edit, or do anything to the videos that we're showing in this, in what you've testified to so far, correct?
Yes, between the notes, as in if I write down a parent file, and then this was changed from 30 frames per second to 7.5, using nearest neighbor with a crop like this, I'd be able to do that.
Okay. And you indicated earlier that you're being paid hourly for this. How much in total so far have you billed the defense for the work you've done in this case?
12,000.
Estimated at probably a little over $9,000.
Your Honor,
Really? That's a lot?
we asked earlier for some data that he can generate for us. I'd like to see that before I finish my examination of this witness.
Someone in the chat says, "Thank goodness Kyle has Binger."
Yeah, really.
Okay, well,
We could put on a different witness while that's
that'd be
happening.
great.
Is that acceptable?
Yes, thank you.
9,000
the
is not
stream.
all that much.
Mr.
Really.
Philip Ellison, Michigan attorney extraordinaire. How's it going, sir?
Not too bad. How are you guys? I've been enjoying watching you guys rip on these poor litigators here on their first day of work.
Amateur hour.
I saw you arguing for the legislator about that bill change, and you were doing some fine work there yourself.
Well, we try our best. It's like trying to bend stiff wooden boards. It feels like most days, but yet we continue.
Yes.
The trick to bending wood is you got to get it soft got to get it wet first.
Oh my God,
No,
Viva.
I meant that as an actual metaphor, people.
You were the
I meant
pure
that as
one
an
at one
actual
point.
metaphor.
So I may have teed that one up completely wrong here for this particular group. So
Or correctly.
So to the chat, I've been trying to rebalance the audio based on the new stream feed because we're getting a lot of background noise from the court. Law and Crime has the gain on. They have a post feed gain boost, which is distorting everything.
the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
And by the way, like $9,000. If this guy's in court every day, I mean, a day in court typically is $2,000, and it's not that. It's not obscene or shocking.
It sounds like a lot to someone
I want
making
that guy's telephone number
$12
and
an
email.
hour.
He's a bargain at 9,000.
Yeah.
Hold on, it's $30 an
So
hour
who,
at McDonald's now.
who is this witness?
We'll find out in just a second.
Oh, I thought they were already. So, okay.
The chat's about to start simping for this witness, I think, though.
100%.
She's a detective of some kind.
Joke.
Doesn't look like she wants to be there. That's just based on posture.
Right, detective OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Joe, not acceptable. This is
I
a
would know
professional and mature stream. How dare you, good sir?
Oh, is she a policeman? Someone in the chat said a cop.
Yeah, she's a detective, or she's a
Okay.
police officer. She's got a badge hanging.
And
If you were the chat, you
Please
saw the
state your
badge
name, spelling
first.
your last name for the record.
Lady cop.
Officer Brittany Bray, last name spelled B-R-A-Y.
Officer, were you employed by the Kenosha Police Department on August 25th, 26th of 2020?
Yes, sir.
And in the early morning hours of the 26th, did you have an occasion to collect some evidence?
Yes, sir.
And directing your attention to what we're referring to as event number 2 or crime scene number 2 on Sheridan Road. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Now, if I show you some exhibits, be able to tell me if you're familiar with them?
Yep.
Just take a look at those and see.
Yes, I'm familiar with all of them.
Okay, and what are they?
They are shell casings.
And are they all the same caliber?
Yes, sir.
And are they all the same make or brand?
Yes, they are.
And those were found in the middle of Sheridan Road?
Correct.
And did you find or log into evidence any unfired bullets at that location of that caliber and that brand?
No.
If there had been an unfired bullet matching those empty shell casings, is that something you would have taken as evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. Move those exhibits into evidence. Go. Now the bullets and the gun, please. What's that?
I'm just gonna say it. I am embarrassed for the chat right now. Very, very embarrassed.
I think people need to be married for long enough. That part of your brain shuts off immediately, or at least shortly thereafter.
And let me tell you, lady cops are overrated. I can tell you from experience.
Viva, are you an expert? Are you an expert in this field?
Misogynistic statement. Some
Viva,
very,
how
very
how
fine
much were you paid
female
for your
police
expert
officers out there.
testimony just now, Viva?
I would be. No one would be able to honeypot. Is it honey trap or honeypot?
Honeypot.
No one would. I would be not honeypot.
Legal mindset knows.
Yeah, legal's heard that term many times.
Tell us
now
more.
the question is, how much is Binger going to screw this up in cross for? Is
All
he
of
gonna
it.
ask any questions?
All of it. All the screw up.
But might an expended cartridge? It could have been stolen from the scene, right? That could have happened.
So for everyone, and to clarify for myself as well, this is to prove that there was no re-rack popping out of a unspent bullet from the AR.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit defense. Can you read the number for me? I take out of my glasses.
Sure. 983.
Defense 146.
146. There you go.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is a 40 caliber Glock 27 that I collected on scene.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last part of what you said.
Sure, sorry. It's a Glock 27 40 caliber handgun I collected at the scene.
Okay, you collected that on Sheridan Road on the 26th?
Correct.
And it is still in the same condition and box you put it in?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as defense exhibit 147. Could you tell me what that is?
It is the magazine that was collected near the gun.
Okay, is that magazine loaded?
It is,
Did you ever determine how many bullets were in that magazine?
I believe, 9.
Is that on the label?
The amount of bullets?
Yeah.
No.
And lastly, Defense Exhibit 148. Could you tell me what that is?
This is going to be the unfired 40 caliber round I found near the gun.
Okay, so there was an unfired round D148 found in the same area as the shells that were in the magazine and the Glock, correct?
Correct.
And did you ever look to see if they were the same make and model?
I did.
Were they?
Yes.
So, might sound like an obvious question or a stupid question, but you at a crime scene, if you find an unfired bullet, you pick that up.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Okay.
Good.
Cross-examine.
Short and sweet and to the point.
That's all you need.
Yep.
Bam, bam. Thank you, ma'am.
And you
You
got to be
should take
careful
notes.
with police because
No.
they tend to want to favor or they want to favor the prosecution usually.
I received.
Yeah, he should
for
take
to-
notes on how he conducted this testimony and apply it literally everywhere else.
Re-rack means reload.
No, not necessarily.
Charge the AR-15, empty the chamber, and put another round
morning,
into
Officer
the
Frei.
Morning.
chamber.
Did you collect any other guns or evidence? Well, let me put it this way: any other guns than what you've just testified to?
No.
Are you familiar with AR-15s?
Yes.
How are you familiar with them?
I own them. I've shot them. I've trained with them.
Have you ever had an experience where one has jammed on you?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
You have to clear it, usually to rack the slide back to eject the jam, whatever the round is that's jammed in there. Send it forward, and another bullet would go into the chamber.
When you have to eject whatever's in the chamber, the thing that's being ejected, is that a spent shell casing or is it
Could
an
be either
unfired?
or.
I always
Could
hate
be
when they
either or.
do this. They're trying to reuse a lay
We
witness
need to make sure we're not
essentially
talking at the
for
same time
expert
for the benefit of the
testimony.
court reporter.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
I could go on a rant about
in your
this.
experience, have you ever had a situation in which you have pulled the trigger, the round has fired, but the spent shell casing did not automatically eject like it
This
should?
is a good
Yes.
line of questioning.
And then that process you've described would be the way of ejecting that spent shell casing?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Yeah, that is exactly what he needed to do.
Yep,
Point
that-
out that this could be a failure to eject rather than anything else.
So he did re-rack. Yeah. So that was a competent direct and competent cross, and no one confused what side they were on. I'm
Yeah.
confused.
I think
It's
we're
really
watching
more
the wrong
video.
trial.
He should show her the video of Kyle sitting there all slow mode that we just watched and ask her if she sees a re-rack
Well,
action.
To a layperson, ignoramus like myself, you would see something pop out of the chamber, spent or unspent, correct?
Not
Yeah,
necessarily.
you would also.
If it was a failure to
And he's
feed, then
bringing
you
out the
wouldn't.
gun.
You would see the arm.
Well,
you
failure
would, you
to
would
feed
see
means
him.
that-
Sorry, go ahead, Viva.
No, I was just saying. So failure to feed would mean that
The magazine spring didn't push a round up into
Okay.
the chamber.
So you fire,
Notice
it
we previously
ejects,
marked
but it doesn't
as exhibit
properly
28.
chamber another round. So
Not
you've got
this
an empty
specific gun,
chamber.
but are you familiar
at
with
that
guns
point.
like this type?
Yes.
And if one
If there was
had
an
a
empty chamber,
jam
how
or had
did
to
he shoot
clear,
gate?
one would pull back. Put him up to it
There you go.
But
Yep.
again,
Right
you
here.
would-
Correct.
Yeah.
is he going to show the video now?
No,
And
he's
that
going to get her to
would-
demonstrate with the actual firearm.
Eject.
Can you do it
bullet
over
that
and
was
over,
here,
ma'am?
correct?
Correct.
Ma'am, can you
And
do it
I've
over
got
and
a
over?
standard
Just
ruler that I was
kidding.
provided by the court
Well, now in slow
from the
motion.
back of where the charger sits to the end of it, 4 inches. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
And to clear the weapon, you have to take it
You
all
call
the way
it
back.
4
and
inches.
pull
I
all the
call
way
it
forward.
6.
Yes.
Good enough in Wisconsin.
Which is a very obvious movement, correct?
It's only 4 inches because it was cold.
Yes.
Very obvious movement. Takes time.
One briefly. So
I hate when they let
you
police
just
officers
fired
testify
that
as if
gun,
they're experts on
and
firearms
that
because
It's
they
spent
Finland's
shell
back
casing
door.
didn't
Finland's
properly
been
eject.
backdooring this the whole
Eject, rather.
trial.
What would happen if you pulled the trigger then?
It
Again,
would go click. It wouldn't go bang.
so in order to fire the gun
Quote of the day,
the
right
second time
there.
after that, you would have to do that re-racking. Is
Yes.
that right?
Correct.
And then if there were ammunition in the magazine, it would load another round and the gun would be ready to fire.
Correct.
That's all I have.
Let me step down.
And again, on the video, it never happened, but they're not going to have anybody testify to that video. That's part of the problem.
Right,
Did Kyle not testify to that though?
He did.
He did.
He said he didn't. He said he didn't re-rec.
Okay.
But
So,
they
I mean,
should have
if-
had
if-
someone, since the state has done it the whole time, have literally anybody
Wait.
say, "Oh, I observed this video." Sure, VC's calling the next witness. Thank God.
Yeah, sure. So
I like Shirafisi, I gotta say.
we all do.
I was
Everybody-
confused for a second. I thought maybe Bray was still on the stand.
No, they
I was
had her
con-
step
I was-
down.
Yeah, because that's obviously the person that does the direct will do the redirect and the redirect in this case.
Did somebody comment on the tactical decision of Rittenhouse's tie?
Yes,
I think it was a strange choice.
First
By
real
the way-
law school, you get rid of those.
Sherifizi looks like Guy Laliberté, the founder of Cirque du Soleil. That's who it's for anyone who's from Quebec or know who Guy Laliberté is. That's
All
his
six
People
daughter.
in the chat
in
have
the chat.
people have
All
been
six
in the
people
chat
in
have
the
been
chat
saying
approve
Bezos.
Yeah, Bezos maybe a little bit too.
No, he looks
Lex
like
Luthor?
GSP before he got swole. That's
Please
the
don't
true
name and spell your
Canadian
last
hero.
name.
My name is Frank Andrew Hernandez, also known as Drew Hernandez.
Oh, this is good.
Publicly.
This is gonna be good.
My last name Hernandez.
Okay. And Mr. Hernandez, can you tell us a little bit of your background in terms of what you do for work?
So I'm a professional commentator on Real America's Voice. I commentate on the news. I commentate on what's in pop culture on a daily basis. And I also do on-the-ground reporting, specifically on protests and the 2020 riots.
And as it relates to the your on-the-ground kind of reporting is what I'm interested in. Were you in Kenosha on the evening of August 25th of 2020?
Yes.
And were you there to cover what was happening with the civil unrest in Kenosha?
Yes.
And were you able to do that with some type of video equipment?
I use my iPhone and I also use a body cam. And specifically on this night, that's what I was using to document the riots.
Now, after the 25th, I don't want to know where you live, but you don't live in Kenosha. Is that
No.
fair?
No.
Was there a time after the 25th that someone from law enforcement had reached out to you to try to get a hold of some of the information that you had through video?
Yes, I don't remember his name specifically, but a detective did reach out to me.
Okay. If I said it was Detective Ben Antaramian or Detective Martin Howard, does that do anything?
One of
for
the
you?
two. He identified himself from Kenosha.
And were you able to make connection in some form or fashion with those law enforcement officers?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just briefly explain kind of how that went down?
So they requested all the footage that I had, and they sent me a Dropbox link that was not sufficient. It only had, I don't know, not enough memory because the body cam footage is, geez, over 50 videos. But the reason why I wasn't able to follow up was because I was covering all the riots last year. I was in Portland, Seattle, Washington, D.C., was all over the country, so I just lost track.
So is it fair to say after the civil unrest in Kenosha, your employment then took you to cover other things going on around the United States?
Yes.
And so if I have it right, you and law enforcement had kind of not been able to connect for some period of time after that.
Yes.
Was there a period of time then closer to today or this trial that you were able to do that?
Yes, I did that through my attorney.
And were you able then to provide to both Mr. Rittenhouse's lawyers and the prosecution a full set of the videos that you had mentioned that you had taken?
Yes.
Where is this going?
And so my questions to you initially will be this. Were you kind of working by yourself that evening, or were you working with a team, or what?
Yes, last year I was working independently by myself.
And is it fair to say that on that night you didn't know who Kyle Rittenhouse was?
No.
I don't know if you've heard this, but there's been other people mentioned
Mr. Rosenbaum, were you aware of who that was?
No.
Were you aware of Mr. Huber or Mr. Grosskreutz?
No.
Okay, so you had no knowledge of any of these people prior to August 25th?
Nope.
Fair? Okay. So looking back now, understanding you're familiar with who Mr. Rittenhouse is now, correct?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to look back on your videos to see if you had captured Mr. Rittenhouse on video, had any type of contact with him in any way?
I have had no contact with Kyle Rittenhouse, but I have looked at footage to just go over it, yes.
And does your footage capture any, excuse me, any contact, maybe not personal contact, but anything that you saw Mr. Rittenhouse doing that evening?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
So Antifa and the rioters were going head to head with the police in front of the courthouse. And as they were doing so, the police then responded. I believe they called an unlawful assembly of some sort because Antifa had their riot shields out. They were throwing rocks at the police officers. They were even trying to get inside of the hood of one of the police vehicles. And this is all documented on footage that I submitted as well. But to answer your question, when the rioters were being dispersed further down Sheridan towards the car source dealerships down the street, the rioters were grabbing concrete slabs. They were throwing them on the floor to create more rocks and to throw them at police officers. They were launching fireworks and other explosives that I couldn't identify. But as they were being pushed down the street, they passed car source 2. And the rioters identified individuals with long arm rifles on top of the building. And they immediately attempted to agitate them, to try and start some conflict with them, saying, "You ain't the police, you ain't the police." The rioters initiated that conflict.
Object, Your Honor, move to strike. He's speculating as to the intent of people.
Overruled.
Overruled. Initiating a conflict isn't a speculation to intent.
Proceed by question and answer.
Very good. Okay. So my question is this. Did you see, in reviewing your videos, did you see Mr. Rittenhouse on the 25th?
Yes, and then at that point, Kyle Rittenhouse came out of car source 2 and he attempted to de-escalate the situation.
Okay, so if I have this right, we've been all doing this for almost 2 weeks now. But this is the car source 2 or car doctor.
This guy's great for Kyle
this
so
is the
far.
place you're talking about?
Yes.
I want to see how he holds up on
that
cross.
is the first time that you had observed
He looks sturdy.
Mr. Rittenhouse.
He's going to do well on
Yes.
cross.
Right. And you had said that
confidence in this
you had saw him come out from inside the building.
Yes, it appeared
He
to
might
be.
not if he faced a real cross,
And
but
did you
It's Bingo.
hear?
yeah.
Did you just see him, or did you hear anything he was saying?
I just saw him.
And what did it, to you, what did it appear that he was doing?
In the video, Kyle has his hands like this, and he is saying something, but I can't identify what he's saying. But he clearly attempts to de-escalate the situation, and he actually is successful because the rioters then disperse.
During that evening, I know that you said you
Super
didn't
speculative
know who
about what he was
but
attempting
did
to
you,
do.
And looking back at your videos, have an opportunity to observe
You're
someone
muted,
that
Legal
evening,
Bites.
Mr. Rosenbaum.
Yes.
And
Dang it.
do you
Forgot.
recall? Just tell me where you saw him originally, if you can.
The first time I saw Mr. Rosenbaum was when the police were pushing the rioters back to the gas station on Sheridan, Ultimate, I believe. And Mr. Rosenbaum was pushing a flaming dumpster on fire into police vehicles that were occupied by officers and human beings.
He was busy.
Well, this is good.
Mr. Hernandez, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 149. Can you identify that? Tell me what that is, a photo of?
This is a photo of the event I just described.
Okay. And does that photograph, that's a still photograph of a video that you took? Is that
Yes.
Right? All right. I'm going to ask that you look to your left.
Okay.
And if you can play that, can you tell me if that's what you captured?
Is Drew Hernandez known for being conservative?
Is that the video that you're talking about with Mr. Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you just back it up for a second? That's good. there's a person who's putting out that dumpster fire, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall, or can you tell whether or not that person, at least visibly, was armed?
Not at the time.
You couldn't tell if that person was armed?
No.
Did you see, I'll ask it to you this way, that's probably a bad question. Did you see a weapon on that person?
No.
And can you just play the video then? After you captured that video, then was there other? Did you capture Mr. Rosenbaum then doing anything again after that video?
Yes, he immediately was triggered and aggravated because an individual.
Now, why do you say that?
Because you can even hear at the end of the video, Rosenbaum saying, "Why do you do that?" And right after this event is when they identified the individual with the fire extinguisher with the individuals with the rifles in the gas station, and their attention went from the police immediately to the individuals at the gas station.
So what I'm interested in is Mr. Rosenbaum.
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Rosenbaum do anything that kind of drew your attention after what we saw?
Absolutely. He led the charge into the gas station. He was getting physically aggressive. He appeared to be attempting to start a physical altercation with people in the gas station to the point where he was telling one of the individuals with a rifle, "Shoot me, N-word, shoot me, N-word," clearly attempting to start a physical altercation.
See, he's not too far to the right because he only said N-word.
Marked as one, I think it's 150. Can you tell? The jury
Unlike
what that
Binger.
This is right after the dumpster was put out, and Joseph Rosenbaum and other rioters around him begin to turn their attention onto the individuals with rifles at the Ultimate gas station.
This guy's going to be the missing link for a lot of the story that people don't know.
Yep.
Is that Mr. Rosenbaum that we see kind of will be on the right side of our screen?
Yes.
Would you say he's being a dick?
He's got to be restrained by the people behind him.
Nicely little hobbit there.
The guy in the yellow shirt looks like Officer Doofy from Scary Movie 2. I mean, he just
So you observed, that's you filming that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the last thing I'm going to ask you about is was there another time prior to the shooting of Mr. Rosenbaum that you observed Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Rittenhouse in the same location?
Yes.
And if you know, about how long before the shooting did you see that?
So after this scene at the gas station, there was another fire at a mechanic shop a block away. Went to go document that for about 20 minutes. And when I came back is when I saw Rosenbaum in the middle of the street lighting a trash can on fire with now his identity concealed with a t-shirt over his face.
Unfortunately, he was still 3 feet tall, so
I'm
he
going
was
to show you
recognizable.
And bald and or shaved head.
It looks like
Can
Mr.
you tell me what
Rosenbaum's
that
head is in the center of the frame. It's because I'm wearing
This
a body
is
cam
when I
down to
returned
my
to
solar plexus.
Sheridan after documenting the fire at the mechanic shop about a block away. And this is the beginning of when I see what I just described.
Okay. But, and I might have you stop it, so.
I just started following Drew Hernandez on Twitter.
Now, can you tell me, is this person right here? Do you know now that's Mr. Rosenbaum?
Yes.
I didn't have a question. Do you know now that?
That's Mr. The person in that video is Mr. Rosenbaum.
You imagine people live in these houses. Like, people just have to see this, have to live with this.
Viva, how many?
Now, was that
What? You're
Mr.
not
Did
okay
you
with
see Mr.
peaceful
Rosenbaum
burnings right in front of your
with that
house?
mask on that you had talked, the shirt wrapped around his head?
Yes.
And he appears to be walking, southbound on Sheridan?
Yes, towards Car Source 3.
Okay. Can you roll it again? You see this person right here?
Yes.
Does that person appear to be holding something in their hand?
Yes, that is a fire extinguisher.
Okay. And does that person appear to have on something on his hands or on their hands?
Yes, purple gloves.
No ears today.
Is this the person right here? I'm blurry right now. Is that the person that you saw carrying the fire extinguisher?
Yes.
With the purple gloves? Okay. Now, go ahead.
Why are they all walking this way? Isn't town like behind them?
If you know, or based on what you saw, did this person here with the fire extinguisher and purple gloves, did that person react to anybody else that you saw at this point that was walking in front of him?
No.
Okay. Did you see him at this point? Was he, in your opinion, did he say anything?
Yes, if you play the video further, I believe you could hear Kyle saying or requesting if anybody needs medical. And the reason why it may not be shown on this is because it's body cam, but I could see this with my own vision as I'm walking down the street.
Okay, go ahead.
Chin Chillbot says 70,000 viewers again, doing better than the actual news. Wrong. We are the actual
Now,
news.
at this point, it appears that
right.
here is
Legacy
me just-
media is lying about this case, and they can
Yeah,
get
if you back it
wrecked.
up a couple seconds, you'll see him even more clearly, and that is Joseph Rosenbaum, yes.
now. When he was walking down the street, headed south on Sheridan, he was ahead of Mr. Rittenhouse. Is that right?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Now, in this photograph or still a video, he appears to be behind him.
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you hear somebody say right?
Yes.
Were you able to ascertain or make out who said that?
At the time, no. No.
And you see, right, Joseph Rosenbaum running after Kyle Rittenhouse. Is that about as close to the incident as you get?
At the direct time of the shooting, yes.
Did you see what Joseph Rosenbaum was doing as he was chasing Kyle Rittenhouse?
So I was at the corner of the car source, and the first thing I did identify was that Rosenbaum was charging Kyle Rittenhouse from behind. And then as he's charging him into the car source parking lot, a firearm goes off. You can see it in the frame at the top of the car.
Can I ask you this? Stop you for a second.
Yeah.
Did you hear that real time?
Hear it and saw it in real time.
Okay, go ahead.
And as the first firearm goes off, Rosenbaum is already charging Kyle from behind, attempts to throw a bag at him, not sure what's inside of it. And Kyle is right at the corner, right there, car source, and turns around, and Rosenbaum is lunging towards him very clearly, and Kyle fires.
And do you see that with your eyes?
Yes.
Lunging towards him very
Your
clearly.
contact
Beautiful.
with Kyle that evening was just in terms of what you observed, I'm asking. Did you observe him acting in an aggressive manner to anyone that you observed?
In no way, shape, or form. The first time I saw Kyle, he actually de-escalated a situation.
Did you observe him at any time that evening pointing his firearm at anybody or threatening anybody with that firearm?
No.
Good, I would
Cross,
move.
cross.
I think it's 149 to 151, and I don't have any other questions from Mr. Hernandez.
Objection?
No.
Cross-examine.
Come on, give us fat luck.
I'm told the food is coming around 12:15, so why don't you go ahead now?
It's gonna be banger.
They say food is coming at 12:15 or 1:15.
I think it said 12:15.
Okay.
Just 10 minutes.
It's a lukewarm
Good
lunch
afternoon,
today.
Mr. Hernandez.
Good afternoon.
Where do you live normally?
I live in Arizona.
So you don't live in Kenosha?
No.
Don't live in Wisconsin?
Nope.
You came
Let's
up
go through all the
here
states.
because you wanted
He's
to
from
cover
Kenosha,
the
Arizona.
things that were going on
Iowa?
in Kenosha after the shooting of Jacob Blake. Is that fair to say?
The violent riots, yes.
The violent riots
Yeah.
by Antifa.
There were Black Lives Matter supporters. Antifa was present. This is all documented on video, yes.
This is always very
You-
scary
Oh,
because
he's
you
killed. He's
know,
gonna kill Binger.
sometimes
Made a lot
these
of
witnesses
videos
look
of,
bad because they look so
what
one-sided
you
after they do
consider
so
to
well
be
on the direct
Antifa
testimony.
and Black Lives Matter riots in Seattle, Portland, DC, other cities. Fair to say?
I haven't made them. I documented them.
Nice.
Well, did you record them?
Yes.
Okay, so when I said made, you recorded video,
Yep.
Dude,
and
You gotta-
that's
answer your
because
question.
you. And then you take that video and you post
I
it.
wonder if
on
Binger appreciates
where?
that this is a man who makes
Twitter.
his living talking.
Mainly
Yeah,
social media.
He's out.
You also have your own YouTube channel.
Yes.
Do you have your own independent website that you operate?
I do have an independent website, yes.
What's that called?
DrewHLive.com.
Advertising.
What is
Free
that?
advertising.
That's my own independent website.
But is it like a
JewishLive.com.
news source? Is it
It's
a
an
blog?
independent website
It's an independent
what
website.
type?
for myself.
You're not being very helpful
You-
here.
Characterized yourself as a professional commentator. What does that mean?
That means that I comment on the news professionally on a daily basis.
Professionally meaning you're paid?
Yep.
Who pays you?
I am employed by Real America's Voice.
Real America's Voice?
Yes.
What is that?
The voice
That is
of real
a news
America.
commentary, breaking news website. They have their own apps and website.
Other than getting paid by Real America's Voice, do you get paid by any other source to do your professional commentating?
No.
Is your Drew H Live website part of Real America's Voice?
No.
the things that you post on your website, Drew H Live, do you also share those with Real America's Voice?
Depending on what's going on where I'm at. But this is unrelated to what happened in Kenosha because I was not employed by Real America's Voice at the time.
What's happened since?
No.
Does Real America's Voice have any sort of political bias or agenda or anything like that?
What is the
It goes to the
Relevant,
bias
yeah.
of the witness.
He
Your Honor.
wasn't, he wasn't working for them at the time.
speculation.
Bias in what respect? I assume that people.
Did Finger just admit
as
this
I
is a
come
left
to the
versus
beginning,
right
this is not
issue?
a political trial. And
Finger
I
just
don't know how
admitted
you
it was.
He just said it's a political trial.
A person's particular politics and determine that that person is going to evaluate the evidence one way or another.
Okay, I'll move on.
Well, the prosecutor should have reevaluated the evidence.
Videos that you have captured of
What
these
an
incidents
idiot.
that you call riots, they're very slanted against the people who are rioting. You characterize them as Antifa, Black Lives Matter rioters, correct?
Because they are rioting in the footage, yes, absolutely.
So you came here to Kenosha because you felt that's what was going on here.
I felt like it could have possibly been a riot on the first night. So when I showed up, it turned out to be a very violent riot.
And you continued to cover that on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday nights?
I covered it Sunday night. I went back to Chicago Monday and then came back Tuesday.
So you weren't here on Monday night at all?
No.
And on Tuesday night, you were recording video with your body cam?
Yeah.
You were also recording it with your cell phone?
Yes.
The last video that we just watched there of the shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum, was that recorded on your body cam or on your cell phone?
Both.
I just saw one video. Were there more than one video that you just shared with us?
There's two. There's the body cam and then there's the cell phone as well.
What was the one we just saw?
I believe that may have been both.
But it can't be both.
Where is the body cam located when you wear it on your body?
Right here.
And when you recorded the shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum, where were you holding your cell phone?
Right here.
Okay, so the cell phone is, you're using your right hand, above your shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Shoulder, same as my shoulder right here.
And the body cam you said was over on the left side of your chest.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
The
He's
video
trying to
that
get
we
him to
just saw
verbalize,
had a
yes.
single angle. It didn't have two separate angles. So when you tell us that's both, I don't understand what you mean.
That means that there's two recordings of the same thing. And that's why I submitted to the defense and the prosecution the entire videos. There's maybe about 80 to 100 videos that you guys could examine for yourself.
I know all that. What I'm asking you is what we just
Good to get
watched.
in there. I gave
Which
you all of
camera were you using to record that?
Both.
Is that is that video edited?
I think he.
No, I have not
doesn't know
edited it,
which
but
one.
it has been put together at the right time, the timing.
Who did that?
I did that.
So you combined two video sources into one?
With the same timing and audio. But at the same time, it could also be seen, the jury could see for themselves. If they look at the body cam footage, it's the exact same thing.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Don't wag your head in response to the witness's answer.
What, you said if the jury looks at the
Finger's
body cam
pissed.
footage, is that separate from the cell phone footage?
Yeah, there's obviously two devices recording.
And you're
You
telling
idiot.
us that the video that we just watched, can we have exhibit 151 played again, please?
Are you trying to tell me that the video that we just watched is on two separate devices?
No, I think he's saying we don't know if it's
This is
one
a
on your left or
compilation
your
of
right,
both?
and it seems like you altered by merging them together. That's what it sounds like he's describing here.
But I'm
which
not
means
sure
it's
he-
an altered video and unreliable.
He's
That's
not
what
doing a
Finger's
good job
trying
of
to
it.
get at.
That's what he's trying to do. Yes. Yes. He's trying
It's
to
impotent.
discredit the video on editing in the same way you would try to discount a photo based on it being enlarged or
Right.
shrunk or
Mr.
whatever.
Hernandez, we have
Fusion
the
Zoom
video that
problem.
was the
altered.
last one played for you, exhibit 151 up on the screen. Can we play that forward, please?
But I love that he said, I gave you all the videos.
Yeah, that was great.
As we're watching this video, Mr. Hernandez, you're telling us that what we're seeing has been recorded by 2 separate devices at the same time?
This is a body cam.
Okay. Is there a point in this video where it switches to your cell phone?
Yes.
Can you please point that out to us?
You'd have to fast forward all the way to when I get to car source 3.
When it changes obviously from black and white to color, you nonsense.
Can we skip
Black and white pixelated, chest level, bumpy to handheld.
2.5 minute mark, I guess.
This is clearly Virgin Binger versus Chad Hernandez.
Black and white versus
Nick
color
says,
is the clue. Yeah.
Can you imagine Binger thinking he's going to outsmart Hernandez in a battle of the
a little
wits?
further back?
Okay, can we go back maybe
the hubris
30
of
seconds?
lawyers.
I'm not sure he outsmarted his
further
coffee
back.
this morning in a battle.
All right, so let's start right here.
Okay.
I'll tell you when it switches.
Okay.
It's the hubris of a DA who thinks
Play
this is
from
my
here, please.
room and no one
Yeah,
going to
a
dominate.
little further
me
up.
again.
There's the
That's
mullet.
where it's
There it
obvious.
is.
Right now.
There it is, right there.
Anyone can see.
Black and
Is
There it
the
is,
switch
bam.
going to occur after this point?
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
You see,
I
we
think he
were
said there's
wrong.
another switch going to occur after this point.
It goes from black and white to color on the. That's weird.
I mean, he's really just clarifying what this video is for the jury. I don't see how this is like really doing any good for the prosecution.
Right there.
Finger,
The only
so
issue is
why
that
would it help the prosecution?
It
Sorry.
says right there it
Hernandez-
switched.
Hold on, here it goes. Right there.
There we go.
Oh,
Okay,
it's
another
there.
obvious switch.
Okay. Thank you.
Gloomy Fox, I'll talk over to whatever
So,
I goddamn well
what
please.
you did is
Go
you
somewhere
took
else if you don't want
a
commentary.
portion of your body cam video and a portion of your cell phone video, and you spliced them together.
I don't know if I would say splice, but I put them together.
That's
One
an
after the
old-fashioned movie term from when they used to have actual film.
Old fashioned.
Thanks for the history.
You look,
Aw,
lesson.
you look
shucks.
like you were alive back then, baby.
Because it's the same exact event. Like I said, you could take a look at the body cam footage as well. You can see it as well on there.
And you're testifying here today that through your attorney, you have provided the defense and the state with that entire incident recorded on both your body cam and on your cell phone?
Yep.
But what we just saw was your editing of them together
You guys asked for my footage, so I gave it to you.
through your attorney.
Yes.
That's an attorney that you have out of Madison.
How much does he charge?
What's the relevance of this?
Your Honor, we've had a lot of questions about other
What's the
people.
relevance of this?
Finger face.
I would like to know why he felt the need to retain an attorney to provide video in this case.
Why?
You have a
I think
right
goes
to
to
it.
bias. I think it goes to credibility.
Oh
Why
my
did-
god.
Oh my
It
God.
goes
What?
to solicitor-client
Have it-
privilege.
Oh,
He's going to talk about the case.
I
Oh,
think it's going
no,
on.
no, no.
Okay,
Doing it on the
Julia,
video.
Julia.
There we go. Oh, no.
Here we go.
Look at
Binger is stepping
Schroeder is just—he's like rubbing it up. You can see
Shredded
him.
by
He's like he's
Schroeder.
just charging.
Oh,
Shredded by
Finish
Schroeder.
him. Come on, we
Mark
need the
time
video.
so we can find this later. Mark the time now.
it's market time for more memes. Face films.
You have a
Where's
six.
He's
Where's
so mad.
audio?
Look at him.
Audio. Give us a
Not
what
me.
you do?
He's like,
There we
I
go,
can't
tell you.
believe this.
There we go.
They
You
better
have
turn
a
down the
right.
game because the judge is going to lose it.
You have an unquestionable right to counsel that you retain for yourself. No matter what, it doesn't matter if you want to have counsel to go to the bathroom. You have
Right.
it. And you
Right.
don't get to
He
use
wa-
that
he
to
wants to-
impugn someone.
Impugn someone for the fifth and impugn someone for retaining counsel.
Does not understand the Constitution. Period.
Apparently.
Is the
He
Nick, is
understands
the
it. He
audio-
just finds it real
It's willful
inconvenient
ignorance.
today.
It's
Yeah,
willful
it's
ignorance. Let's be
malice.
real.
It's malice.
Bad faith.
Your Honor, we've already heard other witnesses be asked about why they've retained an attorney before they testify in this case. But in particular,
not why,
this,
that they did.
Ever why.
defendant is represented by the same law firm that employs one of the defense experts. So I believe that goes to bias.
No.
Did you want to respond?
No.
I think the only question that came up about a lawyer was when Mr. Grosskreutz had filed the $10 million lawsuit, which is clearly bias evidence. There was a hearing on that.
Yeah.
So
Well, there
different.
was also testimony by Mr.
The photographer.
Yeah, about his employing an attorney after his interview with the district attorney's office.
And Mr.
Oh.
DeBruin he explained why he had done that based on what he believed to be the conversations with Mr. Binger. The fact that somebody hires a lawyer in and of itself doesn't make them biased.
Yeah, I don't see where, he may do it for proprietary reasons. People have received a lot of his material that I assume he has copyright to.
Whoops.
I don't know. I'm just assuming, but he's a business person. So I don't know if he's got corporate or
he also was
business
present at a
interest
riot.
in that. The mere fact that he hired a lawyer, I don't see
And
where
he
that
had two
probative
cops
bias.
sniffing around for
Not
his
simply that he
camera
hired a
footage.
lawyer, he hired a lawyer to provide us with this evidence. It would be one thing if he hired a lawyer to organize the articles of incorporation for his business and it had nothing to do with the evidence in this case. The lawyer was the intermediary that gave us this evidence. That was
That's normal.
I presume, and I'd like to ask, I presume that was Mr. Hernandez's choice not to give it to us directly. And again, there's been some testimony about him providing some things to the detectives by Dropbox and then not providing other things. And I'd like to probe that. And now in the middle of trial, right? And now in the middle of trial, suddenly we're getting a whole bunch more through an attorney. And so it's not just that he's hiring a random attorney. He's hiring an attorney that is with the same law firm as one of their expert witnesses.
Who's that?
Is it Henley? Is it Henley Burrish? I've got the name of the firm here, Your Honor, if I could have 1 second.
So what? This
Hurley
is all-
Burrish is the firm.
So what?
They are of
That's
Madison.
projection.
And the defense has retained Peyton, Peyton, Engel, Engel, as an expert witness. He's employed by the same firm that also is representing this witness. So I think that goes to bias.
Do you have an
Zero
expert
relevance.
from a law firm? Is that what you're telling me? Am I understanding that right?
The expert did a phone dump. So they have an expert who does what you would describe as when law enforcement takes a cell phone and does a search of the phone.
Sure. Okay.
That's what he did. They employ someone there to do it for anyone, and we used that person to do it for Mr. Rittenhouse. They did no legal work, and as that term for a lawyer client.
Ah.
Oh no.
Oh my God.
Oh,
That's
no.
actually worse.
Extraction.
If you asked me to do a phone dump, in addition to thinking, I would have to go to somebody to comply.
This is a law firm, Your Honor, that's getting presumably paid by the defense for expert witness services and presumably paid by this witness for representing.
This is
There's a
bordering.
commonality.
I think they'd have
and
to
that I
actually
believe
put this
shows
to the
bias.
lawyers.
Now, you may see it
This has
differently, the
some-
jury may see it differently, but I'd like to
He's
explore
impugning
this,
the law
and
office.
The jury can
Yep.
evaluate
Yes.
how that affects
Yes,
the
he
credibility
is.
of this witness. But it's not something where he's hiring an attorney
He's
to help
also
him buy a piece of property or get him out of a divorce or something like that.
He's hiring an attorney to
directly
help him
pertaining
talk
the
to the
evidence that
prosecution.
he's testifying about in this case.
Sounds
Which
like
is
a good
already
plan to me.
Well,
How is that prejudicial? I just don't see that. No.
I mean, I probably will allow this. I want to think about it for the next half hour.
He's gonna take
But,
lunch. Yeah.
I don't know if we're headed anywhere that's going to get us something of value. You're introducing on the subject of bias, which of course is bias evidence is admissible because
Sure.
it calls into credibility the witnesses.
Of course.
It calls into question the witness's credibility. He's generally just presented videos. There has been some testimonial statement, but I'll permit it, I think, somewhat, but you're talking about his employing a law firm, and for reasons we've already discussed, there's going to be a limit. In fact, I think I shut down somebody I was told not to inquire further on representation. Discussion with an attorney, I think it was Mr. Sharafisi asked about something, and I wouldn't let him do it. So it's going to be a closely watched door. All right, anything else?
By everyone except for Mark Richards, who's going to be asleep and objecting.
Let's hope for 1 o'clock. I don't know. Hope the Asian food isn't coming It's on, isn't on one of those
Oh,
motions.
The Asian food.
Oh,
Oh,
racist.
but it's,
Racist. Oh my
info
God.
class.
Washington Post in 20 minutes. They're going to come out with
an
an article.
They probably will. That's how.
Racist
Ethnic
judge
slur
orders
food.
Oriental food from the
And he
stand.
said Asian. He
Well,
did say
no,
Asian.
But
he couldn't distinguish what kind, of course.
Yeah, of course.
He
Yes,
said,
yes, that's
call
right.
up Mr.
Korean,
Chan and
Thai,
get me some
Chinese,
damn egg
Japanese.
rolls right on the stand. Oh my
Yeah.
God, what a racist.
Oh, I just figured out how to stop the camera. I'm such an idiot. You just have to push a button and it's still. Oh my goodness.
What have you been doing
I did that
this,
by
Viva?
accident. Oh,
Viva,
man.
you use StreamYard.
Yeah, how
You're an
long have you
idiot.
been
I'm
using
an idiot.
StreamYard?
Nick,
You
we
introduced us
have
to
our strengths and we have our weaknesses.
So let me
okay,
just
so he didn't get
ask-
reamed out for that, but leave it to Binger to know about using a law firm to represent multiple parties in different
Yeah.
suits and be in a conflict of interest, because we've seen that elsewhere.
That's the name of this trial. Leave it to Binger. I like
Projection. It's all projection.
It's,
Sounds like
he
another
knows,
fodder
he knows
for
the
me.
dirty games.
So, yeah,
The state get to clarify for the chat why some of us may be frustrated on this. The state gets to literally do this constantly. The state right now is representing Gage Grosskreutz, Anthony Huber, and Rosenbaum, which in a civil suit, Huber and Grosskreutz would be 100% adverse to Rosenbaum, if not adverse to everybody involved. They would also be adverse to Zeminski, who the state seems to be, just not calling to the stand for whatever reason, despite the fact that they have material evidence. The state represents multiple parties constantly, but Binger is now mad that since Richards and Sharafsi hired one expert that happens to retain the same or happens to work for a law firm to do a phone dump, and probably hire this expert with a law firm because you can comply easily with the rules around the collection of this evidence and make sure everything's good, that some guy hired another lawyer from that firm. We don't even know if it's the same lawyer that hired the phone dump guy. We have no idea.
They could have screened out multiple lawyers. We don't know how big the firm is also.
Yeah.
Chinese
some
wall.
of these firms, like if you hire
Latham and Watkins.
Yeah, I mean you're talking 1,000 lawyers under their employment.
Yeah, they're all over the world.
Perkins Coy, the one who did the Democrat election
Hillary stuff,
lawsuits.
yeah.
Well, so I mean,
hundreds
that's
and
what I was
hundreds
gonna
of
get-
lawyers.
Take the other cases where you have a material conflict of interest. I mean, I'm thinking Michael Flynn as one example, where the lawyer, different type of conflict there, but where you have the lawyer representing a client when they shouldn't be, versus a firm representing two totally separate individuals for totally separate reasons. But what were the conflicts in like the firms representing the Clinton campaign, representing the witnesses, representing all of the parties? I mean, they know how to play that game, and they certainly know where to make the accusation, because only Binger would have that sordid thought in the first place. It would have never occurred to me.
Real quick, I want to introduce to the stream, because he came in during the conversation, Mr. Ellison. Do you want to give a brief
Nice to meet
bio
you.
and CV, good sir?
I'm a lawyer in Michigan that just keeps butting up against brick walls for a living, is all I do, day in and day out, over and over. For the stream here, most of the folks know me because I represent Lucas Gerhardt in his litigation, his defense, I should say, involving his charges of the anti-terrorism law in Michigan for a social media post. And so
Let me clarify. For a Snapchat post reported by someone who did not receive the Snapchat post and was never intended to receive the Snapchat post, and also the Snapchat post mentions 0 actual threats and is clear exercise of First Amendment rights. Just so we're clear on that.
Nick has a
reminds me
few
of the-
thoughts on the topic, you see. So
I was going to say that reminds me of the cheerleader First Amendment Snapchat case.
Yeah,
it's got some vibes of that. So yeah, I do a lot of First Amendment litigation, a lot of civil rights litigation, and so I managed to cross paths with Nick and with the Lucas Gerhardt case, and now he's calling me and texting me saying, "Hey, come join this group here, this rabble-rousing group here that I was listening to yesterday," and thinking, "Oh, that's kind of interesting." Next thing you know, here I am. So
excellent.
Well,
Yeah,
welcome.
welcome
We're glad to have you. And just everybody in the chat, you probably have never heard of this case because it was reported on for like a day 2 years ago by the mainstream media. Lucas Gerhardt has been He was arrested and held without a hearing for, I think, 82 days. And then after that, he has been on house arrest since November of 2019, without any sort of relief from the judge and without having a trial. And if you think a lot of the Capitol rioters, the amount of time that they've been spending either in jail or on probation without trial has been a little concerning to defense attorneys around the country. Lucas has been there for, remembering this, quite a bit longer than them at this point. And the amount of insanity that has happened in this case so far is appalling to me.
It's been a frustrating case, no doubt. I mean, I'm not a criminal law lawyer. I'm actually a civil litigator. So part of this has been an eye-opening experience about the criminal law process. And of course, the cases like Rittenhouse here hopefully opens up some eyes about how the litigation process works with prosecutors, for folks, just in everyday folks who don't often get to see the shenanigans and the craziness that the prosecution tends to get to apply in these cases. And one thing I'll say, I guess being somewhat new to the group here, is I've been fairly impressed with the judge.
Yes.
This is not something, I mean, so usually it's always the joke is the judge is against the plaintiff's lawyer in a civil rights case and against the criminal defendant in a criminal case. And we seem to have the opposite here with this judge. So it's been interesting to see, this judge trying to reel this prosecutor in. Yesterday, I was watching the clip about when he asked the question about, he was asking him questions, and all of a sudden the prosecutor says, "Can I make a record? Stop interrupting me." I mean, I'll tell you what, Judge Ellison would have thrown him in jail for the night.
That's why
yeah.
I think I think that he's not nearly as based as everyone in the chat and everyone here in the panel seems to think. I think he's got kid gloves. I know he screams and he blusters, but I'm getting frustrated hearing everyone talk about how far right he leans when he hasn't taken words are words. And
No,
it's
he's
a nice
been
little clip,
fair.
but it's no impact on what Binger's doing the next day or 10
Can,
minutes
can
later.
you imagine though
You need action.
the public blowback that would happen if he actually did throw him in jail?
I don't
It
say
would've
throw
been
him in jail. I'm not saying you throw him in jail. You can sanction him. You can have him held in contempt. There's a lot of different things. I mean, what he
all
did
of
was
which would be
violate his Fifth Amendment rights. On basic
Joe,
stuff. First year guys, no, I'm sorry.
I'll be right
Joe.
back.
Keep yammering.
No,
Go ahead,
your
Peter.
point is, here's the thing, is that just following the Constitution is considered far right at this point, right? So all Schroeder is
I've heard
doing is
that.
standing for the rule of law. That has become far right. That is how we have shifted.
Wasn't
so
the
far.
FBI who once produced a pamphlet or something that said one of the signs of a far right group is that they talk about the Constitution and they know the
Holy
Constitution?
shit.
I'm
And
like,
the,
yeah, well, all right.
Joe and Andrew, I mean, they're skewering the judge because his ringtone was "God bless America." If he sanctions
I'm
Binger,
proud to be
it's
American.
done.
Proud to be American. It was proud
I'm
to be
sorry,
American.
it wasn't the
American.
USSR, Soviet anthem.
That'd be good.
Mea culpa.
That'd be funny.
Well, and the other thing is people are going on, he's yelling at the prosecutor. The reason why is the response to what happens when Sheriff Easy was going in and starting to venture in on privilege. The judge says, "You got to stop that." And he goes, "Fair enough, judge," moves on. So there's nothing to it. Binger, on the other hand, doubles down. He gets a ruling that says he can't do it. He does it anyway.
And he keeps fighting.
No kidding, you get yelled at when that happens. Like, it's frustrating watching people's response to this, I gotta say.
Well,
Losing all
I gotta
faith
say,
in the public.
Philip, I don't know what activity your Twitter is typically used to, but I've been tagging you on a couple of tweets here, so you're gonna.
Well, I was going to say it comes and goes because, of course, when you're fighting about property rights, you tend not to get as much excitement about water access to lakes and streams. But hey, we'll take what we can get here.
Talk
so I
covenant
appreciate
to
it.
me, baby. That's all I want to hear
yeah,
about.
it's. I mean, the hard part when you guys talk about the Constitution, of course, a lot of times judges kind of roll their eyes and say, if it's not in the civil procedure or criminal procedure handbook or rules, I don't want to talk about it. And there's so many things that unfortunately that prosecutors and government, and of course I'm always a lot of times the government defense lawyer side, they cheat, and it's frustrating. And so it's been refreshing to see a judge actually trying here, and it looks like, at least I think, fairly equal to both sides. The part that I'm struggling with, and I'm just joining you guys as a panel, I don't know if you've talked about it, is the body tone of the prosecutor is just unbelievably
Infuriating.
arrogant. I mean, just condescending as hell.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
you know, so
Finger
part of the
face.
problem is even if he's making decent legal arguments, he looks like an ass just by the fact of his body language that way.
Yeah.
Now, Philip, let me ask you. It just so happens that I've been contacted by my local prosecutor, and they'd like me to turn over some information on my cell phone that I have and videos and stuff. Do you think it might be a good idea for me to hire a lawyer to help
I think
advise
you
me
should
on that
just
and
go
maybe
down
be
and
an
hand him your
intermediary?
phone and say, "Go search that sucker as much as you want. Go ahead." No, I'll just tell you, I get phone calls with folks with, you know, a lot of times I represent folks in civil cases, and of course they'll get a phone call that says, "Hey, the cops are here. They want to just do a quick check of my phone, or they want to do a quick check of my car. Should I let them do it?" The answer is always, 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 without fail and without exception, no.
Yeah.
There is no
Yeah.
circumstance that's ever going to help you.
I'm going to turn over my cell phone to the police/prosecutor just directly. I'm going to talk to the police, talk to the prosecutor. Everything is great. This is definitely what I've heard lawyers say for years and years and years. Just you don't need a lawyer to talk to these people. What kind of questions are these? This is insane.
No,
and
yeah,
then-
he's
and then
done that. He's done that a couple times. It's crazy, Tom, because and that's why it's prejudicial to the jury, right? You've got a panel of lawyers here, and we will say anytime you want representation for anything, you are entitled to it by right if you can pay for it. You know, it's not going to be guaranteed to you by the government like in a criminal defense trial, but in any other time, no one can prevent you from getting an attorney. And the judge knows these jurors may have never had to hire an attorney. They may never have been inquisitioned by the state for the crime of being at a scene where they took video. And so that's why Binger wants to bring it up.
One other thing I'll
goes
just
back to him
quickly
being
point out:
scum.
is anybody else concerned that Nick thinks he needs an attorney to go to the bathroom? Is anybody else concerned by that?
Wait. Which state and which bathroom does he want to use?
Look, I'm only
Oh.
concerned. Yeah, see?
Oh,
See
there we
this?
go.
What if I want to use a bathroom in Loudoun County or Loudoun County or whatever? I don't know. Very, very dangerous.
Yeah,
No, I'm
imagine
saying
he
go
starts
ahead.
answering the questions about his attorney. I mean, then I thought that you opened the door. Now I'd like to see your invoices and what you charged him for and what the mandate was. And were you prepped for this testimony? Did he tell you what to say? You know, once you open the door with
Oh my
Binger,
God.
he'll think if you answer that question, he'll ask for another mile.
And I would just love Hernandez to say Nunya and just, you know, absolutely just blank him, you know, because he could.
Nunya.
I hired the law firm of Ligma. Ligma and what?
Ligma you.
No, it goes to the heart of this issue, and Binger let it slip today. If there was ever any doubt, and I have expressed a lot of doubt about this so far, trying to tamper people's expectations on it, but Binger let it go. Your Honor, this goes to bias because of the political affiliation of his employer, and it's like, well, what bias is that? The only bias you can think of when we're talking about media reporting of something is going to be a left versus right bias. It's clearly what Binger's going for. He is clearly orating for the and I mean the stereotypical left versus right. I've actually gotten messages from avowed socialists on social media who says what's happening to Kyle is terrible. And that's very cool. But we're talking about the general left versus right that seems to encompass this case. And you look at major media outlets that are typically associated with the left. No wonder Binger sees bias in media. I mean, it's no wonder at all.
Well, speaking of which, last night on my live stream, I actually was talking about you, Nick, and I was giving hope, and I was addressing how we're winning the war on fake news, and I spent the first 20 minutes of that live stream talking about how frustrating it's been that we've been exposed to seeing how terribly slanted news has been and gotten worse and worse. And just where it's just mind-blowing the way they're reporting on this trial and things of that nature. But then you see hope in the fact that right now we have 67,000 viewers here. The next biggest channel from mainstream legacy news is PBS, which has 30,000 fewer viewers. That's with them being boosted by the algorithm and you being shoved down by the algorithm, where the only people who are finding this stream are people who are specifically looking for this stream, as opposed to most people, when they want to find about want to watch the Rittenhouse trial, they just click Rittenhouse trial live, whatever pops up first, that's what we're going to click. So all of those people who are just looking for the first thing they find, they're going to end up on PBS because PBS is top of the algorithm as the one which is most viewed. And my point is, you're a small town solo practitioner from middle America. And here it is. Americans are searching for truth, searching out a stream like this and saying, I don't need to hear from what some alphabet media is telling me. I just want to hear truth. Sometimes I'll like the truth, sometimes I'll hate it. Sometimes it sucks, sometimes it's great. I don't want slant. I just want people to report and give me genuine information. And that for me is a white pill moment as far as saying that Americans are waking up and they're seeking out truthful sources, and they don't care whether you're small, you're big, they just want to hear hard, cold truth. So kudos to you for delivering that to them. And I think we should all be white pilled by that.
Yeah, man. Thanks.
Well said.
It's not me though. It's all of us. We all do this. Well, I don't know if Mr. Ellison broadcasts on YouTube, but
just when they broadcast the court proceedings, when they're when the judges are throwing things at me from the bench is.
Well, Phil, you have a lot of seasoned grifters on here. If you ever want to come on, and
there you go.
We're always one to have you.
I'm the guy that's in the courtroom. I don't get to talk as much on these channels like this about my 2 cents on things. I'm always on the side of my client to try to get them the outcome. But of course, I tend to be, as Nick can probably imagine, that I'm on the side that tends to be favorable by this particular group here. But it's tough. I mean, one of the things that is always tough with these kinds of cases like this is, we're quarterbacking them from the stands, these prosecutors and the defense attorneys. And it's tough when you're in the well. I was just at the Court of Appeals yesterday arguing a case in Michigan, and it's easy when you watch yourself the next day to say, I wish I would have just said slightly something different. But when you're in the heat of the battle, it's hard because of course you're getting it from all sides, but that's part of the job. That's what you got to do.
I think there's an orders of magnitude problem. We all can pick apart each other's stuff, and we all hate to watch other people do their thing because we're all thinking how we could do it or what we observe. And we all watch ourselves. I watch my own stuff back, and I criticize myself all the time. But we're in an orders of magnitude problem. The prosecution is making the defense's case for them constantly. The defense is constantly failing to remember what objections are. It's the weirdest thing. I'm not really a trial lawyer. I've had maybe a half dozen trials, my experience through some pro bono work and stuff like that. And I'm just looking at this and like, I remember the rules of evidence. I remember basic ideas from trial advocacy. How do they not know these things? It's
what is this rules of evidence you speak of? I don't know what that is.
Oh yeah.
What's a foundation?
Going to Binger's comment that this isn't a political case and how he scoffs, he nods, he shakes his head when the judge says it's not a political case, and he goes, bear in mind, they're prosecuting the case, and he's trying to impeach or impugn a witness for political bias by affirming that this is a political case that they are prosecuting. I mean, this is why you're better off not making any body gestures if all you're going to do is make damning ones or self-incriminating ones, but it's confirmed for the world. This is a political prosecution. He knows it's a political case, and they're the ones bringing it.
Yeah, and that's the most important part. Kyle did not ask for this case to be brought against him. In fact, they've asked the judge to dismiss the charges, and they would love it if the prosecution, who wrote a complaint that reads like a defense attorney's motion to dismiss, they would love it if they just exercised their prosecutorial discretion and didn't bring this case at all. It would make a lot of sense in this case as opposed to other cases where this has happened, but they didn't. But that doesn't mean that Kyle made this political. Kyle has not really spoken publicly about this case in any capacity, despite the fact that Binger wants to say he made a political statement by happening to be at a bar where some other individuals were. So that is the sole basis for the political angle from the Rittenhouse team. And as Mr. Barnes has suggested, that seems to have been set up by the prior to attorney John Pierce. But even if it wasn't set up, it doesn't matter. Kyle is not doing a media tour. He has not hired a Gloria Allred to go out and talk about his innocence. He has not run this massive PR campaign with someone hitting all of the talk shows. That hasn't happened. That hasn't happened in this case. Even in Robert's limited capacity, he didn't talk about this case that much, and he's not on the trial team. So like the idea that this has been made political can only come from the prosecution. They're the only ones who've been talking about it. In fact, the state brought this up when Joe Biden used it on the campaign trail. Who made it political? The state did. The state and everybody aligned with the state made this a political prosecution, and Binger confirmed it today.
And the reason to make it political is to make it that much more likely he'll be convicted, because you can get anyone who's sitting on the left to just view him as being some sort of racist who went there with a gun for the purpose of killing anyone who is against his ideology. And that's what a third of the country believes. Even after we're 8 days into this trial and all the state's evidence is blown up in their faces, a third of the country still believes that.
Yeah. It's,
I mean, if you'd never heard of Rittenhouse, you know, if this had just happened and it hadn't made the news, there's no reason that this would still be going on. Like, this has killed this all over it. And
you imagine trying to impugn one of the witnesses, the Hernandez, for being political, but not Grosskreutz.
Gage Grosskreutz.
Affiliated with, I don't know what those groups are, but imagine not
I'm not a
him.
member, but I'm affiliated. That's what he said.
And who else was political on the prosecution side, or could have been, arguably?
Well, Zeminski, if they brought him in.
Grosskreutz' roommate, I think, maybe.
Oh,
that was a defense. That was a defense witness, though.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, they tried to avoid the political witnesses because their political witnesses were literal rioters, looters, and arsonists. Whereas the non-political witnesses, there were the people documenting. I mean, Corey Elijah is an activist. They didn't get into his politics because the defense didn't rate it, but didn't raise it. But the chat was checking out, or Corey Washington. Sorry, his recording name or pen name is Corey Elijah on his videos. But the chat was saying, I haven't checked this, but they were saying complete activist on his Facebook post. And I mean, that makes sense. He didn't come across as crazy in court or anything. He came across as very unreliable to me. But other than that, you know,
we're having
why
puppy
is
show and tell. Sorry.
Yes. But why
I'm
is
not
he
complaining.
there?
Puppies are awesome.
He's there documenting. He doesn't have a bag of White Claws to tame potential hostile people because he doesn't think they're going to be hostile. So, I mean, the prosecution has brought a political witness. No one raised the issue because it's a non-issue in this case.
In theory, it might change how you perceive what you see, but in theory should not change what you see when you're there as a witness of fact. It's just everything that Binger has accused the defense of doing, has accused the judge of doing, is exactly what he has been doing himself systematically from day one.
It's important
to
note
note back to the old litigation trick about hookers have the worst eyesight in the world. You know,
I don't know that one, Philip. Please enlighten us.
Please tell me what that means.
Well, I thought I was the only one with honeypot experience.
Well, I was going to say it's
you
the
keep
old
coming back to
idea.
the honeypot.
Well, I'm not going to walk myself any further into the Esau blades, but you know, it's that old idea that you know, just because that you don't agree with the person that's presenting the argument, that suddenly you're a less than, and you know,
yes.
that way, or I don't agree with you, and the hooker might be the extreme example of that, but that's the old one that apparently if you work in that kind of profession, apparently you must be so blind that you can't see anything directly and with firsthand observations, truthfully. So
they offer their testimony, and the first question on cross is, "You're a prostitute, right?"
right.
And the flip side of that is the police officer effect, where you can have a cop come in and testify to some ridiculous things, and at best the judge will say something like, "Oh, the officer must have been mistaken." You're like, well, he said that this happens. The video clearly shows it doesn't. It's, you know, there's no way he could have been mistaken. And he insisted that it continues to be true, notwithstanding the video, but he's mistaken. But if there's no video to contradict them, an officer is, you know, taken as some sort of omniscient being usually.
And that's why they show up in their uniforms and their ballistic gear. Someone was asking in the chat, they're like, why is this officer in a ballistic vest in the courtroom? It's, well, for the effect. I mean,
Emily also said that sometimes they're coming right from traffic duty or whatever.
Do a lot of cops do traffic duty and ballistic
I don't know.
gear? I mean, come on.
This is Emily, the former prosecutor, saying this. So
Exactly. And I love her very much, but that is the state perspective. Oh, well, they're just coming in from, they just barely squeezed in court from their overly busy day, as if they don't get paid to show up in court to testify about a specific case that they're a material witness to. Yeah,
I mean, it's so
insane
busy because they had to go to the pancake breakfast that they were helping to serve, of course,
and which needed a bulletproof vest.
Of course, because
Hey,
who
look,
knows?
they do throw those pancakes at you. That's true.
Can I pick you sharp legal minds here for a thought that I don't know if we got a chance to cover since yesterday after the 5-hour cross. And what I'm really curious on each of your perspectives here. Most of us walked into that thinking Kyle should not be testifying. And when I was reviewing it last night and watching, when it first called out, I wasn't here, but Nick had his head in his hands every time questions are being asked, and everyone was freaking out. Now that it's all done and it's all been put, into history, recent history, my question for each of you is, do you think that his testimony at the end of the day helped him at all, hurt him, or did nothing? Because I could see arguments for all three. I'm really curious what you guys think now that it's all done. We might not put him up there, but it has been done. So at this point, is he better off with that testimony on the record, or if we could just blot it out and never happen, would he be better off, or is it the same? And if you could each address that, I think that's perspective that I think people in our audience would appreciate. I'd like to know what you guys think on it.
Who wants to go first?
Do you want to do uncivil and then work your way down?
Uncivil, you want to
Sure.
go first? Or?
I don't think he's any better off. So I think it's either a draw or it's a lessening. The most obvious for that would be the crying. And there's that line from Breaking Bad that when, you have a gun to your head or the equivalent, everyone is the best actor ever. So I think there's some people there who just inherently disbelieve that. There were some things that, he was pointed out for having said some things that could be viewed as lies. I don't think they're that big a deal, and just some other things that he said, basically admitting to various things that are true, but it comes from his own mouth. So I think it's at best a draw, and at worst, it's a slight loss.
I would say neutral. I wouldn't go quite so far as to say loss, because he also was very consistent in his demeanor the entire time, both on direct and on cross. And that I think a jury is going to look upon favorably, assuming that they were starting from a neutral place. They didn't have any bias coming in, which who knows. And that's really the biggest question here. I mean, people have asked me on Twitter and other social media platforms that I'm on, whether or not that helped or hindered him. And I think at the end of the day, the biggest question is the jury. We really have no idea, because we don't know what their composition is. We don't know what their biases are, if they're paying attention. Yeah.
I'll field it here, and then I'm going to have to duck out in a few minutes to actually walk the dog. I can hold it in all day, but the dog can't. So I'm going to say net positive, only because I've been asking people who I know did not have an opinion or were leaning the other way to begin with, and said that having seen him up there, it changed their minds as to what they perceived him to be as a human. And so on my own perspective, which I think is biased, I think it did ultimately help, if only because Binger is an absolute incompetent cross-examiner. Had it been a competent cross-examination, it would have hurt, because there were things that Rittenhouse said in chief that if I'm the cross-examiner, I'm gonna bring out and harp on it and will not make him look good. So I think Binger blew it to his net positive, but that's my biased perspective. I've spoken to people who did not come into this thinking Rittenhouse was good, in the right, and after seeing it, think better of him than they did before.
Yeah, with all due respect to Viva, and I do see how someone could see it that way. I think most people that were against Rittenhouse are still against Rittenhouse. I don't think that testimony necessarily swayed them. And from a legal perspective, which perhaps I'm too committed to, right, because the jury isn't viewing it from the eyes of a lawyer, but there were some facts, like the whole foot thing that he was pointing at his foot. He didn't need to admit that. There were some things he could have gotten around, and that would have never come up had he not been on the stand. We need not to forget the strong position that they were in before Kyle took the stand, right? We almost forget that because that was so big. And all those confrontations with Binger, none of those would have happened, right? None of those constitutional violations, because that's what they were, people. They were constitutional violations. They would not have happened but for him being on the stand.
Andrew makes a compelling argument.
I try.
Ian?
I actually have kind of softened on this. I mean, the thing is when we're making the call about whether he's going to get up on the stand, we're not the people who did the prep. and they will have had him. They will have done mock crosses. They will have seen how he can hold up. And so his lawyers will have had a better idea of how well he was going to hold up. And there may have been some tactical consideration, just realizing just how bad Binger is and how much Binger was likely to pratfall doing that. And in fact, Binger may have ended up throwing the whole trial, trying to get Kyle on the cross. But I don't think he actually did badly. I don't know that he pushed the needle too much either way. But one thing that you always have to remember with jurors is that they always love the forbidden inference of he didn't testify, therefore he's guilty. That is something that is always there in the back of their mind of, if you don't get up on the stand and you don't tell us your story, you're hiding behind your lawyers. That's what guilty people do. It's a forbidden inference. They're not allowed to make it, but they do it all the time. And I think that went away. So I think it's actually a little bit of a positive. I don't think it's huge. And I think that the effect in terms of changing minds, the people who hated him going into his testimony hate him even more now. But the people who like
they hate him more now, not soften a little bit.
Oh, there's lots of people on Twitter who are accusing him. They're saying, crocodile tears was one that I saw.
Okay, no,
it's
you're right.
funny.
Not the hardcore leftists. Let's assume the real hardcore leftists.
Twitter
they got excluded from the jury. Let's assume they weeded those out.
Right, but
there's no gross Kreutz there, but there are people who certainly lean left. So my question is, the people who lean left, do you think that the people who lean left and weren't sold on the evidence, do you think that they softened as a result of seeing him break down there?
I think if you had some sympathy to him, if you have the capacity for sympathy to him, because there's a lot of people I have seen who were like, I'm not sure about this guy, and that seems like a genuine breakdown. But the people who really hated him think he's just faking it. So we don't know which jurors are there. But if you already were inclined to think he was faking it, you were never going to vote to acquit anyway. So those people on the jury, if there are any, they were going to, hang the jury no matter what. Binger could get up and, admit that he forged evidence. And I'm not saying he did, but something wild could happen for the defense. And those people would still want to convict. I think that the effect is a slight positive. And I mean, there was huge risk. Kyle could have given it all away. He could have said, listen, I shot him because I was angry. And I didn't think he was, I thought he wasn't going to be a threat. I thought he was just going to take my gun away and leave with it. And I shot him because I don't like this guy. You don't know what he's going to say, what facial expression he might make.
Yeah.
And I think that there was a point where Binger, and I watched this again later last night. Binger actually says something along the lines of size matters.
Size matters.
And I laughed at that, and I thought, if Binger was clever, and I don't know that he is, but that's the kind of turn of phrase you might use just to screw a witness. Because if Rittenhouse laughs at that, look at how that looks.
Right.
He's being cross-examined on a murder trial, and he laughs.
And he didn't. But he didn't. Thank God.
All of these moments that were little trap moments, he stood up real well. Every time I put a witness up on the stand, the accused up on the stand, I'm always just sitting there on edge, fingernails gripping into the table, because you never know when they're going to say something dumb, when they're going to make an admission. And he didn't. There was no real, they got him on lying to some rando outside of court on something that doesn't matter. As things go, that's not giving away the farm. So I kind of softened on it, I think.
Well, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be the fly in the soup. I think it majorly helped him. And the reason why I say it does is that jury, a Midwest cheese-loving jury, wants him to get up there and say, I did this in self-defense. And if you don't get up there and say that. Now, I'm talking about a group of cheese-loving juror members, right? As a group of lawyers, we would all be, this jury sitting there would say, you should not have been up there ever. In fact, I was actually talking to a buddy of mine who's a lawyer, and it's like I could not even. I was shocked that they called him to, but essentially like it was like a lamb out to slaughter. But here's the thing: there's a line I saw one time on a Dateline where they were interviewing jurors afterwards, and the one lady, she was an older lady, who said, "I looked into his soul and I saw that he was innocent."
That was George Bush talking
No.
about
Putin, the reverse.
I looked into his eyes and I saw his soul. That was the quote.
Jurors, as a group of lawyers, I would if it was a group of lawyers sitting there, I'd say didn't help him all that much. For a group of jurors, of everyday folks, he had to get up there and say, I did this in self-defense, because if they didn't, or if he didn't do that, that would cut across the whole idea that you're running behind these technicalities that way. They've got to hear. And so when I was watching, now admittedly, I will say I only watched about 3/4 of it on the thing. But here's the point, is he didn't mess up in any substantive way. Now, here's the problem, and I think we've talked about it here. He could have tripped over his shoelaces and ran his face right into saw blades. And there's real risk in doing that. And he did. He got through it. He sailed through those saw blades. I think not only untouched, but by being untouched, he boosted that case up really, really well for a group of everyday jurors.
There's another moment. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say that. So I guess I'll be the fly in the soup and say that I think it helped him majorly. But I'll tell you, if I would have been his attorneys, there's no way I would have let him take that stand.
Right.
No way.
I think all of us said no to that.
There's another moment.
I was going to say that's. Oh, no, you go ahead. I'm sorry.
During Rittenhouse's breakdown, somebody pointed this out to me on Twitter. Krause actually starts wiping his eyes, and they were saying he's crying. And I watched that a few times. I can't tell if he's just got some, crud in his eyes that he's wiping away, or if he's actually, getting moved. But let's say you're
that lunch hasn't arrived yet.
But let's say you're a juror. You're going to be looking at this from the angle of it. They're not going to be able to tell either way. And if one juror in that room says, "Did you see that the prosecutor was crying when Rittenhouse was breaking down?" If that juror gets into that room and spreads that to other jurors,
it's over.
That's the kind of thing. Just that moment, it could be over.
I'm going to go back and look for that. That would be impressive if that were the case.
I did see he even takes a tissue and he wipes. I don't know if he's wiping away a tear or something else, but there is a moment where Krause does. It's kind of on the side of the frame. You can only see about half of his face, but he does take a tissue and bring it up to his face in this area. So he very likely or very well could have been crying. Maybe he was crying about something else, but it wouldn't matter. Like Runkle says, if someone brings it up. I think it's relatively neutral. I cringed hard when Kyle was, had to say I lied about the EMT thing. Look, is it that impactful? Probably not. But you have the defendant who has shot 2 people and a third, who's going into their spiel about how they really definitely didn't want to shoot someone right after they just said they lied. And that just doesn't look good. And it honestly shouldn't matter. It honestly shouldn't. He lied about being an EMT, and it's not even a lie. It's an exaggeration. What he means is, I'm a medic. I'm here to provide help. Do I have this specific certification? Well, no one asked him. Are you a level 1, 2, 3, or 4 EMT? Which one? Do you have training in this? Like, no one's voir diring this kid on the street. So, the guy says you're an EMT. He's an EMT. He's like, oh, you're an EMT? Yeah, whatever. I'm a lifeguard and I'm trained in basic life support. That's what he ends up saying. Is that a lie? I don't think so. But the jury heard him say, I lied. And that is.
But you know what, Nick, on that point, he admitted he lied about the pointing the gun as well. And then he said, well, I was being sarcastic. I just wanted to avoid conflict. So, in that sense, he wasn't using language properly. I think he sort of might have attenuated the term lie when the last time it wasn't really a lie, it was just sarcasm. That EMT, it's not a lie, it's just an exaggeration. It's an overstatement. It's like a used car salesman saying it's the best car on earth. I'm overqualifying him. He's overqualifying himself, but no, I think the consensus is.
But I think it's and I appreciate what Phil said. Phil, can I call you Phil?
You
Phil.
can.
I appreciate
I don't even know who this Mr. Ellison is because there's usually other 4-letter words that come before other than Phil. Before
Can I
Ellison,
call you
so
Andy? Because you look like you stepped off of the Conan O'Brien.
Yeah,
show.
so I've seen the comments, folks. This is not the first time I've been
Andy Richter?
compared to Andy Richter.
No, I just wondering.
I went to school on the border of Michigan and Canada, and Andy Richter's really big in Canada. I would literally be stopped on the Canadian side and just ask for autographs and crap. So this isn't the first time. So I got you, people. You're right. Andy Richter's little brother.
Or one of his twin brothers. He has like
you
7
sign
twin
them?
brothers, supposedly. So.
Well, there you go. So yeah, I
Actually,
get it.
that's
No,
just the comedy skit he does. Where he's got
He
You
hasn't
should have
denied being
signed
Andy Richter yet.
You should have signed autographs for $40 a pop. Just
There
written
you go,
Andy
yeah.
Richter on it. What would they have done?
I'll tell you this. Andy Richter there, he sold me. No, sorry, Philip. Phil, you sold me. My bad. I'm sorry.
Wow.
you looked into his soul. Looked into his soul.
I look. I'm with you. I will not deny the fact that when I saw Kyle being called up at the stand there, I started crying for the boy. I really started crying. But he held through like a trooper, and I didn't really consider the fact that look, his testimony. Now that it's all said and done, there's no way that I think that walking into his testimony, he had at least 10 members of that jury on his side, assuming it's a neutral jury pool, and we got to get those 1 or 2 softened up. And I trust your take on your typical Midwestern mindset that, if that's what it takes, that they got to see him not hiding behind the technicalities of the Fifth Amendment, coming out and staring down a prosecutor for 5 hours and never really breaking very much at all, that makes him feel like, okay, this guy's really telling the truth here. He really was doing what he could to help the community. He cares about Kenosha, and that he really, really hates that this whole thing went down the way it did. And perhaps that could go a long way to softening up those 1 or 2 last people there who you needed to get, who you want the rest of the jury to be able to say, come on, just acquit, just, come off of it and just acquit with us. And I think that perhaps it really could have gone a long way to that. So I never would have done it. I still think it's idiotic and perhaps even malpractice what Mark Richards did. But at the same time, now that it's all done and he came through looking the way he did, I have to agree with Phil. I think it really could have helped him a lot. So.
Gentlemen, I'm going to duck out. By the way, apparently, according to Twitter, it's officially called the Invoice of Lawyers. So hopefully I will be able to rejoin this invoice later on in the day. Nick, thank you very much. Phil, nice to meet you.
Brother.
Everybody, I'll get back as soon as I can.
Booyah!
This is an excellent time. Now that Viva's gone, I don't have to do this for him. Everybody else who is on the panel, I've got their social media, their YouTube channels in the description, except for Phil, because I don't believe you have a YouTube channel. But is there anything I can put in to the description? A link to the law firm? I see you have olcplc.com in your name.
That's the best one. Just OLCPLC, and I have the same Twitter handle as well. So for that, but I am not a broadcaster. I don't broadcast very often. It's just check me out. Keep an eye on Google News when the stories come out, I guess. But otherwise, you can also check out my Facebook. Is also the same handle there, OLCPLC for there as well.
So yeah, everybody in the chat, if you're enjoying the commentary, if you like the takes of the panelists, please go to the description. Check out you just have to click on the name of any of the panelists that have appeared today, and it'll bring you right to their YouTube page. Make sure you subscribe, start checking out their videos, because we all cover different things. I happen to be covering Kyle Rittenhouse because I decided a year ago that nothing on earth was going to stop me from covering this trial from start to finish. But everybody here covers different things. We have different legal experiences, different legal interests. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, sorry. Oh, God. Mother whores. Sorry, chat. Oh, that was the Law and Crime put that shit on. Anyway.
They knew we were streaming.
So I'm saying, like the smart one, not wearing headphones here, right? So
I had to stop the grift.
Maybe Viva left like a mic bomb behind. And he's like, oh, I'm gonna get them. That'd be a great prank. Get some and go.
Never
off
trust a Canadian. Sorry, Ian.
Yeah, I keep
Hey,
the
I don't
audio
disagree.
on. I keep the audio on specifically in case the judge starts talking before the camera pans down so that we can not miss something. And oh my God, that was awful. Oh, sorry to the chat. I'm going to sue Law and
What
Crime.
I was just going to say, Nick, you just opened your mouth, and now my cell phone is literally exploding right now with Twitter. So it might start on fire sitting right here right now. So I'm going to give it back to you and say, hey, guys, tweet to Nick to tell him to invite me back again, right? If you want me to come back. See, so there you go.
Oh, you just set yourself up, good sir.
I
I will always grift using someone else's time any day of the week.
But I think by the time you finish grifting your invoice of lawyers here, you're going to be at 300K subs. So
we'll see. We're moving on up, and again, it's as we all know, right? Everybody who's started a YouTube channel, it is so stinking difficult to get the stuff that you have out there. It doesn't matter how unique it is. It doesn't matter what you do, because YouTube used to be a place of fully free expression, and it was literally a meritocracy when it started. Now they have algorithmic placement. They have a search and discovery team that doesn't even, I will confidently say they don't even understand how the algorithm chooses what to put up, except for one piece. They have an agreement for verified sources on different subjects to have priority over independent creators. If you want to know why every single video you watch of any political commentator on the right is followed with suggestions of Tucker Carlson clips, it's because of the Fox News affiliation. And Fox News and CNN and NBC, ABC, they had a payoff day for YouTube, and you could watch it because Crowder and Ben Shapiro on that day went from beating all of the MSM sources to losing the next day. They had a buy off, and now YouTube gives you trusted, verified sources, even if they're not trusted or verified. What mainstream media source is there that will give you 10 lawyers talking about an ongoing criminal case in real time? Zero. What they'll do is
and they're
they'll have
authentic opinions at that.
Right. You'll have some,
and we even allow
chill.
disagreement, right? What Philip was saying, we
My
allow
God.
disagreement. Wow.
Yeah. That's funny because on Twitter over the last few days, I've seen some comments about like, oh, I see that there are 8 lawyers here that are all of the same opinion. Like what is this? Like some kind of an echo chamber. And I was like, man, you really don't see our channels, do you? You don't see any of our other collaborations where we get into disagreements, and we could talk about SB 8, we could talk about the Trump lawsuits, the Facebook.
The entire way Nick and I met was through a
like,
disagreement. The entire way Nick and I met was through disagreement. Was through the Vic Mignogna case where we disagreed.
Yeah. So it's just it's
and I'll never
hilarious
forgive
to me.
you.
But I
We're waiting for that Court of Appeals decision. Find out which one of us is right any day now.
Could be tonight, except I don't know if they're going to issue on Veterans Day. I don't even know.
But I was going to say that like I kind of actually welcome those opportunities, because I feel like that's an opportunity for me to grift my channel. I'm like, well, you should go take a look at our other videos, because you'll find out that is actually not an accurate representation of who we are.
And I actually like so long as we all do, right? We all keep our disagreements as opinion disagreements, and that's fine. It's okay. We're lawyers. Half the people we're involved with disagree with us. That's great. And so we can do that respectfully, or we can do that disrespectfully. Uncivil Law and I were able to meet over a disagreement over one of the biggest topics in my entire channel. And I think people expected that to be a very contentious meeting. It was not. It was cordial, and we've become friends, because of that. We have the ability to talk through things, to change our minds, to even if we keep our minds the same, we grow our opinion and make it more robust. That's what discourse is for. And
exactly.
That's what we do. So no, we certainly don't have uniform opinions at all, because Legal Mindset broadcasts from a bathroom.
I know. It's crazy, It's crazy. I mean, I just was able to pinch one off 2 minutes ago. It's great.
Wait, was it a pinch and zoom? Was it a pinch and zoom?
Very good. Very nice callback.
Don't interpolate that.
Ah, very good.
Oh, Phil, did you see that yesterday? The argument over. Oh, you're muted.
You're muted. You mute yourself.
Phil, you're
Stop
muted.
muting yourself, Phil.
I'm gonna unmute you manually.
Ooh,
I can't.
That's kinky.
Sorry, I heard about that. I was driving back from the Court of Appeals. It was something about a Polish bathroom. I remember hearing yesterday. So yeah.
No, the defense has this video. It's 1080 by 844 resolution, so close to 1080p, but not. Or no, wait, 1920 by 844, something like that. It's not quite 1080p, but it's from a drone. And Kyle is in. He's a small set of pixels on the frame. I don't know how to describe it because different TVs would have different size, but I'm not trying to bias the description. Kyle is not a large figure in the frame. And one of the police officers testified that when he used pinch to zoom on his iPhone, he was able to see Kyle point a gun at someone. No evidence has been, no testimony has been offered to this evidence other than this. And so then Binger wanted to introduce them playing the video from an iPad and manually pinch to zooming live in the courtroom without clipping this out, without submitting it for review to the other party. That was his plan. Any thoughts on that?
Well,
ideally that isn't just swearing.
See, the tough part, I'm gonna pivot just slightly and say the tough part about criminal law is you don't get to know a lot of that stuff, those tactics they're going to use ahead of time. You know, I'm a civil litigator, and civil law, we know every last detail, right down to what you had for breakfast that morning before we even walk into a courtroom. And so a lot of times when you go into these criminal cases, which I don't do many, I'm often there because I'm brought in early for the upcoming appeal that's coming on that. It's hard to, if you're the defense attorney or the plaintiff's lawyer on that, to know exactly what to object to on that, because that's demonstrative evidence. Wouldn't that be? I mean, my first gut reaction would say is you're demonstrating to objectively verify what a witness has testified to, right? The problem though is, and I'm gonna play the other side on this and say, but it's not the same conditions, right? It's not the same conditions. So how can you use that as demonstrative evidence when it's not the same demonstration?
Yeah, and the problem that the defense raised, and I mentioned this roughly contemporaneous with them, is that when you zoom in on an Apple device, there's an AI aspect to the software that is filling in the pixels that have to fill the screen.
Right.
And when you see the video, I mean, we're talking, Kyle, out of an 844 height of pixels, right?
Yeah.
You're talking Kyle is less than 100 of those pixels on the screen, maybe 80. I'm estimating based on my use of Streamlabs and having to crop images, but he's maybe 80 to 100 pixels on the screen. And so you're talking about blowing this up to make him a significant chunk of real estate. There's a lot of interpolation that has to happen.
His gun is like 1/20th of that.
Yeah, it's this.
His
You're
gun
supposed
would be,
to see
if he's 8 pixels, his gun is like 12 pixels.
You can't even see, like, you can barely even see that he's got a gun in the. I don't. If you didn't know he had a gun, I don't think you would be able to tell. In all honesty,
but that was admitted that once again, the backdoor Binger, he gets it in as his expert testimony without actually qualifying it. Look, it is what it is.
No.
Especially if you get that first vowel in his last name, wrong.
He means the way he gets evidence into court, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God!
Yes,
you're gonna
get something into something.
You're gonna get thrown into North Korea for that one.
You see, yeah. YouTube's gonna take you off the air if he says that again. So,
yeah. Well, let me ask this question, and then let's talk about that for a second, because I didn't see that part of the trial on that.
Yeah.
But let me ask this question: does, from your guys' now, I'm a lawyer, I'm an in-court lawyer, right? So
right, yeah.
My question is does that really matter, you think, to a jury? And the reason why I ask that question is jurors tend to make decisions on how they feel about the case more so than these measuring the pixels, right?
Yeah.
How much? I mean, I guess let me ask the question is when the question would be is how much did that factor into a feel as to the narrative of the story as opposed to the hard cold facts of the size and the resolution of that video?
Well, the good news is the judge dismissed the jury before most of this argument took place, and the video was not actually shown to the jury in this manner. So that the feel aspect of that was mitigated.
Okay.
But the question would be if he had been allowed to show it, and we don't know what the pinch to zoom video would show. In fact, Binger doesn't know either. He tried kind of feebly to show this, but the idea is that prior to literally anything happen, that Kyle Rittenhouse raised his gun and pointed it at someone just before being chased by someone else. I think that was the narrative that the prosecution has been going for, that he was reckless, that he was pointing his gun, that he was the provoker or provocateur of this incident, and that's what they were trying to get in. I think the scary part is if you had pinched to zoom the video, he could have moved in some way which would have made it look like that had actually happened. And there's been zero testimony, zero corroborating evidence. Oh, and this video came in on Friday of last week in the middle of trial and has not really had much time to be reviewed by anyone. There was no pretrial time, so there's no option for a motion in limine on the prejudicial aspect of it or anything like that. So
now see, as a trial attorney, you scream like bloody hell to tell the judge for a continuance to study that. I mean, because if this case, this case to me, I've been kind of watching in the last 2 days now that my Court of Appeals is over and watching more and more of this as opposed to when I was prepping beforehand. But I mean, I watched the part of the presentation where where Binger was cross-examining the witness, the survivor. And I'm not good with the names on these guys yet, but the third victim, right? That you can't call a victim.
All right. Ready to go?
Yes.
Ready to go, defense?
Yes.
Okay.
The judge just asked off camera if there was a person we talked about was present, and they said no, and they said, well, seat them and then I'll talk to them. I don't know if he's talking about a juror. I don't know who he's talking about, but there was at the very beginning of the day a report that someone had contacted the court and said they had discussed something about this case maybe with a juror yesterday. So we'll see. I don't know if this is about that or not, but I just wanted, since the audio was not present yet, I wanted to make sure the chat and the panel were aware of what just happened. So sorry to cut you off there.
No, that's fine. I was just going to say is that the other part is that with that testimony that came out yesterday or the other day where the witness, the chief prosecution's witness, I mean, that the victim is always the prosecution's chief witness, said, yeah, I pointed a gun at him. I mean, in my mind as a litigator, I would have reeled back because this morning, reeled back on my defense. And the only reason why I say that is when you get that kind of concession in front of the jurors, like today they were talking, they had the expert up there that was talking about how many milliseconds there were between the shots. That takes away from the feel of the case right off the bat, right? You can analysis paralysis yourself to the jury in that you can get them to take them from feeling that you're right to being that you analyze the hell out of something and take away, snatch away victory from the jaws of defeat on this thing. So I question sometimes we're not in the room, and I know I see they're starting to come back right now here too, but you got to be careful as the defense attorney, which I kind of view on the flip side as a plaintiff civil attorney. Sometimes you got to pull back and say to yourself, the cards are working in our favor. Let's let the cards sit as they may, and let's not throw any more on the table.
Yeah, and I think we were all singing the same song, basically, during Dr. Black's testimony. We're like, why are you asking these questions? Why are you dragging this out? You're trying to demonstrate just how short this event was. And who was it, Ian, who said, you're taking an hour to do it?
I have overruled the last objection, so go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Hernandez, you had indicated that you have provided with both the defense and the state with your full footage from the night of August 25th. Is that right?
Yes.
And you did that through an attorney from a law firm from Madison, correct?
Yes.
And that's an attorney whose firm is also providing services to the defendant in this case.
Today is the first time I'm hearing of this, so I don't have any bias because I just heard about this today.
After this incident, the shooting occurred on August 25th, 2020. You posted videos in support of the defendant after that, correct?
Can you repeat the date one more time?
After the shooting on August 25th, 2020, you posted on social media in support, didn't you?
Define support.
You posted videos that you felt would help his case by showing aggressive behavior on the part of Joseph Rosenbaum, for example.
I posted the same video that is evidence today.
And in that with that video, you made some disparaging remarks about Mr. Rosenbaum, didn't you?
What would you say is that?
Do you remember what you said?
I'd like to hear it.
So you don't remember what you said?
I have no idea. I post on Twitter many times a day. I posted many videos.
Oh,
if you could specify what exactly you're talking about, I could correctly answer you.
Oh my God, this feed.
The P word. He's going to say.
If he says
They
it, though.
permit lawyers to remind people that they're under oath. And it's happened a few times in the case here. It's not permitted. I don't think most judges do allow it. Of course, they're under oath.
He must have said,
So it's
remember you're under oath.
It's actually a suggestion by the
Which is
questioner.
never a good look in front of a jury.
The witness is not being truthful, and you're welcome to argue that at the end of the trial, but don't use it as a preface to your questions, okay?
Have you ever posted anything on social media?
Yes.
In support of Kyle Rittenhouse?
One could argue yes.
You've also been watching this trial
Good answer.
while it's been going on, correct?
Yes.
And when you've been testifying, you've been referring to the defendant by his first name, Kyle, correct?
Yes.
And you've been referring to the first person that he killed as Mr. Rosenbaum.
Yes.
Instead of Joe or Joseph, correct? Is that yes?
Yes.
Do you, as you sit here today, do you personally know the defendant?
No.
But yet you call him by his first name?
That's his legal name. What else am I supposed to call him?
Mr. Rittenhouse or the defendant?
Guys being too combative.
I do have a rule that is honored in the breach, as Chaucer wrote, that witnesses are to be addressed formally.
I can switch to the PBS
so that
feed
there's no
in just a
distinction
second.
between classes and races and that type of thing. Except I do permit an attorney representing the defendant to use a first name, because that would be the normal mode of address.
They're
between a
conflating.
lawyer
He
and
didn't
a
do this
client.
in court. He did it in his
I would
post.
tell you
Social
that
media.
throughout
He's
this
such a
trial
boomer.
and every other,
He's such a boomer.
people
He's
slip
not getting
into
that
calling
it's a tweet
people
he's
by their
referring
first
to.
names, and if it's brought to my attention, then I discourage it or even stop it. But just so you know, it generally should be Mr. Rittenhouse and Mr. Rosenbaum. Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Here, I'm going to switch
You
over.
testified that you observed Mr. Rittenhouse.
Next pause.
You made a hand gesture. You characterized him as trying to de-escalate the situation. Is that right?
Yes.
Were you wearing your body cam when that happened?
Yes.
Do you have footage of that?
Yes.
Have we seen that yet?
It's been submitted to you guys.
Right, but was it played when you testified?
No.
You also characterized.
it,
Well,
Mayor.
you.
Yep.
There was a video that was played
he's not gonna
of
do that, though.
the incident at the Ultimate gas station with Mr. Rosenbaum and the dumpster. Fair to say?
The flaming dumpster.
You were personally at that location when that all happened, correct?
Yes.
Was the defendant?
I cannot recall. I was not there. Or I can't
You were there.
recall he was there or not. Yes, I was
He
there.
wasn't.
You never saw him at that scene, correct?
No.
Kyle wasn't there for that.
You also mentioned that at one point you observed a fire at a mechanic shop. Do you remember
Yes.
where that was?
It was a couple blocks away from Sheraton. I don't remember exactly.
That was some tires
Yes.
that were on fire in the middle of that lot, correct?
Yes.
And you have no idea who started that fire?
No.
You're not here testifying that Mr. Rosenbaum started that fire?
No.
You're not here testifying that anyone else in this case started that fire, correct?
I have no idea who started that fire.
In the video that we played earlier, this is the video where you're walking down the street, you see the tipped over garbage can, the road, people lighting on fire, and then you start walking in the same direction as the defendant. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Yes, Rosenbaum.
It was
Joseph Rosenbaum.
It was Rosenbaum furthest south on Sheridan, Mr. Rittenhouse, and then I don't know if you know this individual, there's a Richie McGinnis. Do you know who that is?
Yes.
And he was heading in that same direction between you and the defendant. Is that fair to say?
Yes, based upon the footage, yes.
And you're aware that there comes a time in the video that you made where the defendant starts to run. Do you remember that?
I didn't make any videos.
Recorded.
Yes.
Why?
There comes a time in the video you recorded in which you saw Mr. Rittenhouse start running. Is that fair to say?
After Joseph Rosenbaum was lighting a fire in the middle of the street, he had his face covered and he stopped and started going towards car source 3 walking. And a couple seconds after, you see Kyle Rittenhouse walk past the frame with a fire extinguisher.
I don't think he's playing well. He's coming off way.
The question I was asking you though,
way
sir,
too
is
partisan.
Before the break.
there comes a time after that where in your video, Mr. Rittenhouse starts running towards that car source. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And Mr. McGinnis, who is between you and the defendant, also starts running.
Yes.
And you start running.
Yes.
Why?
Because the rioters were saying en route to car source, en route to car source, and someone yelled out either burn in hell or burn inside or burn it down. It's hard to make out. But they were clearly displaying riotous, arsonist behavior prior to that. And covering riots all of 2020, I could tell something violent was about to happen.
Such as an arson or a fire?
Yes.
What else could possibly?
At the time, that's what I was thinking.
So you were mostly concerned about running to get there in time to cover what you thought was going to be a fire?
Yes.
Was your decision to start running based on you seeing the defendant start to run?
No.
So you just independently decided to run at that time?
I just told you, people were saying en route to car source. Someone said burn in hell, burn it down. And the prior nights, the rioters were burning down buildings in Kenosha.
The people that you quote as saying those things, they're walking down the middle of the road, weren't they?
Some were walking, yes.
The people that say those things don't start running at the same time you do they?
I couldn't tell who said it.
Did you, these people you're characterizing as arsonists, rioters, whatever language you're using, were any of them running towards the 63rd car source?
Some were way ahead of me, in front of me, so I wouldn't be able to tell.
So you didn't know whether those people way ahead of you were running or not?
No, it'd be too far to tell.
So I know you said you started running. What other people around you were running at that very moment? If you know.
Richie was in front of me. So I think Richie McGinnis was the one that started running. And then while we started hearing all of the noise and people saying burn it down, that's when I started to go run towards the car source.
So one of the factors in your decision to start running was the fact that you saw Mr. McGinnis start to run.
Yes, one of the factors.
And you are, you post on Twitter, correct?
Yes.
And you have a Twitter name that is @DrewHLive.
Yes.
Is that right? And Drew H Live is your
show that you have, or your website, correct?
Yes, on YouTube.
Okay. And you tweeted about this incident on the night of August 25th, didn't you?
Yes.
Shortly after everything happened.
Yes.
And you were talking about an armed citizen who opened fire on a rioter,
Yes.
right? And you characterized the rioters as planning to burn down the car dealership, correct?
Yes.
And it seems like you're suggesting then that the defendant he's the armed citizen that you're referring to, right?
Yes.
That he is, in your opinion, took necessary action to stop these rioters. That's what your tweet is basically suggesting, right?
At the time, it appeared that he was attempting to protect the local business from violent rioters that had already displayed that behavior 2 nights prior.
So this is an example, and this is, by the way, this is at 11:35 p.m. on August 25th, 2020. I know you said you're from Arizona. Is it possible that this was Arizona time, so 2 hours behind us? Because the shootings hadn't happened here until about 11:50 p.m. So I'm wondering if that's why there might be a time difference. Do you know?
No, I posted that. Are you referring to the video of the shooting
Minority
of
Report.
Mr. Rosenbaum?
That's part of it, yes.
Okay, yeah, I posted that specific video maybe about 20 minutes after it happened, the original video.
And by that time, you had made a conclusion in your own mind that what the defendant did was the right thing. Fair to say?
I would have to take a look at the specific tweets to remember what I was saying and why I was saying it.
This is the tweet from 11:35 p.m. on August 25th, 2020, which in Kenosha would have been before the shooting actually occurred. And you say, it appears an armed citizen was defending the car dealership and opened fire on the rioter who was attempting to vandalize or burn the dealership down. Before the shooting took
Okay.
car dealership, end quote. Do you remember that tweet?
Yes.
And that was shortly after this all happened?
Yes.
So he's trying to argue that because a journalist had an interpretation of something at the time, that's what happened, despite all of the video and testimony that they've
Now,
received
you
in
were
court?
also asked if you
Even though his
had
state of mind isn't at
observed
issue. It's
various
Kyle's state of mind
individuals
that's at
that
issue.
night, and you've told us about your observations of Joseph Rosenbaum. Fair?
Yes.
And have you showed us or talked about all of the observations or videos that you have with regard to Joseph Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Do you know if you have any that pertain to Gage Grosskreutz?
No.
No, I don't know, or no, I don't.
No, I don't know. It's a lot of footage. I would have to go through a lot of footage. He might run through a frame randomly. So that's what I would say.
Can we pull up Exhibit 152, please? And we're going to play this at the 1 minute and 51 second mark.
Okay, I'm going to switch over to the other stream here while we have a second.
Oh, all right. So they at least played this.
Pause. There is an individual who is crouching on the ground wearing a blue hat with what appears to be some white lettering on it. Do you see the person I'm talking about?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
I do not right now off the top of my head.
Is there any disagreement that that's Gage Grosskreutz? And you were recording this because there's someone on the ground there that appears to be injured and is being treated by medics. Is that fair to say?
Yes, because they were rioting.
Okay.
Oh, come on. You need
Let's go
stop
to
now.
exhibit number 153. Oh, Karen, are you okay? Do you need a tissue or anything? Okay. Let's go to exhibit 153 at the 42nd
do you need
mark,
a
please.
tissue?
Get out of here.
Please, come on.
Do you, Binger? God, this guy's a slime ball. It just drives me nuts.
The pins affectation is really getting on my nerves because this is a murder trial, and every day he's showing off a new.
This
like-
one's a Sherlock Holmes pin. Someone posted a zoom in
Disgusting.
of Twitter.
Is it?
Yeah. It's like you
But
shouldn't be
the
doing that
judge-
here, man.
The judge earlier though was wrong though, to yell at him about the bias piece. The judge is really wrong on that.
True Trading Group says, you guys are awesome. Just joined. Locals, back to work. Have a great day.
Mr.
He sent
Hernandez,
3
is
big
this
chats. Thank
video
you,
that
True
you
Trading
recorded on
Group.
your body cam?
Yes.
And did you see something that was being shown in your direction?
Yes, a laser.
Where was that coming from?
I have no idea.
You recorded this video maybe a lot or two away, a house property away from the 59th Street car source, didn't you?
Yes.
And that's a laser coming from someone who was up on the roof of that car source, right?
Yes.
And you're holding up your press badge because you're worried that someone who's pointing that laser at you is also at the same time pointing a gun at you, correct?
Yes.
Was Kyle on the roof?
And that made you
No,
fearful
this
for
is
your
irrelevant.
safety, didn't it?
The context of this is the rioters
This
had
just shows
already
bias.
attempted to get into spark some kind of confrontation. That's what I testified to earlier.
Sir,
So
I'm gonna
then they
sir-
went behind this
sir-
building and started throwing rocks at the people on top of the building. Okay.
My question is
See,
very
he's not
simple.
answering questions. So he's biased.
When that person on the roof is shining
Yeah,
that
he's not
laser
playing
pointer
well,
at
I
you and
think.
you think that they're pointing a gun at you, that
No, he's got a
made
clear
you
bias, and that-
fear
and
for
that's why we
your
don't call
safety,
this.
didn't it?
It's ridiculous.
You didn't answer that.
What did you say?
It's one thing that he's biased, but he just can't shut up about it.
Yeah.
Do you recall the
He
question?
thinks he's helping.
Yes, because I didn't want to
Yeah.
be misidentified as a rioter.
And you were fearful for your safety at that moment, weren't you?
I'm always fearful in the midst of riots.
Sir, at that moment, when that person on the roof is
Being
pointing a
invasive.
laser pointer at you and
It's
you
obvious.
think there's a gun pointed at
It's
you,
not helping.
you were fearful for your safety, weren't you?
Because I didn't want to get misidentified as a rioter.
Are you able to answer that question with a yes or a no?
I will say in fairness, I think the witness has answered it now.
Yes.
Yeah.
He has,
He's
but it's
answered
a
it.
bad
Any other
answer.
questions?
Well, you're afraid
He's
of
answered
a
it,
rioter's going to get shot? Are you afraid
Yeah.
the rioters
Yeah, that's-
around
he
you are
didn't
going to
play
get
great.
shot by the
Exactly, that's not
militia?
a good
Hernandez,
answer.
do you
He didn't play
believe
great.
that posting videos of what you saw was done to help Kyle?
No, because at the moment I posted all these videos on social media, I had no idea who Kyle Rittenhouse was or Joseph Rosenbaum the night of the riot.
And the purpose of posting the videos was what?
To report, I'm a journalist, I'm a reporter.
Mr. Bringer had showed you a picture of or a video of the green laser thing.
Mm-hmm.
Any idea who did that?
I have no idea.
Nothing else.
You
That
say
was a
you're a
good- that was a good
journalist
plus.
and a reporter?
Yes,
Earlier, you identified yourself as a professional commentator.
all the above.
Is it your practice as a journalist to interject your personal opinion into the stories you're reporting on?
It's the name of commentator.
No.
But you did that here.
Where?
On August 25th, a few minutes after these
Oh,
shootings,
got him.
you posted on Twitter your opinion as to whether the
Every
defendant in
journalist
your
does
mind was
that.
right or wrong in
Yeah.
doing what he did, correct?
No, I said apparently at the
But that's
beginning of
just
that
trying to trip him
statement.
up. See, that's why.
What
that's
effect
why
does
he's
that
struggling
have?
With it.
It means apparently. It doesn't mean
I did
that
like
this
that
is
response.
100%
Yeah, I like that
my
response.
opinion.
You
It's
had
funny.
already jumped to a conclusion, an apparent conclusion at that moment, right?
That's what apparently means.
But that's not what journalists do, right?
Oh.
Where we're headed here.
I'll be done.
Yeah.
He got Finger got exactly what he wanted out of that.
You're not a
Yeah.
real journalist.
That's not.
You're
been my
just this
experience with journalism.
opinionated, biased person.
And you
He
edited
should have said
these
that's what all
videos.
journalists do.
He should, yes, he should have said that's what all
journalists do.
Yeah.
field journalists do.
All journalists.
They observe and they report on their observations. Could have gone better.
Could have
what
gone
do
a
you
lot
think?
better.
I think this is a
They
bad
should have
witness.
called that witness. That witness is bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that witness.
Yeah, as soon as
why'd they call him?
as soon as he said today is the first I'm hearing of this law firm connection, so I don't have any bias.
Yeah.
He said the word
You should
bias.
have said bias. Yeah.
That puts the word bias in the jury's head.
I do wish
Next, the defense would like to call the
that all
flaming dumpster.
pictures that Nathan Brune viewed be published to the jury. I never did that when I moved them into evidence.
You'll have to give the numbers you want to show to the
Okay.
jury.
I can find that.
But you can do that.
So he said, looks like Black has prepared his report and emailed it to the clerk. The report that was requested. And they said after the court, has received that, they're done. So now we're going to move into rebuttal territory, I suppose.
The one thing about the witness before they went on break, when the judge screamed at him, he's like, "Well, how's this relevant about the law firm and the bias? Bias is always relevant." And I think the judge has been on a very short leash, but he yelled at him, and then he said, "Well, I'm going to allow it." So, I don't know. I think this judge has him on too short of a leash, even though I understand why, but it just wasn't appropriate.
Yeah, I think he's just worried because
and then
Binger keeps straying into constitutional issues.
That envelope says "Find smiles inside."
That's so cute.
Your Honor, we got our pictures printed by Amazon.com photo developing. I'd like to move into evidence that all of these pictures, Your Honor, will bring smiles to the jury. That's why I want to share them with the jury, Your Honor. Why
Now, wait a minute. There's bias because every one of those people have bought something from Amazon.
And there's bias because the defense looks like Bezos.
Yeah, there you go.
Your Honor, my associate, Mr. Shirokasi, is actually a superhero, Jeff Bezos. This is his Batman-like suit where he comes in and moonlights as a humble attorney in Wisconsin, Your Honor.
But
oh my god,
it's funny to see a judge yell at you, like, "Oh, you can't do this," and then, "Okay, I'm going to admit it." It's like, what? No.
That's what Joe was saying.
A little crazy.
It's kind of like it's bipolar.
But, yeah.
Yeah, this one, I think he was worried about where Binger was going more than where he had been because of how he went too far on the Fifth Amendment issue yesterday. And so the judge's like, wait a minute. You can't impugn this guy for hiring a lawyer just in general. Like, I still have a problem with that line of questioning.
Yeah. Right.
So it was weird, but yeah, I think he was being proactive rather than reactive.
Well, especially because Binger said when he was trying to explain to the court initially, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure he first said the reason why I want this is to show bias for the fact that he hired an attorney, which is totally improper. But then he kind of changed it as the discussion moved forward.
He's wormy like that.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. Binger deserves what he gets. Like Binger's an idiot. I'm just gonna just say it. But
stepping on rakes the judge all day. I still hate that the detectives that testified are at that table. I hate that. I don't think it's proper.
Yeah, I agree completely.
Oh my God, we could have a whole conversation about the fact that nobody above the bar should be other than an attorney, because it elevates those detectives as somebody special.
And then the parties.
Well, and the parties, of course,
Yeah.
but I'm.
Yeah.
I wonder what the court's doing. I guess they're checking the report that was just printed off that they had requested. Notice, I don't know if this matters to anybody. I don't know if this matters to the jury, but the defense requested a report from the prosecution that has not been produced, and they requested that report yesterday. The prosecution requested a fair, equal treatment on the report from the defense expert witness today and got the report after lunch. It's frustrating to me. Oh, do they have it? Does the state have their report? That would be good.
Speak of the devil.
He was listening.
At this point, the state is just. At this point, I don't even know what the state is doing. They should know they've lost this case. It's like, it's obvious.
You'd hope
They know.
so.
They're just.
Nate, do you think the judge is going to end up dismissing it though, on their motion for mistrial with prejudice?
No. I think he's going to let it go to the jury. But I would have dismissed it yesterday, to be honest with you.
I think that Fifth Amendment thing was just.
judge.
That Fifth Amendment thing was a bridge too far. in my opinion.
The first
Confrontation
one,
clause.
no. The second time, yes. And then a propensity thing on top of that. This morning
Yeah.
we'd have been done. But
Yeah, so then I guess that begs the
this
question
with
on
prejudice.
appeal. Then that gives them an appeal point if they, as long as they file the motion for mistrial for dismissal, then they can actually appeal that order, right? Which
Yeah,
that's
but-
better than appealing a jury. If
but I
they
got
don't get the
I got
jury
two
verdict.
constitutional violations. Then we got two constitutional violations, and I got a propensity violation. You're going pretty strong, and he believes that Binger was in bad faith when he did it. So,
Which is
I don't know what
under
you mean.
Wisconsin law, it's very clear. You say they're under bad faith, that's the standard.
Bad faith, 3 violations. I think you got a winner on appeal.
Very interesting.
Let me
To
push
find
back
it.
as
Hopefully
the
he doesn't
appellate
have to go
attorney
there.
and say, listen, a lot of times, I mean, the prosecution should come back and ask for a corrective instruction on that to say, you disregard anything that would be unconstitutional. I mean, specifically define it, obviously, and try to take away that thunder from an appeal.
I
not a
love
bad
watching
approach.
people read. I love it. Let's watch people read in silence.
You guys think that this case isn't a little too political for an appellate court to overturn a decision?
I don't know that it would be too political for an appellate court to overturn a decision on. I mean, if they meet the standards, and like Legal Mindset said, you have the judge on the record saying, "I don't believe that you brought this in good faith." I mean, that gives you enough ammunition to at least put it in your appeal. This was in bad faith. We have it on the record that the judge found this to be in bad faith. I mean, they can argue against that, and then the appeals court can review the record and disagree with you. But it's hard to say. It's hard for them to go in and say, "Well, no, this was in good faith," when the judge in the courtroom said, "Nah, I don't think so." So
when the judge on the record saying, "I don't believe you did it in good faith," I think you got a good appeal. I think you've got a bad case.
Yeah. And Nate, what did you think about Binger overtly bringing politics into this? Though I thought that was a mistake for him. Did you hear that portion?
Big time. Yeah, big time. That was horrible. I don't know what Binger's doing, to be honest. Either he's an idiot or he just doesn't care. Like, he's asking questions that every lawyer on the planet knows you can't ask. He's doing he's just breaking every single rule and doing it on a case where he knows the kid is, the kid's got a viable self-defense claim. I don't understand. I understand, you want to win, but this is just really, this is very close to being, to having some issues. I don't know why he's doing it. I just don't understand it. I really don't. I don't understand why he's doing it.
Yeah. True Trading Group says, I have figured it out. He was having issues with the super chat earlier. He meant to send the super chats. He loves what we're doing. And his brother, I'm saying I'm assuming his gender. My brother is a lawyer and loves us and he wanted to support. So thank you
Aw,
very much to True
nice.
Trading Group for that.
Appreciate it.
That's awesome.
So, Nick, you're going to split that one, right?
Yep.
Like all of them. This is like equal distribution here.
You can
I gotta
trust
get
that
out
as
of
much
here.
as any
The
time a
Arbor-
client says, "I'll pay you soon."
Yeah, right.
Hey, the weird thing is the Arbery trial now, the funny part about it, they got Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson, and now everybody's arguing about why do you have all these people watching the trial, intimidating the jury? It's starting to get crazy over there.
Oh, wow.
You made a tweet earlier. The defense attorney said, "We don't want any more black pastors in the court." Is that a real thing that happened?
Yeah, I put the clip up on Twitter. Yeah, he said those were his exact words. No more black pastors. There's too many in the courtroom. That's crazy. I know.
There's too much Jesus in this building.
We don't want the Jesse Jacksons in here.
Oh God.
Oh my. All right. Do we have?
Yeah, in case you're wondering, by the way, we topped 75,000 now for the first time.
Very good.
Oh, that, and
Whoa.
we're.
Well done,
I mean,
gentlemen.
That's nice.
PBS. I don't think PBS has even come close to us today.
No, they
yesterday we were trailing PBS. I think people have learned where the good coverage is. That's why.
the-
That's
the-
why I
the-
actually switched to PBS's stream. I wanted them to have one more view. I really.
And just
The
remind them,
fun-
just
the
tease
news
them that
coverage-
they could have had 75,000 more, but they're over here.
Hey, really, it's the one view they
news
deserve.
coverage. The news coverage on this thing is ridiculous, though. If you look at if you watch the Good Morning America, everything, they make it seem like Kyle is losing. He's about to get convicted. I'm like, these people are trying to set something up here. I don't know if they're trying to set up a big news story.
Yes,
but it's
that's
crazy.
exactly it. They
It's really
want
crazy.
the left to be going nuts when he's acquitted, because that's more division, that's more fighting. It's just more black
And
versus
more views.
white.
Outrage
And
sells.
views.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
NBC had I can't remember the guy's name. I don't know, but he was interviewing a law professor, and the law professor, at first has some mitigating statements and comes off kind of neutral in the first like 20 seconds, and then he goes full on insanity mode. And I'm like, what? Okay, what professorship does he have? Like, is he a tax law professor? What's going on? Because this doesn't make sense for a criminal law professor to come out and talk about the case in this way. And it was, I mean, I'm watching the coverage in disbelief at what the professor was saying. It blew my mind. But the big aspect of the mainstream media coverage of this is, of course, what we've known for a while. It's headline reporting. They'll headline something outrageous about what's going on, and then they'll bury the actual story 23 paragraphs in. And they'll be, oh no, we reported on the facts. It's like, I mean, did you though? Did you? Your headline says patron saint of medics Gage Grosskreutz victimized by Kyle Rittenhouse, and then down in paragraph 9 it says he stepped towards Kyle Rittenhouse, drew his gun, and pointed it at his head. Sure, but he was there to provide help for people.
The coverage of that
He was on Good
smarmy,
Morning America this morning.
yeah, the coverage
Gage
of
goes
his
to Good Morning
smarmy,
America.
ridiculously transparently stupid testimony was a quote from him saying, "I was scared I was going to die." That's it. That was the whole headline. I was scared I was going to die.
Gage,
oh my God,
that's what they took.
I'm
Gage
just waiting.
Grosskreutz is on Good Morning America today. They were criticizing Photo Chad for talking to a media outlet months and months and months ago because they happen to be in the same place at the same time. They're like, oh, you talk to the media? Do you always talk to the media? Do you talk to every media? This guy is on Good Morning America during trial when he's a complaining witness.
Maybe we could call him back and ask those same questions.
That would be interesting. What did you tell the media?
Don't you have a?
I'm just waiting for the inspiring story of how Gage Grosskreutz learned to jerk it again after his injury.
You're a degenerate, Ian. I love you.
Yes.
Cue the meme. Cue the meme. The astronaut meme with the two astronauts, and Gage Grosskreutz is both of them. He's both of them, and it says, "Wait, you're a lefty," and the one behind is always was.
I need new friends.
It is hard to use the bathroom with your with your offhand, though. I will say that it is awkward. I remember when I broke my hand, I was like, everything's difficult. Eating, everything.
Yeah, because you and not in the gross way, but unbuttoning your pants, unzipping your pants. You unzip your pants with the same hand every
everything
time.
is tough.
Not in the
Very
gross
weird.
quotes way.
God, I hope someone makes that astronaut meme. That would make my day.
Don't worry, someone will.
They're on it.
If you make
They've
it,
been very
please
fast
DM
on the
me.
memes today.
I'm sure it's already done at this point.
Please DM me on Twitter, please.
Let me go pick up my kids. Later, everybody. See you guys tomorrow.
See you, Nate.
Okay,
Good seeing you.
Good to see you, brother.
For the rest of a while.
Hey, thanks. Oh, I didn't even get to say goodbye. He left us. He left us.
He left us. When you gotta go, you gotta go.
Says the man sitting in his bathroom.
Okay, so what the
You're giving tainted
procedure
Alita.
is the procedure following
Hey, my
this
husband
is
came up with that joke.
once
Sorry, go
once both of these parties go through their reports and decide whether they want to do anything about them. If they're all done, the defense will close their case in chief, and the prosecution will have the opportunity to bring rebuttal witnesses. And those witnesses, in theory, we don't know with this judge, in theory, are limited to rebut specific evidence that was brought up by the defense. And then the defense will have the opportunity to do a rebuttal to the rebuttal.
Do they?
I think so. I think that's what I was reading. I don't know. I'm not a Wisconsin.
I mean, usually it stops with the party that has the burden of proof, so it wouldn't make sense to rebuttal to rebuttal unless there's a rebuttal to that. Which, maybe there's just infinite rebuttals. I don't know.
Let's see. I thought that's what I saw.
Am I talking out of school here, rest of lawyers?
I don't know. I don't know if any of us know.
I mean, normally it's the prosecution gets the last rebuttal, and that's the rebuttal, and that's it. Normally, at least for Michigan.
Yeah, I don't
That's
remember.
my
how
understanding, but I
I
don't
might
know
be
for
incorrect
sure.
on that.
Yeah, I don't know how rebuttalception ends.
Trying to find it.
They've been doing a lot of back and forth in this trial. That's more than would be permitted where I am.
You got a break for tea time where you're at, right, Runkle?
The redirects and recrosses has been an interesting aspect of this, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm not used to that at all. So I was going to ask if that's Michigan or if that's just this weird trial.
I've never seen anything like it, that's for sure.
Let's see.
Somebody in my Discord was saying that behind Binger, there's probably a reporter that they say looks like me. So I'm now trying to catch a glimpse of this and try to figure out who that is.
The guy's been there the whole time, taking photos, I guess.
So I was stepped out when they went to break here. So what is the holdup here now?
They've received the report from Dr. Black that was requested, and it looks like they've also received the report from the state's expert, video expert on, and they're reviewing those reports right now. So we're waiting to see if they want to do anything with that. Maybe I can find. I'm looking through the Wisconsin rules of criminal procedure.
Open up the books, baby.
Okay. Oh my God. This is super exciting.
It gives.
I know we finally have like a calm moment in this trial.
It gives all your fans a chance to sub to all of us. So
that's right.
It's a nice little break.
It's a very good point. Good logic.
Yeah,
have you clicked on Runkle the Bailey? He's awesome. You should go check out his channel.
Amen. We should do a little infomercial now.
Yeah, exactly. If you like Targaryens and Lord of the Rings, Runkle's the man for you.
Don't forget the Harry Potter.
Yeah, no, he's got the whole. He'll teach you spells like resipsiloquitur.
Nice.
Okay. Here we go. The state first offers evidence in support of the prosecution. The defendant may offer evidence after the state is rested. If the state and defendant have offered evidence upon the original case, the parties may then respectively offer rebuttal testimony only unless the court in its discretion permits them to offer evidence upon their original case. So it looks like the defense is entitled under my read of that rule, since it says the parties may then respectively offer rebuttal testimony to have a rebuttal to the rebuttal.
Okay.
I stand champion on top of this mountain.
Yeah.
So wait, one more time. So the process is going to be here. How many rebuttals?
It looks like, well, with this judge, I think as many as they want to do, but it says state and defendant have offered evidence upon the original case. The parties may then respectively offer rebuttal testimony only. So the state only gets a rebuttal if the defense offers testimony, but they have. So then they respectively will go again. So then the state, then the defense. And then it says, unless the court in its discretion permits them to offer evidence upon their original case. So the judge may allow them to supplement their cases on their rebuttal time.
We're gonna be here till Christmas.
To be fair, though, is there a better Christmas gift than this trial?
Seriously. I wasn't saying that like dejectedly. I was like gleefully saying that.
Let's see. By the way, I think our stream has been featured on Minds.
Nice.
So that's pretty cool. If you guys want an alternative social media to something like Twitter, Minds is a great place to check that out as well. There's lots of interesting people on Minds. So, you know, there you go. I'm sitting here doing an ad. This is crazy.
Can I share with you guys?
What do you got, Joe? What do you
I
got?
got a meme here with a I've got a legal mindset meme, which is really good.
Have you tried the all-new game Raid Shadow Legends? It's wonderful. I play it all the time.
I could shill Ridge wallets right now.
I was going to
That's-
say, what about Ridge
I have
Wallet?
a Ridge wallet.
I actually
have a
bought
Ridge
one with
wallet.
your code, Nick.
Oh, you did?
So I can grift for you.
What is a Ridge Wall? Tell us more.
Well, I will.
bulletproof.
Here you go.
Do you want
This
to
is a
hear?
Ridge wallet. Well, I got some crumbs on there. This is a Ridge wallet. This is my old Ridge wallet. I have a new one now, but if you go to ridge.com/nose and use promo code nose, you can get 10% off your order at Ridge. It's a small form factor wallet. It has RFID shielding. You can put like 15, 20 cards in here. Just put them in there and carry it around. I love it. I've been using them for years. I used to have a big fat wallet full of stupid stuff, and no longer do I do that.
Going and
Oh.
getting to a place where you can play your videos.
That was
again,
perfect
is that
timing.
possible?
Great ad placement, Nick.
Thank you. Thank you. Ridge.com/nose, promo code nose for 10% off your next order.
I still my favorite.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Yes, you're welcome.
Well, if you
found
see, I
that one.
updated my my name here, so we're good.
There you go. I love it.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
Here, let me make sure I have the audio back, because last time I shared something, it took the audio off. So I'm resharing it. There we go.
Nice. I still think my favorite version of a Ridge Wallet sponsorship is Tim Dillon's, where he goes, "Ridge Wallet, yum." I don't know why. It's stuck in my head since then. Every single time I hear it.
I like Ridge a lot because they've never ever told me you can't say that. Sometimes I put their ads in super spicy videos.
They don't care.
Well, so the reason why I bought one was actually because I usually just take my ID and a few credit cards into like a little like Ziploc bag to go running to make sure that I have something on me at all times. But just out of convenience, I end up not putting them back into my regular wallet and just putting that plastic bag into my purse. So my husband has just been, Mr. Bites, he's been eternally embarrassed by me, an adult woman, pulling out her credit card out of a plastic bag. So he was like, "You need to buy a proper wallet. Like you need to now. Get something that you can run with. You can throw into a plastic bag and take it out of one."
You could also clip it to use the money clip. You could clip it to like your running shorts or whatever.
Mhm.
I like to if I'm put something in a pocket, I clip it to the pocket if I'm going to be moving. That's been a long time though. I don't move anymore. I'm sedentary.
Yeah, if any of you watching share with me by DM any of your good memes that you've seen out there about the panel or the trial, please share them and I'll pump them out to Nick because
Dr.
he's
Black,
busy.
since we talked earlier, you have provided us with a 7-page document that contains some information regarding the modifications that you made to some of these videos. Is that fair to say?
Specifically, the 2 videos that you asked me about that we used as demonstrators.
Yes, sir.
One of them was the video number 6. It's observation number 16 on your list. And this was one in which I had asked you earlier if you knew the source of it, and I believe you indicated at the time you didn't know where it came from.
I said I knew that I had it, I just didn't have the exact name.
Sure. Now that we've got some further information here, do you know where that came from?
Yes, sir. And that would be the, moving by my cursor, the video that is denoted as the N as in Nora de Bruin video.
Is this a
hyphen
continuation of his
IMG
testimony or rebuttal?
file MP4.
It's continuation on this one. He asked permission for it.
It's whatever that video says.
So you don't personally know if that was Nathan DeBruin or who it was. You just have it marked as a file name, basically.
I have it marked as how it was given to me.
Do you know when you got that video? Let me put it this way. Did you get that video since you prepared your preliminary report in July?
I don't know. I can take a look at my other items here and give you a good.
If you could, please.
So he's questioning when he got a particular video. Is this going to be very important? I'm not.
Bias.
The video itself would have been with the original discovery, which would have been the evidentiary items reviewed in my preliminary reports. The interview statements of Nathan DeBruin that would have coincided with it would have been in the secondary discovery, which would be in my supplemental report.
And with regard to this video, in the report you gave us since we last talked, it indicates here that you trimmed the video and it indicates you enhanced the levels. So you say you adjusted the contrast to 14.4 and the brightness to 175.1. Am I reading this correctly?
You are reading it correctly. However, if you take a look slightly forward in the report, these are matched estimated values post-production. In other words, I didn't capture it at the exact moment I was working on this and during the last time we talked, and I matched the levels consequently.
What do you mean you matched levels to what?
To the appearance of the video. In other words, what you're doing is you're adjusting contrast on one side of it. And if you want, I can show that to you.
No, you can just describe it.
That's fine. And you're adjusting brightness on the other. There are two slider items, so to speak.
Sure.
One slider goes up from 0 to whatever, the other goes down.
I think we've done this a lot on our own personal cell phones. What I'm wondering is, how did you arrive at those settings for contrast and brightness? What were you comparing them to, or
Gotta love that backdoor testifying.
The actual video.
Yep.
So you had a raw video from the source which had a certain contrast and brightness level?
The video that was given to me yes, sir. I had a raw video with
And then when you did work on that video, you adjusted the contrast and the brightness on your work to try and match the original?
No. Okay.
Misunderstanding.
No, and I'm probably misspeaking. The process on this is I have a video. I cut out the piece I'm going to work on so I don't have it. It takes a lot of energy or computing power to work on it. It has that amount of frames. And then I process that piece. So that piece of video, I run through, in this case, with some very simple processes, which is I level adjust, which is just simply adjusting the brightness and the contrast to see if I can get more clarity out of it. And then from there, I like what the clarity looks like because I can see a preview of it. Okay, it looks like I can see a little bit more, do whatever. I then put it into a no audio track, as we already discussed earlier, an MP4 file. And I say, it'd be nice if this was a little bit slower so I can make more sense out of it. And I simply adjust the frame rate. If it was 60 and I want it a little bit slower, maybe I'll start at a 10, maybe I'll go down to 6 until I can discern stuff. So that's what I'm describing. Big file original, raw. What was given to me is raw. Extract, same exact speed, no alterations, no nothing. Then the extract, levels enhanced, slowed, frame reduction.
So what I'm getting at is when you have that extract and you're enhancing the levels, you personally are adjusting the brightness and contrast in that extract.
That is absolutely correct.
And you're doing that because you're hoping that by making those adjustments, it'll make things in the video easier to see.
That's fair.
And with regard to the rest of the document you gave us since the last time you testified, you also indicate that you did a similar process with the BG on the scene or BG on the go video, which shows the second set of shootings. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
And again, with that, you adjusted the contrast and the brightness yourself.
Yes, sir.
And you did that because you were trying to make it so that things in that video were easier to see.
Also correct.
Okay. You played for us earlier that video on your computer, broadcast onto our TVs. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And when you played it for us, you had it slowed down to a certain speed. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I thought I heard you say earlier, and maybe I was wrong. I thought you said a quarter speed.
That's what I thought it was. It's actually, and let's make sure we're talking about the right video. Which video are you referring to?
The Brandon Gutschwager or BG on the scene video. I think this is on the second or maybe third to last page of your most recent document.
Right. So that would be, if you take a look on the original starting out at approximately 60 frames per second, that would be, I guess, page 4. And then it goes from 60, reduced down to 7.5. So
am I missing what he's trying to show with all of this?
8 down to 1/8.
Just
wanted to showing it.
Played for us this morning. It was at 1/8 speed.
Jinx.
Approximately, yes.
And is that a new video file that you've created?
I mean, just that he's just the expert of experts. Is that what this is?
When it actually changes the frame rate, it produces a different file from that.
That's what I'm asking. So you have a file on your computer that is the BG on the scene video at 1/8 speed. Is that fair to say?
It's fair to say it's the BG on the scene video extract, the shortened version at 1/8 speed, or approximately 1/8 speed.
And that's what you played for us earlier.
Yes, sir.
So if we wanted to, for example, we could take that file, mark it as an exhibit, and introduce it into evidence in this case.
Yes, sir.
I would like to do that, Your Honor, with the defense permission.
No problem. I would ask that all the videos that you referred to be marked on a hard drive and put into evidence.
Right.
I assume that's not something you can do instantaneously. That'll take a little time for us to put them on a hard drive or something along those lines.
If you give me a hard drive, I can do it. Whatever instantaneous.
We can work on that.
If you give me a
I don't
skateboard,
have
I
any
can
other
do
questions.
something interesting.
Videos. Did you change anything other than the color and contrast?
The speed.
We've already talked about frame rate. Poor question, long day.
Right.
You changed the frame rate.
Correct.
On some of them, you changed the color and contrast on some of them, correct?
Well, I didn't change the color. I changed the brightness.
Color.
No.
I'll ask it this way. Were any of the frames color added or subtracted?
No, sir.
Okay. When color is added by either the operator or the program, that's called interpolation.
No.
It's a term, but yes.
And those are done through various different ways. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
Okay. One of them is bicubic.
That is a type of interpolation. Yes.
Okay. Can you name the types of interpolation?
If you're using the word
I can name some of them.
interpolation, you should stop.
The ones that the software allows me to be aware of or qualified in.
Go
Let's
ahead.
talk about
Three of them would be,
trilinear
for
aniscopic
example, nearest
filtering.
neighbor, bilinear, or bicubic are three specific types of interpolation or algorithms used. In that now, something that should be known about this is these are done primarily when enlargements are being done.
If they want to hurt the
nearest
jury, I'm sure the
neighbor
bailiff's got some pepper
was the
spray. They
first
could
one,
just
the second one you
cut out the
said?
middleman here.
Bilinear,
Bilinear. And the third?
bicubic.
You do that on an
Does
RTX
nearest
3090 because
neighbor
I'm trying to
change
find
the
one
color
and I can't.
composition of something that's blown up or magnified.
No, what nearest neighbor does is it takes existing values within the frame already and uses those existing values to fill it out, so to speak. If I had something that was pitch black here, 100% black, and it said, hey, we need to get bigger, it would fill it out only using that color of black or white or whatever else happens to be within the frame.
Bilinear, does that add colors?
To some degree. In other words, if you had something that was, well, let's just use like a line of blue, and you had a line of red, there would be something that exists between the blue and the red value here that would not necessarily have been there before, so to speak.
So the computer, through its program, fills in the blank, so to speak.
Yes, sir.
Bicubic, does that add anything?
Yes, much in the same way as bilinear does, but the difference is, as it sounds, linear is more, think straight lines, and bicubic is if I had something in the middle, it would basically gradually go out to match the other color. So if you were to think about it like a progression, you would start here, and if I have so far to go to get here, it would take a little bit more of each of that color, so you'd have a much more seamless image. You'll get much less jaggedness to it, that type of thing.
And as you sit here today, is there any clip that you could take and just show by moving the bars, color and contrast, what happens? Not color, brightness and contrast, I believe.
Yeah, I can actually.
Could you demonstrate that for the jury? Take one of the standard clips.
See, this might have been okay if it was used to block Binger's, video, but that's already admitted.
And you just want the idea of
Now they're
brightness
letting them
and
play.
contrast.
They're saying we can play around with the video when they've already got the concession that they got the concession. Don't take away the win from the concession.
It's a waste of time. The jury either wants to hang themselves or hang the attorney at this point. Like, why are we watching this guy do this?
Yeah, I feel like right now they're all thinking about the conclusions that they've already made at this point about Kyle.
Look at this fine new rake. Look at what
I'm sure
happened.
they're thinking they're thinking about the fine technical
Oh.
details of how images are manipulated, which is basically what I do with my career all day long in patent law on fine technical distinctions of how things are done. So they're thinking about what I do for a living. Yay.
Can we? What the fuck?
Probably more than just thinking
PBS
about.
did
I had a
this.
delicious Asian lunch.
Yeah.
PBS knew that we were watching, Nick.
I might be actually more qualified than this guy to talk about this.
Oh, we're back
And all
now.
I'm going to do is I'm going to slide this in that direction, and you'll notice it lightens up. If I were to keep sliding in that direction, it lightens up some more. If I wanted to get a little bit more contrast to it, and then as Mr. Binger's already described, I move them around to a place where I can get hopefully a little better understanding or clarity.
So what
Did you
just
do that
did
with
on-
the
on
video where he
slide on
says
top
the
of
N-word?
screen, That was doing both of those manipulations?
Yes, sir. One from one side, one from the other. Those are the two values in the report.
And so basically what you've done is taken a video that is dark and unrecognizable and turned it into something that's useful.
Yes, sir.
And you haven't added anything to it?
No, I haven't added anything to it, nor has the computer added anything to it. There's no interpolation being done with this other than the lightening and the algorithm for the lightening and the contrast, but there's no additional pixels being added. I'm not affecting the pixel.
And you did that on some of the videos that we've shown this jury previously.
The two videos that have been demonstrated to this jury that I worked on that I took the clips from, this is all that I did. There was other videos worked on that I did do enlargement and these type of things. They were done by New
Remember
York
we
State
used to do this with
Law.
Corel
As
Draw.
far as I know, they have not been presented to this jury.
Understood. Thank you.
I used WordPerfect.
Microsoft Paint.
You may sit down.
Thank you, sir.
We bring in a fax machine here somehow.
Some housekeeping
Law
matters.
needs more fax machines.
About 10, 15 minutes. So please don't talk about the case during the break.
Is the defense's case over?
Nothing happened for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Seriously. Did they rest? And if not, why not?
Well, that was, I guess the state gets to have re-rebuttal, or not re-rebuttal, recross again, because that was redirect.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay,
Can we just go to closing arguments now?
Yeah, while we have a break here, I'm just going to ask that you guys, I know I made an offer, send me memes and I'll vet them. We're good. We're good. We're covered.
You got
have like
enough
140
memes?
message requests.
I also got the
Oh
astronaut
my God.
meme. So
I would also like to request that people send more memes to Good Logic.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, I would like to second that motion.
Don't let this man weasel out of his words.
This is like a full-time job now.
Oh my gosh. Oh no.
Make your offer. You can talk about it now so that we can tell whether there'll be an objection. But make the motion in front of the jury, because when I give the instructions, I'll tell them that they're only to consider things which have been received.
Okay. I would make Dr. Black's CV, and I would submit Exhibit 142, the timesheet. And I know that Mr. Binger has objections to that, and I would have that changed to use the method that I use to identify them, but the times would still be the same.
I don't have an objection to the CD. At this point, I'm not in a position to comment on 142 until I see the final version.
All right, what else?
At that point, we would rest.
Is there to be a rebuttal case?
All right.
How long?
Well, we have one witness simply to verify 2 photos. That is what the defense wanted to report on. The length really depends on how long the defense wants to cross. I have like 3 minutes of questions.
I didn't hear the last thing you said.
I probably have about 3 to 5 minutes of questions for him. Based on the information I know now.
So funny.
Okay.
On your honor.
Well, let's have them have their break. Then we'll come in and take care of that. You ready with your witness?
He's here. The defense had asked for these reports. I don't know how long they want to review them. He brought reports for almost everything he did. I think they're mostly interested in just the 2 most recent things. If there's going to be a fight over this, I'd prefer to have that fight before he testifies. So I guess I just don't know how long the defense wishes to review these documents they requested this morning.
Well, why don't you give them, or if you have not already, give them the material now. They can look at it, and is there going to be a need for a lengthy delay?
I don't think so.
Okay. Let's aim to start at quarter 2, and then.
All right. All
Got
these
20
streams
minutes.
are doing great.
Well, if they're to be believed, it looks like the closing arguments will
Be
probably
tomorrow.
start first thing tomorrow,
Okay.
and the jury will get this case by
Have
lunch.
to be done with evidence by 3:15 or so, and then we can start talking about.
How long do you think deliberation will take?
Oh yeah, unless they are going to talk about
the jury tomorrow.
directed verdicts and stuff for the rest of the day, which would make sense too.
That would make sense.
Oh.
Can we discuss that in more detail after the break, Your Honor? The timing?
I mean, my thoughts are, there's been a lot of evidence. A lot of people are real tired. I spoke to Mr. Binger, and miraculously we agreed.
Whoa.
We'd rather do it on
Wow.
Monday.
We'll do what
See,
Monday?
I would like to start another jury on Monday, number 1. Number 2, where the jurors are here, and they've been here. It's a long trial, and
Do it tomorrow, you cowards.
Yeah. Respect the jury.
Yeah.
I
didn't hear you.
I see that's worse than Monday. Whatever the court says, I'll make myself available.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you just extend the
Where we're
risk
headed
of
right now, it's
jury
gonna be,
issues.
He's got a more important trial on the books, so he's got to focus
I
on
was just
that.
thinking the same thing. Like Monday's worried about Monday's jury trial. Really, just give an adjournment to Tuesday on that.
Best case scenario, I think we're looking at beginning instructions tomorrow morning, first thing, and then closings, which I think that process between the 2 of those things could take us well into the afternoon tomorrow. And then we're starting deliberations at 3 or 4 on a Friday afternoon. I think that's less than ideal.
Well, but the alternative is to send them home until
Especially if
Monday.
you don't have a 30-minute.
Then we'll have the same issue. We'll have the instruction and the argument on Monday.
I think having them come back, if they need to deliberate further on Monday and into Tuesday, it's, I think, preferential to having them deliberate Friday evening into a Saturday.
Why? I mean, I'm a dick, but why?
Well, judges don't like to work on Saturdays.
Tentatively, I'll say yes now until I
Nobody likes to work
go
on
back and
Saturdays.
have buyer's remorse.
Yeah, I don't think a jury would want to be there on a Saturday.
But let's
get this thing done.
Let's finish up, and then I will want to talk about instructions somewhat today and verdicts. So, okay.
And,
Nick, this means that you can grift longer.
are we not doing
Yeah,
a
but
motion
there's
for
nothing to
directed
grift
verdicts
tomorrow.
We're not doing
Yep.
They're gonna
We're
give me a
griftless.
day off. What? There are 3 days in a row of no.
Yeah, you're never gonna get
Well,
back 75,000
that means
tomorrow.
we can all go to Eric Hunley's channel.
that. Yes.
There you go.
Yeah, that's right.
Here. I gotta.
Or we could go to
I gotta
Nate's
share.
channel and pick up the mod case.
God,
Figure out what's
yeah,
been
that's
going on
right.
there.
Is this the one? I think. Yeah, this is it. Here we go.
Oh, man.
Someone sent that to me. Not
Binger's seen that
very,
face before.
Very unprofessional of them. I can't believe they would do that.
If you've got 3 days off, you can catch up on some
Oh, wait.
sleep. But remember, don't stop drinking all at once. That can
Oh,
be dangerous.
let's share that one with you.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
That's Binger's nightmares right there. Why does this guy keep saying I suck?
Yeah, make sure to invite Binger on to the panel next week. That'll be good.
I'll just that's what I'll do. On Friday, I'll invite Binger to come on and talk about the case and the interlude. I'm sure he'd probably accept because he's been stepping on rakes the rest of the time.
Invite Gage Grosskreutz.
Oh,
He's doing
Yeah,
interviews.
well,
I mean, he's not
got the
getting
Today
that-
Show. I mean, we've got more people on the Today Show. Why not? Let's go nuts.
He's not getting that settlement money. Might as well get some, Ridge Wallet money, right?
There you go. To the chat, someone asked if we're done for the day. Nope. There's more to come when they come back from their break. So we just have a few minutes here before that kicks back up. It looks like they're gonna finish up with Dr. Black, who has been one of the most disappointing witnesses.
Yep.
Not his fault, but the questioning from Binger
Mark
was-
Richards.
or
And
yeah,
from-
Richards and Binger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
But
have
here's
no
the thing. He didn't have to be that bad. We saw that he has the capacity to give amazing testimony. And there's some stuff
Yeah.
in there, like the unreliability of video evidence, how you got to pay attention to the eyewitnesses. That's so key to get into evidence to have him testify to. But they just structured that in the middle, right? It's in the middle of a turd sandwich. You put the good stuff in the middle and the turds
Yeah.
on the outside. You should have done it
Right.
the other way, right? Do
Yeah.
the boring
Yeah.
stuff in the middle, start strong and strong.
Because you've got the primacy and latency effect.
Yes.
To me, look, I've stepped in to run some Richards apologetics because I think that argument, objections, and I don't think he's great in the courtroom. I really just don't as leading the case. I think if Shirafisi had taken lead on the questioning, on the objections, of course, theoretically, he could have been objecting this entire time, but whatever. And the arguments, they would have done better with Richards as backup. And that's where they've succeeded in this case, is having Richards say, when Shirafisi's done his questioning, he's done his cross or direct, and he's done fine. And then he's like, I think we're done. And then he turns around, Richards is like, no, you got a couple more questions, because he seems to be able to come up with those, either recall things that they had discussed or come up with questions on the fly. And that's when they've done better. Richards just does not come across very well to me. But Mr. Ellison may disagree, as he is a Midwest attorney, and maybe Richards' cadence is more appealing or endearing. And that's going back to what you were saying about the Midwest jury.
Well, it's the old idea of know your audience. It's this laugh-in window we've got here and on this YouTube feed is not the audience; it's the jury.
Right.
The jury's
Right.
the only one that matters in that respect. I mean, the hard part that we don't have, which is the same problem when let me back up and say this. When we argue cases at the Court of Appeals or the higher courts, I like to be there because I want to see the reaction of the faces of the judges I'm arguing to. Same thing for juries, right?
Right.
Especially juries, because they don't have the same, I don't mean this negatively, they don't have the same poker faces that judges have, right? So you can get a lot of clues when things are working well or not working well in real time right there. And the problem I think we're suffering from is we don't get to see the faces of the jury. I mean, it might just be their faces might be face down, passed out asleep, but nonetheless.
Yeah, I don't want to cut you off, Philip.
No,
sorry.
that's fine.
No, I just was going to say on exactly your point that you were just making, I actually feel fairly confident that we're going to see an acquittal here because I read somewhere from someone who apparently is in the room there that midway through Binger's cross-examination of Kyle yesterday, the jury looked as if they were all like relaxed, dozing off and like reading different things as if they're done. They made up their minds. And if they made up their minds in the middle of his cross, to me, I think that's got to smell like they believe this kid and they're going to let him go. I mean, that's just the thought that I had.
Or the other way around.
I mean,
Either
I
way,
guess that's
they've made a
possible.
conclusion.
They said that whereas in the beginning of the trial, they were all sitting there like copiously taking notes that had radically shifted by the time Binger was halfway through his cross-examination. So it's hard to imagine that they saw that cross-examination and then they're like, well, that's it now. Like, I'm not watching the rest of this. I know I'm frying him. It's just difficult for me to imagine. It could be. It's just difficult for me to imagine. By the way, I'm only sharing, of all the memes that were shared with me, I'm only sharing one which I deem personally to be the best one, which I shared with Nick there, which out of his, to me, that was
the manlet argument strikes again.
that made me laugh out loud. So I was like, all right, I gotta share that one.
I like how it's got hair listed, but hair red or auburn if present.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Where did they check that?
Mr. Rosenbaum, can you jump when we say go so we can make sure and get you in the frame, please? Oh my goodness. The chat is too on point with the memes. There's so many of those lefty memes floating around already.
Yeah, the astronaut ones, I got a bunch of those.
Oh, they're great.
I have to say, I'm fairly impressed with the feed here, with the comments from the feed of the creativity of the people that are commenting here. I mean, it's just, I mean, it's awe inspiring that we have that level of creativity and hard work and thoughtfulness coming through with some of these comments because they're creative as hell.
Yeah, Nick's chat is unparalleled.
Suck on that, Good Morning America.
The thing about it, what I find the most refreshing about YouTube is the fact that you can come on here, you can tackle serious subjects without pretending to be as serious as the news pretends to be, and it's so much more real, and the chat is reflective of that. And that's why every time I get a comment, it's like, oh, well, I don't know if you should joke about that. It's like, oh, chill out. You know, when you're going to go joke about this thing or that thing, maybe it's not this particular thing, but you're going to go joke about something else inappropriately at some point, because people aren't these rigid, boring rods that walk around, and the news tries to force us into that sort of perspective. We pretend that, like, Brian Stetler, that guy looks at his face and sees a joke every morning. That guy is not going to go out. He's not laughing inappropriately at something. And thank you to Jeffrey Toobin for shattering the illusion that any of these people aren't just like this guy's like, oh, I got 10 minutes on a Zoom call. I can work that out. Let me call up the honeypot. Like, are we serious? Like, these people are the ones trying to force us into these false things. It's not who any of us are, and we all need to stop pretending. Now, maybe you don't go as racy on a joke or two, sure, but have some levity and mirth in your life, because otherwise you're just angry. And I think that's been a big problem lately is we're stuck in these proprieties of old school broadcasting. It's like, that's not how we live, though.
Yeah, then and that's the whole thing. But the left is now banned from telling any jokes, right? I mean, if you even have a sense of humor, that's far right, right? That's extremist.
Yes,
it's crazy.
Yes, the things that have made people far right so far is having a sense of humor, being financially successful, and going to the gym. If you do any of those things, you're basically a Nazi and should be excommunicated from society.
And that's how you know.
What I've heard.
And that's how you know Binger is a far lefty, because whenever the elitists from the far left or Binger, they basically open their mouth, they're unwittingly becoming advocates for their enemies. That's basically what we saw from him throughout this entire trial. And yeah, when you're advocating a position of like humor is the bastion of racism is ridiculous, and they just shoot themselves in the foot over and over again, over and over.
That was the funniest thing. There was an article, I don't remember where it was. It was maybe a year or two ago, and the article was that women were reporting that when as their boyfriends started going to the gym and telling jokes, they noticed them becoming more conservative.
That's really interesting.
What is this article? You're selling the right now. This is hilarious. Thank you. Oh my gosh.
Gyms are privilege. Yeah, working out and taking care of yourself is privilege.
Being over 5'3" is bigotry.
We're gonna see that soon, without a hint of irony. That's they're gonna start calling that out. It'll have all started with Binger. We'll have to thank him for that. Binger's a tallish looking guy. When he's standing next to other attorneys, he is taller than everybody in the room. I think that's why he inherently hates Joseph Rosenbaum and is mad that he took this case. He's made fun of Rosenbaum harder than anyone else, though. I mean,
well, he's had to.
Yeah, he's like, well, he's only 5'3". This guy isn't a threat to anybody. What a little shrimp midget. I mean, can you believe this?
He kind of has to, right? I mean, if you were in his position, you would have to do that to try to minimize the sense of him being a threat.
Let me object to that. If I was in his position, I would have dropped this case.
Well, okay, yes, of course. But let's assume that you couldn't. Let's assume a similar fact pattern, but like better facts maybe some facts for the prosecution.
Well, and that's the only way, when people say, oh, well, I don't see how he's doing this. That's the only way you can make it plausible, is that the facts and the law are so bad that he's got to act ridiculously to even try to get this through, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's totally inconsistent because of the nature of the bad facts and the bad law.
Well, let me ask this question. So this was a discussion I had last night with another attorney. You talk about changing the facts. If Rittenhouse had lived in one of those houses along the street right there when shots were fired, as opposed to have coming in from out of town, would the charges have even been brought?
Yes,
I think so. I mean,
is it the idea that he's the out of town guy coming in with a gun saying?
No, that's the bogus story they use to try and sell the justification for it, even though it's all political, as Binger admitted today.
Well, but meaning if the same thing happened in his front porch of his house on that street, does that factual change whether or not the charges had been brought to begin with?
I think they still would have.
Yeah, I think it's rooted in the context of the riots generally and who was on what side following the Jacob Blake thing. And I think has a lot to do with how the district attorney knew very quickly that they were not going to be able to go after the cops on the Jacob Blake shooting because it was justified. I mean, it was a justified shoot. They knew they were going to have to go after it, or they knew they were going to have to drop it. And then this thing happens, and it's the carrot on the stick. Oh, don't look at the fact that we're not prosecuting the person you're actually mad at, who is the police officer who shot Jacob Blake. Instead, you can channel all of that Jacob Blake energy into this. And the hallmarks of it is Binger has referred to this case on numerous occasions as if it has anything to do with race at all, despite it's a white Hispanic kid shooting 3 white guys. Right?
Well, you've seen the tweets.
At this point, why not prosecute the police officer who shot Jacob Blake? Because I think you have more of a case against him than you did for Kyle. I mean, especially if you want to go by the frame-by-frame approach and all the rest of it. I mean, Jacob Blake was shot in the back. actually shot in the back. He didn't actually have a gun. He was facing away from him. He was retrieving. So
And they
if
know
you're gonna
they'd
go down
lose
this
that
line, why not
case
prosecute him?
horrendously. They know they'd lose that case horrendously.
Yeah, I was
in
just
my
going to say
opinion.
that so many people like really believed. I mean, that's the scary thing throughout this. They really believed that these 3 people that died were African American. I mean, people genuinely believe that because of the way
Yeah.
that the media has spun that. I mean, they're not, lying when they say that.
And and again, it goes back to the things that Binger has tried to bring up in this. Oh, he's associated with the Proud Boys. This is a group of racists. This is a case about race. I think was in his art. I don't know if it made it to opening statement, but I think it was in his pretrial motion to try and get the Proud Boy evidence in. Said, oh, this is a case about race. It's like, how on earth is this case about race? I just think that's I think that's a big thing. And Binger saying that it was political today. I think that was the last thing I needed, because I've been saying the whole time, I'm like, I mean, it kind of looks political, but you got bodies. You've got dead people in the street. You're justified in bringing a prosecution. But when he goes to the politics today, I'm like, that's not the bias you're looking for, right? Like do the Obi-Wan to
These are not the
thing.
droids you're looking for.
Yeah. David Stern says yesterday Legal Mindset had 3 bottles on the toilet windowsill. Now it's just 2.
Called out.
The other one's in my hand.
Case has him properly on the bottle. I completely understand. Thanks for the best, most unbiased coverage. I wouldn't call me unbiased, frankly. I've been biased from the start. I don't think that especially once I read the complaint and I was like, this is what you're bringing, this
Yeah,
thing?
but that's why we have so many people on. So I mean, we can get accountability from everybody else. I mean, somebody at some point is going to say, okay, I'm going to call out that bias. I'm going to call that out. But I mean, all of us have pretty much, for the most part, been on the same page about this trial with little variations.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I hadn't actually paid that much attention to the details, just because there was so much chaos going on at the time when the incident happened last summer. And so it wasn't until like right before a trial that I really started to focus in on this case. And so I didn't really have much of an opinion one way or another. And now I feel quite strongly for one.
I'm not biased at all. That's why I'm drinking Rittenhouse Rye.
RekietaLaws.com #knows.
I was sort of like, I don't know what's going on here. Saw the initial videos when those started coming out and was thinking, where's their case? And as Nick mentioned, when the complaint comes out, it's like, this is it. This is what they're. But the moment where I was like, I am pretty certain this kid's going to walk, was the prosecution's opening, because they were distorting things so heavily. And you don't do that if you've got a winning case. If you've got a winning case, you want to present it exactly as it is. And I was like, this is stink. There's nothing here.
Now, I
That's
will,
a good point.
I will
Oh, go ahead.
continue to give some slight notes of caution on some of the lower charges, because I think that for the lower charges, depending on the jury's ability to actually consider them fully independently. So the jury could just be so mad that they go not guilty across the board, but if they're actually looking at the way the jury instructions are being written, I think there's a pretty decent chance they convict on the reckless endangerment, because the charges are the way they're written is so confusing. And I think, strictly speaking, although I think the judge is wrong legally, based on the instruction, they would have to convict on the gun possession charge. I don't think that's the right reading of the law, neither does Nick, but what else can you do based on the instruction you're being provided?
And the interesting part that we're going to maybe get to today is the argument over that instruction and the reckless endangerment instruction.
Yeah.
They indicated, I think it was yesterday, that they intend to request a supplemental instruction on the minor in possession charge, which I think the judge is going to be inclined to grant. And the reason I think he will is based on the judge denying the dismissal based on the strong arguments of Assistant District Attorney Krause, and his argument in court, and I assume it's the same in his brief, is that he believes that these exceptions to the law are a jury question. Now, when you tell me that an exception to the law is a jury question, I want to rip my eyes out and strangle myself, because if these exceptions are met, the law does not apply is not a jury question to me,
Yeah.
other
Yeah.
than the facts of, I guess, is he within the exception? But that's not what they're going for. So I think that'll be really interesting to see how they argue for this supplemental instruction and what the judge does with it.
I
Well,
hope
if
they
you
get a
try,
different
I mean, when you
instruction.
try to put those kind of instruction or those kind of standards to a jury, the appellate standard then hopefully is then it's an abuse is clear error,
right?
As opposed to being a de novo review. Now, I know for those that are following out there, I'm an appellate attorney. One of the things that we look at in cases is whether it's a question of law or a question of fact, which is what Nick is getting at. If it's a question of fact, right? The appellate court's very, very deferential to the findings of a jury, even if they don't make sense. It's got to be completely ass backwards before they'll do something with that. But questions of law don't have that same deference, and the Court of Appeals can essentially sit and review the question as if they were the trial judge themselves in that circumstance. So a lot of times, if you're trying to avoid the rule having a ruling getting upset because it was legally wrong, you argue, oh, it's a jury question, it's a fact question. Get it to the jury that way and try to avoid that appellate challenge later on.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, if he is found guilty on this, I think they have strong grounds to appeal the dismissal itself.
Yes.
It doesn't make sense that they wrote exceptions into the law for 16 and 17-year-olds carrying long-barreled rifles, and that exception is basically disregarded by the court as a matter of law. I mean, Kyle fits that. So then the legal question is, does he have some obligation under the hunting licensure statute that is referenced as one of the exceptions to the exception? If he has an obligation to complete that hunting course to be in possession of a gun, then he loses. But if he only has that obligation to complete for the hunting licensure, which is how I read the statute, then he wins because he's not actually hunting. He's not tagging deer. He's not in the process of applying for a license. He has not failed to comply with that. And so that to me is a question of law, and we'll
But
have to
it's
see.
so confusing though that under the rule of lenity, you have to just dismiss this charge as a matter of law. There's no way anyone. We're sitting here, there's 7 of us, and we're trying to figure out what the hell the statute even means. And you're basically saying that a 17-year-old has to figure out what the law is, and if they happen to get it wrong, well, sorry, we're gonna throw you in jail for several months because you broke our very, very, very confusing statute that lawyers can't figure out. It's just
let the jury decide it though. Let the jury decide. That's the battle cry you're going to hear. I'm just going to tell you that's what you're going to hear from the government lawyers that way. Is it's a jury question. Let them decide it.
But there's nothing for the jury to decide because
I don't disagree with you, but I'm just
all
saying
the issues are
that's
facts.
the battle cry, right?
Like if the issues of fact are did he possess the firearm? Yes. Okay. So what other facts are there for them to decide?
How old was he? He was 17.
Okay. Well, I think we can all stipulate to that much. So what else? You know? It's there's no facts in dispute. There's nothing for the jury to do.
Yeah. The other fact is he did not complete the hunting requirements under that other statute. So that's even a stipulated fact as well. So then it's just purely a legal question of was he required to comply with that statute?
Right.
I think we might still be left with the reckless endangerment as something that's a serious that could be deemed a concern, especially if you have a jury here that's looking to split the baby. So and figure, okay, we'll throw a bone to all these people who are threatening to dox us and ruin our lives.
If they get charged with the thing though, it becomes a real issue on appeal. Because you wind up with a situation where you have mutually inconsistent verdicts, but the Supreme Court has said 3 or 4 times that that's not actually a problem legally. Because I'm not sure how you can have self-defense and reckless endangerment at the same time.
It doesn't make any sense.
I can explain that.
It doesn't work. Okay,
I can explain it. And
short of
and
having
I'm
a
going to be 100% clear to the chat because when I take this, I'm going to be taking. I'll be getting all
Get
sorts
ready
of
to
heckling
roast him.
here.
Roast him, chat.
The way they started calling you uncivil flaw when you started claiming, explaining what the other argument is. So I'll be 100% clear to those of you sitting in the back, okay, that I do not believe what I'm about to say is a fair, accurate representation of what should happen here is relevant here. But in theory. This is not what happened here. There could be circumstances where you have perfect self-defense that Gage Grosskreutz is holding a a gun to him, and that if he's using a caliber weapon, which is way too explosive, he's using a howitzer, and he ends up saving his own life and endangering others with the way he's firing, or he's recklessly firing around 100 rounds to protect himself from that one guy shooting. That is a situation that, in theory, not with Rittenhouse, just for all you in the back, but in theory, that's a situation where someone can have perfect self-defense.
Okay.
While recklessly endangering
So
the public.
Attorney Chauncey suggested maybe we, I guess, ordeer the witness ahead of time, just see if there's any issues, so that if there is an issue that arises, it won't be 5 minutes after the jury comes in. I expect this to be a very brief witness.
Makes perfect sense to me.
Excellent.
All right.
Hey, seems like they could have done that on previous witnesses.
With the voir dire, then the jury come down, and then
I mean,
then you rest, then the state will do its rebuttal, and
I would move the two exhibits into evidence in the presence of the jury and then arrest.
Correctamundo.
We've seen this where the state has brought in experts and not voir
He was
dired
in his
them at all.
office.
Did he say correctamundo?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
In the office with the rabble. I've only got.
You just doxed your kid, Viva. Yeah.
Did you guys see the petition to disbar Zinger that's floating around?
Oh, I haven't seen it.
See it.
It's great.
I messaged it to you, Nick.
Did you see that the Illinois State House has made a movement to remove Judge Schrader?
No.
The Illinois State House.
Okay,
to be
fine.
clear.
No, like I don't agree with a petition to disbar Binger because
I do.
It should not be a question of public opinion. It should be a question of the bar doing it.
It's going to have no impact on.
Well,
what
yeah,
the
I
bar does.
want the bar to disbar Binger.
Of course.
No, but
That's what I want.
This idea of like we're gonna disbar lawyers based on the public opinion. I mean, that blade cuts both ways depending on the political time.
Yeah, that's bad news for me potentially. Let's not do that. So
That's happened to me 11 times, Viva.
Kind of the, I don't want to say the notes, but the work that you had done.
Get on the mic.
In terms of the images that you had blown up at his request. Is that, I know it's a rough way to say it, but is that fair?
Yes, fair, yes.
Okay. And I don't know if you have the report with you, but if you do, could you just turn to page 7 to make sure I'm.
This witness breathes so heavy into the mic.
It's difficult.
And when Sheriff BC is so far from his.
They made him jog up the stairs before he got to the stand.
There's very few people left in the courtroom, in the background.
We're speaking to the clerk.
They're playing Squid Game in the
Did you just
background.
say A? God, you're Canadian.
Done in reference to the latest 8 photos that were asked to be enlarged.
You said page 7?
What was that?
I'm hoping that was the witness.
I think
chupacabra.
Stomach.
So, on the top of that page, it says.
That is fair, yes.
And then as we move down, there's a portion or a headline or a title in bold that says interpolation, right? Yeah.
No, I'm not seeing it.
It's a headline in bold that says interpolation. That doesn't look like other words.
Maybe this
Sorry.
helps. I'm
Yep.
asking, does the R20,
2992, yes.
does that help? Okay.
One moment, please.
sorry, I need to see, and may I see what you're referring to again?
Those better be jalapeno Pringles legal bites.
Yes,
This is riveting. This is riveting.
Thank you.
The jury's not in there yet, so.
What's the object
forgot.
of this guy's testimony?
This was the guy who introduced the drone footage with the edited clips of it. So now they're voir direing him on interpolation because, he said, well, Binger said that pinch to zoom doesn't change any of the elements of the video.
That's
And so
like a
now they're
magnifying glass.
Yeah,
basically.
Binger's going to get corrected again.
Yeah.
Is this guy? Is he FBI?
Sorry, in there. Thank you.
I think he just works. I think he's with the Wisconsin State Police.
Okay. It says
Their crime lab.
interpolation, right?
Yes,
And then next to that it says bicubic.
that's correct.
And what does that mean?
Means that the interpolation algorithm that was selected was bicubic.
Are there other interpolation methods that you could use?
There is, yes.
And what are some of those?
For example, nearest neighbor is one. Bicubic, bilinear.
And can I just ask you to do this so we understand this? The photo that you enlarged at the state's request, how much is it pixels that you expand? What do you do to make it bigger?
It's based off of the enlargement is the interpolation that is used. So with regards to this, this references a video that was interpolated and outputted. Are you speaking to, I'm sorry, are you speaking to the photo?
He sounds nervous as
Speaking
hell.
of photo, what numbers?
He's
He did
seen
the
the
first time
previous
he was
process.
up. Yeah.
He's got to explain what interpolation means, but I hope he uses the magnifying glass
I'm
analogy.
going to ask specifically about that one.
Okay.
Okay.
I hope he uses
So
it to say it's
you
not
have
like a
taken
magnifying glass.
Yep.
A still of a video and you have zoomed in on it, for lack of a better term.
I would not say zoom. I would say it's been enlarged.
Okay. And how do you do that?
We use a algorithm, bicubic algorithm, for that. For this particular, are you referring to both images or just one?
They're both the same, right?
This one was used with a smart resize algorithm, and then this one is used with bicubic.
I'm sorry, you said this one was smart size?
Smart resize.
And what is that?
That is a algorithm that is part of the AMP5 software that resizes that image.
So I don't know if this is going to be, it's easier for me to do it this way. I don't know if the court, it'll be easier for the court. But in my, tell me if this is right. Can you just turn it for a second? Okay. So when you are making things in large, right, you are you adding pixels?
Yes, I am adding pixels.
Okay. And so tell me if this is bicubic. And,
Excellent.
And I know this will be rudimentary.
Yeah, that's
but
the key.
forgive me. So if these are pixels, R is going to stand for red, okay? And these are red.
Just remember, this is entirely for the 9,000-year-old judge who remembers hanging out with Jesus.
And
the
the
Roman
jury is
Empire.
not in the room.
Blue.
But is
Those
this
em-
relevant?
those empty.
Is this relevant
ahead.
on the substance of the video? Because
An image.
It's relevant on
What
whether
is
they
the
can get in that that pinch and
Video.
zoom.
Yeah.
Algorithm do to these pixels.
The bicubic algorithm is taking those pixels and resampling, or
He
I'm sorry,
literally
is-
pulled this
is
off
basically
Wikipedia.
duplicating those pixels into another area. Beyond that, I cannot say.
Do you you know, based on
Can't
your
say.
training and
Bad expert
experience,
answer.
Yeah.
what
not an
color
expert.
the bicubic algorithm makes these pixels?
I do not know.
Do you know if it makes? If we know this is a red pixel and we know this is a blue pixel,
Sheriff
and those are real
Fees is the most competent lawyer in that room by far.
Will it
It's not even close.
combine these two pixels?
I mean, to be fair,
to actually
Yeah,
change
it's not a hard accomplishment, but still,
You know what I'm saying?
he's actually
I can't speak to that.
he's very solid.
I want to be clear.
oh,
The unassigned ones that you have in the middle.
Yeah.
Those are the added ones.
Yes.
Okay.
So the added pixels, and what, to be fair, in terms of what we're looking for, to make sure it's the color's correct, that we're not distorting the color of the thing we're looking at, it's adding pixels. And my concern, my question for you is it adding the correct color of the original image?
That goes beyond into the algorithm of the program that I do not have that information for.
Okay,
Wow.
So if I can ask you
Next.
this,
And
we're
prosecution
done
has been
here.
burden here.
photographs that you have in LAR.
this is the expert they
Okay,
brought.
so you
He's not an expert.
added.
Notice how
he's saying,
John Black explained
Correct.
everything asked without hesitation.
Are you able to?
He's
tell
saying
the
I can't
court
answer that without getting the same look that Gage
were
Grosskreutz
there
got
originally
when he said yes.
actually
That's
the same
correct.
colors
Witness, would it help you
when I
if I gave you the
expand
Wikipedia
or
article to check
enlarge
right
the
now?
photograph
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to
with
keep
the
watching.
added pixels?
I'll see you in the
Are you able
chat.
to say that?
I'm not
Okay.
able to say that. no.
Steve Viva.
So you
Gentlemen,
I'm not-
come on, Viva.
tell me if I'm right.
What about me?
So the things that the court would be looking at here,
Mhm.
and the colors that the court would be looking at, you can't tell the court that in fact that's the color from the original picture, correct?
It comes down to the programming, the algorithm. I cannot say.
Maybe say 1 second here.
Your news.
Yeah, and remember, the prosecution has the burden here to get this admitted.
Yeah.
So if their expert can't give enough information
Or
in order
qualified.
to show that it's reliable,
Yeah.
Another
No longer an accurate
that
depiction.
wouldn't have changed the potential color of the pixels that you added.
Not
There's no testimony that the color has been changed.
I didn't hear you.
There's been no testimony that the color has been changed.
Doesn't matter.
I said we don't know what the color is.
Oh, the witness is looking
It was my
bad.
impression that
Yeah.
in the effort to enlarge the image, that the individual is inserting some
Worse, there's testimony that he
Call
doesn't
them
know if the color was
uncharged
changed.
piccolos. That
Pickles.
He said pickles.
the algorithm is
Piccolos.
going to assign colors
Piccolo.
beyond his control.
The
Where am I going
uncharged
wrong?
pickles.
I don't.
He's training
I don't
Gohan.
Negative ions
Could he have
on the
used a
pickles.
different algorithm?
No, I'm not. You're past me. I'm just trying to understand if I've got the basic concept down.
They plucked him out in
My
1924
understanding was
he's so cute.
and said, "Hey, run our trial,
his
please."
expertise.
I heard
They, the
No, I'm back, way back.
He thinks pinch and zoom is a vaudeville
I'm
act.
still using watercolors.
Somebody please make a piccolo
he
meme out of this
is
judge.
enlarging-
I love it.
wants to enlarge
I thought he said
the image.
pickles.
I
Yeah,
got pickles.
pickles.
He is-
I got pickles too.
He's inserting
Charged
Subtitle said
Pickle Rick.
piccolo.
Hit him with
Subtitle
that
said
special beam
piccolo, I
cannon.
win.
And so he gives it a command to insert the pixels.
No, I
He
got it.
doesn't know what color they're going to come out. Is that it? Is that it, sir?
I would say, Your Honor, it's as to how that algorithm interpolates those pixels and where it places them goes outside the scope of my knowledge.
Well, what do we?
Then you're useless.
Well, what do you know?
What I do know is that the process that I use to
Do we think he's going to
expand
get qualified as
or,
an expert? What
enlarge
do you
this
know?
image and the interpolation
he
method
never
that
was qualified.
used. Anything beyond that within my software, with the software I use, I do not have any additional
And
information.
competing.
I'm the guy who bought Photoshop for the department.
Yeah, that's basically where we're at.
We can find a random 10-year-old who could explain this better.
Different colors.
He's your expert.
It's possible.
And you wouldn't have any way of knowing.
I would not. I do not have any way to know.
Poor guy.
If those different interpolation methods.
If they
This happens
would,
sometimes. Prosecutors
issue
try to bring
different
in
colors
cops
to
who are
different
not
pixels.
witness or who are not experts.
What were you telling me?
What I had asked him was, I wasn't telling you anything. What I asked the question objected to, which was there another method that could have been used? Which
I bet they're regretting that
the word
objection
that I
now.
had said was, would you have changed the pixel colors? Which I drew the objection.
And what was the objection?
The objection, there's not testimony that any colors were changed.
Oh, geez, he's pissed.
How would you know?
Yeah, because he
He
just
may or may not, but the way he asked it is assuming that colors changed.
Well, congratulations, you've now completely spiked
Is there
your
another,
argument.
Interpolation type of program
When Kraus
that
gets
you're
angry, he
aware
sounds
of
autistic.
that
He's
when
just hungry.
pixels are expanded,
He should
wouldn't-
stick to what he knows, like
would keep the color constant through the expansion?
the buffet.
I cannot speak to.
Oh, John Black answered this
Would you
and said,
agree
yes,
the
there
more
is.
pixels that you add, the more.
It's bilinear versus bicubic, I think.
Yes.
So the question that I have and that nerd is when you expand the photograph, you're adding pixels, but you can't tell the court what color is being added, if any.
I cannot speak to that. No, that comes down to the programming the algorithm on the software.
So the original
Look how angry the Black is back there.
Yeah, because this is his area of expertise, and he's watching this guy
expanded,
slaughter it.
those pixels expand. The question is, do the colors stay?
Same reason we get angry at bad lawyering.
I do not know.
Please don't qualify him.
No, there's no way.
From the chat, nearest neighbors. The chat says nearest neighbor is the answer. That doesn't change the color, and I believe John Black testified to that. So it wasn't the bilinear that I
Is the
said,
software you
which is great.
use similar to the Input ACE software?
It's similar.
So the same algorithms and methods, as far as you know, are also in that software?
It's both softwares are made by two different manufacturers. I can't comment on whether they're same.
So
He's dying up here.
enlarge these images.
Help me.
Are you
I'm
changing
melting.
any details?
I'm not changing any details.
What are you doing?
We are simply just adding pixels to
That's changing
make
details.
the image larger.
I'm hitting enter.
Because when you're looking
And I'm
at
just
a smaller image on the screen, say it's
I mean,
20
look
by
at Black. I mean, his
30
brow is like completely furrowed back there.
You're
Yeah.
more than 20 or 20 by 30 pixels.
Like he is like mad.
All the same size.
That's correct.
So
I think afterwards he's gonna wait for the guy outside the courtroom and give him a couple of shots.
He's got T-Rex arms. He's not hitting them.
video with this Input ACE software. Would that
Good news
also
is
be
that
adding
if the
pixels?
witness, collapses on the stand, at least they've got a medic in the room at the defense table to fix him.
I'm trying to understand. I mean,
I beg pardon?
I'm trying to get an understanding of how this works.
Oh, go ahead.
Then you're asking the wrong witness.
I do not know as to input is and how their interpolation for advantage is seen by zooming in on there.
So
You're either going to get fired or have new training after this,
the only
homie.
way to enlarge an image is to add pixels.
Correct.
Now, you
Can't
don't
have a witness say, "I don't know," when you're bolstering them that many times in a row. I mean, it just doesn't work as a practical science.
The software program does that.
That is correct.
And it has to do that to actually make an image larger.
That is correct.
Now,
this expert was prepped by
The
Lionel
opposite of what
Hutz.
Binger said yesterday, by the way.
Yep.
Yeah.
called AMP5, the gold standard of video editing.
But I mean, they also were told that they needed an expert yesterday at like what, 4
and
p.m., 5
It is a
p.m.
program that we use at the.
So they definitely had no time to find anyone. Which
No,
is
they
whatever.
already
It's
had
their own
this guy.
problem.
They already
Well,
had
they-
this guy.
They had this guy to talk about.
And he responded, that's what we
He's the guy who edited the video.
That's not
Right.
or it doesn't. It's not. It doesn't establish that it is in fact the best.
I understand.
I can tell you, not everything the state supplies is top notch.
Including you.
Bum, is top notch.
That needs the
Like
Arrested
your audio,
Development
Judge?
music.
So you get like full screen on your computer.
No.
Now, this AMP5 software has an algorithm.
And it was speaking to exactly.
When you interpolate, there's an algorithm that fills in the image so that you can actually see it, so that it's magnified.
When you are dealing with looking at it from a preview, it uses its own nearest neighbor, but it does not add pixels in that preview.
So these processes you use, are these the standards used in the forensic imaging that you do?
Yes.
And this is the kind of software that you are trained on?
Yes.
And this is an accepted software program.
One
in
comment is
forensic
say this is
imaging.
longer than 3 minutes.
Yeah, that too.
Because they're getting ruined.
And
This is another 4chan photo chat
Oh.
moment.
Kraus needs to go for an STD
Oh.
test because he just got effed.
The photograph that we're talking about to be admitted into evidence to have people look at.
Yes.
you can you say that image didn't add color into pixels that weren't there?
I cannot definitively say that because I did not write the software program.
So it's possible when you enlarge an image and add pixels that you're adding colors that weren't there in the original photograph, correct?
I do not know.
He see no. He
And when
should
you
stop
said
right
there
there.
is
Just
a-
stop right there.
Yeah,
and
don't-
sit down. Leave it with an I don't know and sit down.
Tell me, what color goes in here on a nearest neighbor?
It utilizes. I'm sorry, I can't. I do not know.
Oh God.
Would it become purple?
Please say
The
yes.
defense expert knows
Oh.
more.
Purple is nowhere on here, is it?
That is correct.
Nothing else.
The defense lawyer out-experted the state's expert?
Well, I mean,
Would it be purple because
Well,
that's the
the-
nearest of
Needed
two
to
neighbors?
written
So-
the
so-
algorithm
Hold on.
in the software program.
I would need to and see exactly how those programs are interpolating those pixels.
Which is proprietary.
Do
Was
you
I the only
ever
one who
check
actually heard?
the enlarged image against the original image and see if there are consistencies?
Yes, we can certainly compare the original to the enhanced version.
And
Kraus,
is
get up
your-
and get to the podium.
Is your work, and were these images and your work on these images peer reviewed by another forensic imaging specialist?
Yes, that's correct.
Forensic.
Nothing further.
Who's just as incompetent?
Who is that? Who is this peer? If they're as good as you are, then what's the point?
You can step down, sir.
Don't stop for this guy.
When Sheriff VC was
Based on
done,
his
I actually heard someone
testimony.
say.
So what the state is trying to do is introduce a photograph that has been enlarged where this person, Mr. Armstrong, cannot testify that in fact colors weren't added that weren't there originally. And the photograph, I'm going to tell the court that the photograph that the state intends to offer, I believe they will be arguing, shows Mr. Rittenhouse doing something with his firearm. If it is not the same as the original and colors were added to that, that is a distortion of what in fact the original photograph was. It should not be admitted because it's not relevant if he can't testify. And there's been no appropriate foundation that in fact it should be admitted if he can't testify that it didn't add colors, that colors that originally weren't there still aren't there.
Say it.
And I think under
It's
the circumstances, based on the evidence that you've heard today, you should not admit those photographs because they are not what I would consider to be mirror images.
Fair
of
and accurate
what
depiction.
The original photograph was.
Just say it's not a fair and accurate depiction.
All due respect to Your Honor, I think the defense is trying to take advantage of your lack of knowledge about technology.
Oh my
God.
You son of a bitch.
The defense argument, you could never have an enlarged digital picture.
Not true.
All of Nathan, and I
Why?
understand we didn't object to them, but all of Nathan DeBruin's pictures that he brought in on his own on these prints are enlarged digital images.
You didn't object
If
to
the
them.
defense
You
is
actually
now
didn't
trying to
prove
argue
that.
that enlarged
you don't know that
digital
either.
images are not reliable,
Is he testifying?
I mean, it's
Are you
first of all
testifying now, fat
hypocritical,
boy?
but second of all, this is just not the age we're in. We're
Hypocritical.
in an age where software is able to enlarge and do things. And yes, this image, we
And do
believe,
things.
although
Have you seen
Lori,
CSI?
because of the enlargement, does show in rebuttal to Mr. Rittenhouse's testimony, does show him pointing his gun at individuals just before Mr. Rosenbaum chases him. The defense, this is clear in the drone video. We pointed it out in the drone video. The defendant denied it. This is an enlargement of that drone video so that we can
And an
see a better
editing of it.
picture of it. This whole canard of adding pixels and changing color is a dishonest argument, and I believe the defense knows that.
Oh,
Their
What a
expert
lying
used a
son
very
of a-
similar software to zoom in and edit and change things, because if these things are reliable, and they are reliable, and that this is what is used by digital
that's not what
or
your
by
expert
forensic
said.
imaging forensic scientists.
This is why you're not supposed
the
to
industry
argue when you're
standard.
angry.
So
Right.
if we're going to say that no technology can be brought in, no enlarged images can ever be brought in, that is a ridiculous standard. And that
That's
Maybe
not
you
what
can
they're
brought in
saying.
by a
experts
competent
now
legal
You have to
about
prove
how
the
these algorithms are
reliability.
used and what they do. And simply because this evidence may be not beneficial to their client, and in fact show their client is lying,
No witness admitted it's not a fair and accurate depiction.
they're stooping to this level to try and keep it out. And to me, I think making a dishonest argument based on
This
a
is
number of
dishonest argument.
forensic scientists that have
Projection.
emailed me to discuss this issue with the Apple zooming.
Judge
which I
should
think is
actually
also very
tear him a new one
similarly,
for these
Who
arguments.
are not being testifying, right?
Yeah,
I don't want
put
to say
this guy on the
dishonest,
stand
but
to argue that
inaccurate
it's
argument.
fair and accurate.
Simply trying to keep out these
I've got emails.
enlarged or cleaned up images that show that their client is lying. He pointed a gun before Joseph Rosenbaum chased him. And this is a rebuttal. This is rebuttal evidence. This is based on someone trained in this area who uses software that is certified in this
He's
area.
not trained.
He's
He said
trained
he
in this
doesn't
area.
understand how it works.
This is what these forensic image specialists do. And it's peer reviewed by other forensic images, which frankly, Dr. Black's was not. And so this is actually a much higher standard than the
His
evidence
argument
that
is
Dr.
trust the
Black got in.
science.
I understand we didn't object.
We don't know
But
what the science is. but
for
trust
them
the
to have an expert come in, use a very similar software to do similar things, and then try to pretend this is all voodoo magic is preposterous. And
Well,
I
wait a minute. A couple of things. Number one.
Oh no!
Okay, okay.
Okay.
You know, this happens sometimes. Lawyers sit there during the trial and all kinds of stuff comes in and out, and there's no objection raised. And then when there is an objection raised, the party says, well, this went on before in the trial and it was admitted. And I think, okay, but there wasn't an objection. So it was never scrutinized by the court.
State's done it twice.
It just came in. That's number one. Number two, you're the proponent of the evidence. You have the burden of proof.
Yep.
They don't have to disprove the accuracy of it. You have to prove it. Number three, the witness was just here, and when he's asked, what does it depict in terms of whether the color is going to change or to what color, he says, I don't know. Now, this is the person who is providing your information to support your claim that it is an accurate depiction.
Not
I
looking
will
good
tell
for the
you that
prosecution here.
I totally agree with your comment about my lack of familiarity with these concepts. Although logic, I have some logical skills, and when you start adding, if I take this piece of paper and I start drawing squares on it, and and then I decide I'm going to put it on a bigger piece of paper, and I want to expand them, but I do it by
Judge knows way
creating
more
even
than he
more
lets on.
squares, and I don't know what's going to go into those other squares. I mean, this is difficult a concept for me. Yes, you know, the fact that I can blow something up on my phone, and that it's accurate on my phone, doesn't mean that the particular program used by the crime lab is doing an accurate job of increasing the size of the image.
Well, this is an accredited lab using software.
What does that mean to me? What does that mean to me? What does peer reviewed mean to me?
Damn straight.
You haven't presented any evidence as to the science or as
This
to
has been
the
phenomenal lawyering by the defense.
Yes,
absolutely amazing.
Algorithm that's involved.
And the judge is on the right track.
You know,
Just get to the end of the page.
I want to see.
Judge is just repeating defense attorneys.
Let's take a look.
He wants to see
Not
the
that my
images.
naked eye is going to be necessarily capable of making the distinction that I need to make, but you've got the burden here, so you
I understand.
present the images. I'll take a look at them.
Would you like them on the printed out paper? Or would you like them on the screen?
How are you going to show the jury?
We have
Look
two
at
of
him.
them marked,
Well,
or we can
let's-
put them on the
let's have a
screen.
look. Show me the paper.
When the judge is repeating the defense counsel's argument, that means defense counsel did a phenomenal job.
Big Boy is
repeating
so
verbatim.
butthurt right now.
He's angry. Yeah,
he's stinging.
He's like,
I
I'm
wonder-
getting my ass whipped.
I wonder if he's just looking at them just to calm him down. I also wonder if at this point they're starting to throw barbs at the judge to try to rile him up to see if he can get angry and start yelling again so that they can win in the court of public opinion. I don't know. This is
I
bad.
think he's
So
just
that's
mad as
back
hell,
up,
and
but-
he's just
Yeah.
lashing out. He's losing, and he's not gaining any ground back.
Well,
But, I mean,
think
obviously
he
at this
just
point
embarrassed
he's-
himself, and
Yeah,
he's angry because of that.
Yeah, true. But you know, he also has seen just how well it's worked for his co-counsel when he's lashed
Yeah,
out
you
at the
better put
judge.
them up. I can't make anything out of these at all.
So yeah, no.
Please put up
Just
the-
no. Say no.
You know, it's funny. I've been in front of judges where literally all the government lawyer would have had to say is he's
actually,
accredited,
I've
and
been
they'd let it in.
successful.
I mean,
No doubt.
That's why,
Here's the
again,
part.
this judge is one of the reasons this trial might work out for this kid.
Now, what is this depicting?
Well, just they got a fair judge. Is what they got.
Yeah.
Yes, he's fair.
From the drone video.
Show it, please.
It's the exact area where Mr. Rittenhouse looked and denied that is him holding his weapon, pointing it at.
Look at that
Ziminski.
squint.
Yeah.
Okay, now you tell me, where's Ziminski? Where's the defendant? Where's
Ziminski is off screen because we asked it to be cropped.
If you can't
The
tell,
defendant-
Judge,
Ziminski is, I believe, off screen. The defendant is right under the sign, right in front of what would be the pole holding up the sign. And right next to him is the fire extinguisher that, as opposed to his actual testimony, is seen on the drone video gently placing on the ground. He then immediately raises up and raises his firearm and points it at the Ziminskis. The defendant denied this even after watching the drone video. This is a blown up image, which obviously
He
it's
said
blurry
enhanced.
because it is
Caught
blown
himself.
up. But you can see
see now, a good strategy for
Black
defense would be just
firearm
interrupt him with
being held
anything right now. Just
in his
anything to
hand,
interrupt his flow of
albeit it
his
is blurry.
presentation right now.
Yeah.
Just yell
shoe-
loud
If
noises.
you'd like to see
Your
the
shoelace
video
is
or the skin code,
untied.
we can show that to you as well.
let's have that.
Have that up.
Yep.
Number 82, please.
Brian, 82.
And the ridiculous thing is when you have a still photo also, it's so confusing as far as the angle that he's holding the gun, whether it's even in his direction. They spent 45 minutes where they were claiming that Kyle was pointing a gun toward Gage when from a still photo on a weird angle, when if you actually looked at that same moment from any other angle, it's clear that he's pointing towards the sidewalk and not towards Gage. So now they want to do the exact same crap with saying that he was threatening Rosenbaum because in this little thing
that
a mile
it's
away,
clear on the 4K TV, which is why I believe the defense brought that in. It's clear on the 4K TV, which is the one the
Remember
defense
that
brought
on
in.
my
but
screen, Kyle's
the,
like
the
this
area where
big
that enhances
on
is
on the
as the video begins.
This way.
Look at how tiny. Actually,
As
he's
the
like
video
this
begins,
big. Look at
if
how
you
tiny
look
this
under
is.
that sign, you will see the defendant step into view. He gently places his fire extinguisher on the ground.
he didn't gently put his
He dropped
And then he raises up and points his weapon at the Zeminski, who I believe you can see once this light traffic light's out of the way.
Gee, wouldn't you want to have Zeminski there to testify about that?
That's
Wouldn't
the
he be
objection right here. Objection, Your Honor. Why wouldn't we have Zeminski testify about this? They're going to be faced with the problem of the judge is like, I can't see anything that you're talking about.
I honestly still cannot pick out where they're saying Kyle is.
There's so many videos of this moment from different angles, and this is the only one that they think they can interpret it that way, which means that if you look at it from any other angle, it's clear that he's not pointing towards them, and that this is designed to confuse the jury and make them think that Kyle was intentionally trying to threaten them. This is a BS tactic to spread falsehood to the jury.
The judge is going to be like, I don't see anything. Maybe he won't, but.
Which ant are you saying is attacking the other ant?
The judge is going down to the 4K TV to try and see this. That's how bad this is for the like how desperate they are to get this picture into evidence. Because like Joe just said, there are tons of video of this moment, and none of them show anything even remotely close to this.
I don't see it.
I don't even see Kyle.
Yeah. Oh, he's up there by the.
I thought it was the blob to the next to that.
I thought it was in the intersection.
This insanity.
Oh no, they're way away from the intersection.
Yeah.
Kyle's like 30 pixels on this screen.
And that's when it's more
his
dangerous.
gun is like
to
a pixel and a half.
because you're expanding less pixels.
This is also probably upscaled by the TV already.
Yes.
This is a 4K TV and an 844p image.
So angry.
The judge is like, how can you possibly show this to a jury and expect them to take the conclusion that the state is testifying to?
Yeah, who's going to testify about this?
The guy who cut the video was going to, the expert.
Ridiculous.
That's
the
who they
expert.
questioned about it. That's the only guy they've asked this about.
So
Right.
insanity.
No, because what I was trying to say earlier is that this is the guy that introduced this video previously, but I don't think they anticipated that they were going to have to get into this level of detail to do the zoom in. And so they tried at the last minute when the judge said, no, you need an expert to bring this in and talk about it to make it reliable. And they tried to I would assume that they were trying to find someone at the last minute and couldn't find anyone. And we're like, well, you're our guy. Come on in.
The
Glasses
guy works
on
for an
and
accredited crime lab. Why can't he explain interpolation on the stand?
What I'm going to do is allow it and.
No. What?
What? Going to be cross-examined in front of the jury.
Oh my God.
No.
Hang on.
Oh yeah, you see, you
can
love him so much.
You can cross-examine him in front of the jury. Also, guys,
deal.
we're all hold on. We're all squinting at this, trying to figure out where the hell Kyle is in this video. The jury's going to have the same problem.
Yeah, but here we go.
No, he will not be doing that.
Okay.
Should I clean that up?
Sure, Feces going to do the exact same thing.
Yeah.
But no, but for anyone who thinks the judge is biased,
yeah,
this is prejudicial. I mean, it can be. because they're going to testify. The attorneys are going to testify that this is Kyle raising his gun without a single eyewitness, without anybody who can authenticate this video. That's what they're going to testify to.
Dozens of people were there from different angles, and not one of them saw it. But the attorneys there, they see this tiny little 12 pixels of Kyle and a pixel and a half of his gun, and they know exactly what's happening. One freeze
We're
frame.
just made aware of a couple issues with the defendant's testimony. We believe we could potentially get a witness here this afternoon to rebut it. We were just made aware of it. So we may,
bullshit.
at the end of this, be asking to keep the rebuttal open.
Surprise rebuttal witness?
Bullshit. We just found a where.
Well, we're working to see if we can get a witness. It'd be a person from the Grays Lake Police Department to rebut the fact that Mr. Rittenhouse was issued a bulletproof vest by them. They indicate they did not issue him one. Also, I can't imagine we find someone, but the Arizona State or whatever university the defendant claims to be attending says he is not enrolled there and is not going to college there. I don't imagine we can get a witness for that, but we, of course, will work on that.
First of all, what's the relevance of that?
Credibility.
Well,
Yeah, credibility is
cut off
always an
their right
issue.
to
Yeah.
rebuttal. All right, are we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay. Would you come down, please?
That decision by the judge is probably the most frustrating he's made so far to me, because there is no foundation for this photo.
Right.
Their expert completely waffled on the stand, cannot explain any of the methods, despite the fact that the defense's witness just did explain those methods, and now this photo is going to be let in.
Foundation for admission of evidence of a picture, an image, is always that it must be a fair and accurate depiction of what it's purporting to show. And nobody knows if it is. The guy who's testifying, their expert, says, I don't know if it's a fair and accurate depiction. He just didn't use those words. He said, I don't know if it's blue, I don't know if it's purple, I don't know what they're going to do with it, which is a peer-reviewed thing. That's ridiculous. So nobody can swear it's a fair and accurate depiction, which means as a matter of law, it is an exhibit that should never be admitted for the jury to witness. This is, to me, appealable error.
And importantly, merely expanding a photo is not the issue here, because you can expand a photo and have it not matter at all. But when you're expanding this tiny pixelated area and blowing it up and then saying that he's pointing a gun at someone, invoking provocation to potentially remove the self-defense claim, this suddenly becomes a hinge point on the entire trial. And if that algorithm added color that wasn't otherwise there and basically makes a representation that he moved a rifle in a way that he did not do, he can be guilty of something that no one that the state has brought or the defense has brought has actually testified to him doing. And there is someone available who could.
Exhibit 142 and 140, and we would rest.
All right, any objection to 142 and 140?
Subject to final review of 142, no.
All right, received. Did you wish to present rebuttal?
Yes, the state would call James Armstrong to the stand.
I think you get the expert up there and you ask him, first of all, you ask him the same questions. Then you ask him, were you there that night? Were you there that night? Did you see him do this? How are you going to lay the foundation?
Ask him the same questions about the pixels. Ask him the same questions about the pixels and what's inserted in there and why.
It'd be really interesting if he changes his answers.
Still under oath.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you.
You testified a few days ago about some videos from a drone footage that were entered into evidence.
Yes.
Did you do any additional work on that drone footage?
Yes, it was requested that I enhance a person near a vehicle underneath the sign.
So I got my crayons
And how did you go about doing that?
I took two different approaches. The first one, I frame averaged, which means that I selected a group of frames. From there, frame average. From there, I frame average those, stabilized first, then frame average. From there, went through and clarified it, which just means that we're using levels, we just brightened it up, and then enlarged it.
And these practices you talked about, are these standards in the forensic imaging world?
They are, yes.
And so are these accepted practices in forensic imaging?
They are.
The software you used, is it accepted software program in forensic imaging?
Yes.
And was your work on these images did it go through the peer review process?
It went through a peer review process by another qualified analyst.
And did you write this software?
I did not write this software.
And this enlargement, does it use any kind of computer programs or systems to make the enlargement?
Yes, it uses an algorithm to enlarge that image.
And what kind of process or algorithm was used for the image with the individual under the sign?
For the image underneath the sign, the image that is on towards the left, a smart resize, and then the image on the right was by cubic.
And are these accepted procedures in forensic imaging?
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
And did you write the algorithms that do these procedures?
I did not, no.
So do you know the actual specifics of how the algorithms work?
I do not, no.
But they're part of a software program that is accepted in use in forensic imaging.
Yes, that is correct.
Leading.
It is, but I don't know that he's going to get the witness to grasp an answer that he wouldn't otherwise make, so the objection's overruled.
That's okay. Object to Krause every chance you get, because this guy gets pissed off real fast.
Angry.
Look at this.
What is the software that you used?
It is called Amped 5.
Binger's like, I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I was revising my resume.
Software program called Input Ace. Is that a similar software program, to the best of your knowledge, to Amped 5?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
To the best of your knowledge, did the crime lab have to choose between those two as to which software they would use?
Yes, the Amped 5 was chosen.
Were you part of that process?
I was only part of the process of making the recommendation.
Is that what you recommended?
That was my choice, yes.
Sorry?
That was my choice. Overall.
I think you said it was your choice.
It was my recommendation to our technical unit leader it was my recommendation to our technical unit leader for my preference of software between the two.
I'll let you what's in March as States Exhibit 155. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that appears to be the report print that I created. A report print?
And this report print has two images on it?
That is correct.
And is it a true and accurate representation of the report you created?
It appears to be so, yes.
And you said there were some differences between the algorithms used on the images?
Yes, that is correct.
And what is the difference?
The difference being is that with regards to the clarification techniques on the image on the left, that was frame averaging. The image on the right, the difference being is that just a single frame was used.
And I put a piece of paper down in front of you. Do you mind flipping that over? What's the number on top of that one?
Exhibit S156.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, that is report print number 2.
And what is report print number 2?
Report print number 2 is clarified and enlarged files or images that I produced.
And where were where were you looking to enhance these images from?
We were looking to enhance the the area where two individuals are observed.
And so this is a different part of the drone video than the first exhibit.
That is correct.
What did you do to produce these images?
To produce these images, I just, again, clarified. So I use levels to brighten it up, and then also to enlarge as well.
And all the procedures you used standard and accepted in forensic imaging?
Yes, that is correct.
You actually created 6 more reports as well?
Correct, yes.
And just to not go through every one, were they all created with standards of forensic imaging?
Yes, that is correct.
You reviewed them and you know that the ones that the state's submitting are the ones that you submitted to us?
That is correct.
At this point, I would like to move all 8 into evidence and publish 155 and 156 to the jury.
All right. Well, they're admitted subject to the cross-examination.
How do you admit something subject to cross?
Not yet.
Okay. I have no further questions.
I don't know, but an appeals court might get to find out.
That's a weird way to do. How do you admit something subject to cross? Like the jury's going to determine we don't want to see this?
They're going to bring out the, what is it, that memory eraser from Men in Black.
Neuralizer.
There we go.
Neuralizer, yeah.
It's funny. I've never heard that. It was subject to a cross. I mean, that would be.
Yeah.
What is it that you're going to challenge You're going to challenge the veracity of the evidence? That goes to weight, not admissibility.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's either admitted or it's not.
I'd like to neuralize everything I learned about lawyering from these people. That'd be great.
Oh, don't worry. You didn't learn anything about lawyering from these people.
We may have picked up some bad habits, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Well,
Negative
no,
information.
Jurafis
I'm
has
worse
been
off.
amazing.
I'm just going to start saying it's an accredited institution.
Mm-hmm. It was peer reviewed, presumably like by a person like myself, who would be a peer, who also doesn't know anything, like me.
Somebody else in our office.
Nick Rekieta peer reviewed my legal arguments, so they have to be 100% right.
That's
so
right.
in terms of
I'm a
your,
cruel mistress.
Enlarging this image, from the information that's been provided to us, you did that through a bicubic interpolation program. Is that right?
I provided that through a smart resize and also by cubic, depending upon the image that you're referring to.
Okay, and
This sucks when you've already made your speech and have to make it again.
Yeah, and then you forget all the key bits because you already, or you repeat yourself too many times.
In New York, when a judge admits evidence, you have to object to preserve it for appeal.
This is cheese land, not New York, Joe.
I hope they didn't just screw up their appeal by failing to object to the admission.
Well, he didn't admit. He didn't admit it.
Fully
So
admit.
if there's color involved, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so if these pixels are
I actually kind of like that he just did that because we were able to see it. This time we're not able to see it since it's pointed for the jury.
are red, when you're expanding the image, you're adding pixels, correct?
You are adding pixels, yes.
You don't know when you're adding and enlarging that and adding pixels. You don't know what color you're adding to these pixels. Is that right?
I do not know the interpolation, the algorithm what it exactly is doing when it's adding those pixels.
There are
the goddamn pen is blue.
programs that would just default it blue.
Someone made a good point in the super chat.
I
just
do not
now.
know.
That motion adds to the blur even more. It makes it that much harder for it to be accurate.
There's programs that would take the blue pixel and the red pixel, combine them, and make a color purple when it's actually not purple.
Kudos
I
to
do not
Steve
know.
Carpenter for that.
Does it change? So here's the question I have for you. So
This guy shouldn't even be on the stand. He doesn't know.
and you expand it and blow it up, it's going to add pixels, so it might change. The pixels could become white for the color of my shirt or black for the color of my tie, correct?
It's going to be sampling the pixels that from your example, and and calculating those pixels out, and then duplicating those pixels into that image.
What was your answer?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat your question?
I'll try. So what we're doing here, what you've done is you've taken a still photograph, right?
Yes.
You've blown it up and added pixels to that photograph.
That is correct.
Okay. Those pixels have to contain or do contain information, right?
That is correct.
Some of that information is colored, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So if the best example I would give you is if you take a picture of my chest, my shirt, and you blow it up, you're going to be adding pixels around my shirt and my tie, correct?
The music is me. I can't turn it off.
In terms of the accuracy,
I can mute myself. That's all I can do.
you don't know whether those pixels are black for my tie or white for my shirt, right?
I cannot speak to the algorithm that's being used and how it's interpreting it.
And that, to be fair, that could distort or not make an accurate picture of what we're seeing, right?
It's possible.
Right. So the images, and when we're looking at smaller that are blown up, adding color that's not actually there can make the photograph not accurate, right?
But all the steps that were taken are repeatable.
Answer the question.
So what does that have to do with the fact that you don't know what the colors are added? You don't know the colors that are added. So how do you know that's accurate?
I do not know to the algorithm and how it's using it.
So when we're doing that on small images, like a marker in my hand or something like that, and you want to see what this is from a far distance away, it might be adding color that's not actually there. Right?
It may be.
So the image that we're asking people to look at might not actually be an accurate representation of the original image. True?
It's possible.
Okay, this is all baffling because
Boom! Right there is where it can't be admitted.
Would it take something that was present? So the example I gave you was if you expand that, is it going to add more black pixels?
It will add. No, it will not. It will not add any more detail than what is originally there.
But it's going to add pixels. You just don't know what color they're going to be.
Correct.
Is it more difficult to do that in situations where you're further away, meaning the distance from the photograph? The further the distance from the photograph, the more difficult it is, or the more pixels that need to be added to blow it up, right?
Saying more distant from the photograph, you mean the object depicted?
Sorry, yep. So the object depicted in the photograph, the further away that is, the more pixels need to be added when you enlarge.
Well, the
right?
judge is
Correct.
paying
If you wanted to enlarge it, yes.
And the more pixels that are added, the more availability there is for distortion in terms of the color in those pixels, correct?
In terms of the color, it's possible.
And would that be also true? Would that be true for the size? I think I asked you this, but I'm trying to figure this out. The size of the image that you're trying to make larger. So the bigger the image in the photograph, the easier it is to enlarge.
There's more information. There's more pixels that are present to enlarge in that area.
Okay. So if I, for example, was if I had something on my clothing and you enlarged it, would that make the thing on my clothing more pronounced?
It may not. No.
Would it make it less pronounced?
It may not.
It may keep it the same even though the photograph is bigger.
It does not. Interpolation does not add detail. So if you are enlarging something on your clothing, All it's doing is making that image larger. The detail that may or may not be there is not added. You're not adding additional detail to that image.
You're just adding unknown information.
Yes. No, you're not adding unknown information. You're adding, you're interpolating those pixels, and you're adding those particular pixels.
Right, and those pixels contain information.
Yes.
And that information contains color.
Yes.
And you're not sure whether or not how that color scheme works in that situation, right?
I do not know.
Okay.
The computer tells me what to do. Unfortunately, that argument might work.
Yeah. No. How did this guy get qualified as an expert?
Mr.
He didn't, I think, right?
No, they should have had a separate Dober hearing on this guy.
Yeah, he's.
Do these programs add detail?
These programs do not add detail.
And how long did you work with this
How can
drone
he say
video,
that?
all told?
All told, I received it on Sunday, and I finished all my work with regards to these requests as of yesterday.
So you worked on it for more than 3 days?
Correct.
Would you have submitted a exhibit that did not seem to be consistent with the original footage?
Yeah.
And foundational.
It is argumentative.
Good objection.
Yeah.
Did you make sure that the
whole point of this is he can't actually know.
if the reports that you identified were not consistent with the drone footage that you become familiar with, would you have produced them?
Objection.
I would not have produced them if there was any information in there that did not seem accurate to me.
So you do compare it to the original?
I did not compare it
So
to the
what
original
report
in this
contained the
instance,
fact that he raised a gun that you used as the basis for comparison?
The report of the guy they're not bringing to
Sampling
testify.
that you talk about.
The bicubic and smart resize.
Yes.
Those are two different algorithms that use.
This
to
dude has a low
interpolate
tide
that
wave.
information.
So do these algorithms look at, so let me ask this way. On a digital photograph, to make it bigger, do you have to add pixels?
You do have to add pixels, yes.
So if I take a photo from my phone and I want it on a 5x7, I'd be adding pixels to it.
You would be.
No, you would
So
not.
this is something that's commonly done to photographs.
It is, yes.
That's actually
Now,
not true at all.
These algorithms, how do they know, the best of your knowledge, how to add the pixels?
To my best of my knowledge, it depends on the algorithm, and that's the extent of my expertise on that.
So what is the sampling process?
Nothing.
Sampling process is
Nothing you want to
looking at
hear.
the pixels and providing more data to that file.
So it looks at the pixels and looks at what's around it, and that's how it adds the pixels.
That is correct.
So it's not just arbitrarily choosing colors to put in.
Not to my knowledge.
Nothing further. Thank you.
I mean, that is blatantly
So
untrue
you
on the
never
5x7.
compared the photograph in front of you to the original? That's what you testified to?
I did not compare the original. I'm sorry. I did my analysis on that original video, but I didn't compare them side by side. No.
Well, you
I'm
were
getting
asked
messages
to
from
submit a
technological
request
people
and
who
you
are
didn't think
losing
it
their
was a fair and
minds.
accurate representation and all that other stuff, right?
Right.
But you never looked at the two of them next to each other to confirm that, right?
To confirm that, to compare the original to the exported file, no.
And I know
How's he representing
Mr. Cross talked about, you take a photograph of your family or whatever and you make it bigger. Right? You're probably not as concerned in a family photograph that you're adding pixels and where colors are going as you might be in, for example, say, a
Murder
homicide
trial.
investigation, right?
That is true.
Okay. So making sure that the information that's added to these pictures, and the information is in the pixels, making sure that's accurate, that's an important part of your responsibilities, correct?
That would be yes.
And you don't know how that happens in this particular case, correct?
I do not know the algorithm that's being used within the software to speak to that. No.
You can't handle the truth.
Oh, I have to.
Good ending right there.
You're gonna redirect.
Just based off the fact that it's a bicubic algorithm is a common algorithm that is used, and it's a sound forensic tool within AMP5.
And how long did you work with this drone video and the different images from it?
Sustained.
You know how many hours you worked on it?
I would say it was approximately approximately 20 hours.
We did a crap job.
You didn't
20 hours
compare
of
the
work.
final result. You didn't look at the final picture next to the original.
I don't.
You may step down, sir.
So is this admitted or not? We have no idea.
We have no further rebuttal witnesses.
Any other evidence?
Yeah, I don't like that prior ruling on that.
It's be accepted and published as previously requested.
Any objection?
Yes.
All right. It'll be received and published. Did you have some for publication? Or was that done?
Yeah.
That was completed?
Yes.
Okay.
It's admitted.
All right, then.
They preserve the objection.
Wow.
The evidence is closed, and I'm going to ask that you return to my. Yes, you do. Go ahead.
Should we get the screens up?
Did you?
He wants to show them to the jury. I guess. Is that what he's going to do? Is he going to show the pictures to the jury without a witness present? Is he just going to testify to them?
I guess. This
Is he taking the stand?
wild.
Is this? Are we on close? Like, what are we doing here? What the fuck are
What
we
is
doing
this?
here?
What?
This is exhibit 155.
All of us lean in.
That's the enhanced.
Yes. You can't
Still
see
dog-
anything from that.
Still dog shit.
Now, please exhibit 156.
You can actually see added pixels, by the way, in the 150 in the left side picture. You can see more black across Kyle's chest strap. What the hell is happening?
Steve is now calling crows to the stand.
What the hell are we looking at? This looks like a car accident.
Oh, this is the shooting of Rosenbaum, maybe?
This is
Maybe?
the frame averaging picture that he was talking about, where they actually merged two frames that were separate into one, which, I mean, they didn't even hit on that, but you're literally having a computer guess at what should have happened between two moments in time.
That's all. Thank you.
These might as well be Rorschachs.
All right.
What the fuck
All right,
just
folks, the
happened?
evidence is
Like,
closed,
procedurally.
and you know what? I
Showed him
want
the
to talk
pictures.
to you lawyers for a moment. I guess I'll ask you to step into the library for just a
I don't know if you can find two in this room.
Seriously. Sheriff, you seeing who?
And please do.
Kyle?
What? So they just put the photos up, I guess. That
Yeah.
I mean, you know what? Frankly, I'll take that over them
There's no
having
testimony.
the enhanced guy testimony. Yeah, testify. Although
Why are
still,
you looking so happy, Richards?
I don't think that they actually said he's waving a gun at them in this picture. So I don't know if I think the jury's going to look at that and say we have no
He's
idea.
going to
what
say
he's
it
doing
on
with that.
close.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's gonna
because
say
like
it on
they'll be like,
close.
yeah, okay. I
Sure.
don't remember seeing that anywhere.
Sure, but I mean, keep in mind though, if those photos look completely grainy and incomprehensible to us, it probably will look the same to the jury.
Oh yeah.
We're all much closer to our screens than the jury is to that TV.
Yeah.
But still, like, this is just a baffling rule. Well, it's subject to cross examination. What?
Yeah,
what do
I
you
don't-
mean?
All right, now you have driven me into submission with your request to argue on Monday, but I'm going to extract something in exchange,
Uh-oh.
which is a cap on the length of your arguments.
Oh.
I figure, well, first of all, just we're going to do a more involved discussion on instructions and verdicts. Are there going to be any charges submitted to the jury other than what is in the information? Yes.
The state will ask for that, yes.
How many additional charges are you going to submit? Or request to submit?
I'm not sure if we finalized our request. Certainly on count 3 and 4. I think we discussed on other counts, but the first degree homicide, first degree intentional homicide, we will ask for all lesser included. The attempted homicide to engage gross rights, we would ask for the, I believe it's only one lesser included. We are not inclined to ask for lesser included on the reckless endangering safety charges. At this moment, we're not inclined to ask for lesser included on count 1 to Mr. Rosenbaum, but I think we need to discuss that more fully.
Okay. Are there going to be any special instructions other than what you've already submitted and the 6th count affirmative defense instruction from either side?
I believe the state will be asking, we got to discuss this more, but I think we'll be asking for the provocation instruction.
What?
Okay, yeah, okay.
Provocation, defeat, self-defense is the instruction.
I know.
We're gonna ask for.
Well, the reason I'm asking right now, I'm not going to hold you to this, is that I figure that the instruction probably will take 45 minutes, I would think.
To read that as a jury?
Yeah.
Yes, I would say
easily.
And so that leaves how much of the day, since you scared me off from tomorrow because you said, well, the jury will be worn out by the time we get there. So I think, well, I don't want to wear them out on Monday either. So if I'm going to be instructing them for 45 minutes or an hour, that takes us to 10, 10:30, 10:15 anyway, 10:30. So maybe if you were going to confine your arguments to maybe an hour and a half apiece, is that reasonable?
Very.
Total time.
Including rebuttal?
Yeah. Total time.
The state is going to need 2 hours for our primary and I'd say half an hour for.
Wow.
That means they know they're drowning.
I had the good fortune to
I'll give you half an hour.
be across the street living across the street to the late Kenneth Grube, United States District Judge, when I was a lad. And
I love these
Judge
stories.
Grube,
back in the aughts,
is famous for his statement that the brain cannot absorb what the seat cannot endure. And
give him the rope.
If you don't like that advice,
Give him
President
the rope.
Roosevelt, one of the renowned speakers of the 30s and 40s,
Quit coaching him. Let
when
them
I was
screw up.
just in college
Yeah.
at the time.
when asked by his son for
Oh,
some
come on.
advice
He was
on
a toddler
speaking,
at the time.
said, be sincere, be brief, and be seated. And so the message is loud and
What
Oh, come on.
Come
Come on.
PBS.
clear. Are you saying 2.5?
And they wonder why they're losing viewers to you.
I'm saying that I think that the initial closing may take up to 2 hours. I'm not going to aim.
They're
for 2
closing
hours.
first? The state
Obviously,
closes
I
first?
understand that, but
Yeah.
I
Yes, and then they get a
And then
rebuttal.
they get a rebuttal.
There are a lot of
Because they
videos,
have the burden of
and
proof.
we're going to be showing them.
I thought they would go last because they had the
There may
burden
be time
proof.
for
No, that's why they get a
Open
rebuttal.
first, close last.
for 2 hours, but there's going to be time when we're going to need several minutes. I don't even know, probably 30 minutes worth of video that they may be watching at various times, which no one's going to be talking.
No one talking
Yes.
with them, you're not eating time though.
And I certainly don't want to be in a situation where our allotted time for closings.
PBS, get a better cell
God.
connection.
If they're not articulate enough to wrap up their arguments in an hour and a half, they're gonna be wasting.
Hour and a
everyone's time.
half.
Yeah.
If they can't,
They're
do
gonna
this
zone
in,
everyone out.
You're gonna
they
do
can't do
this
in
jury.
45 minutes. I mean,
Yeah.
are you serious?
You got to have a punchier argument than 2 hours if you want to convince a jury.
Yeah.
You propose an hour and a half, for example. We do an hour and 10
We're
minutes
beating
or whatever to
PBS and
save
Fox
20
News
for rebuttal.
combined.
I can't possibly budget rebuttal.
That's nuts.
Because I don't know what the rebuttal is going to be. So I'd like that. We can put a cap.
I mean, that is fair because he
30
doesn't know what's
minutes
going to come up in the defense closing, I guess.
I don't want that to come out of the first closing period of time, and I don't want to be limited. I don't want to have to budget that right now out of that.
Well, I
first
don't want
closing
you to
time.
rule
So
against me, Judge.
Yeah.
if the
Richards
court
has a
is
great expression right now.
inclined to go along with that, then I would propose an hour and a half.
He looks
for
like
our
he's about to take a
primary
turn.
Closing, an hour and a half for defense.
Or just did.
Maximum of 30
Be about as good as his arguments lately.
Well, they won't.
This
They
guy.
won't.
Whatever the time
No.
the court says,
Yeah.
I'll deal with it.
I-
I think an hour and a half is adequate.
This judge's like, damn, I was thinking 25 minutes.
Each gets
Wanna watch-
65 seconds. Go.
I agree with you that, and you make a good point about the number of exhibits, and so I'm going to indulge.
You have an hour and a half plus rebuttal. Just do that.
Total time of 2.5 hours each side. But with that, I'm usually pretty permissive when people go a little bit longer than they should. I note it to the jury so that the
Judge hates the jury.
their own, if they get annoyed, they get annoyed. But I just warn the people. But yeah, I'm going to be a little bit tougher, and I may tell you to just sit down in mid-sentence if it keeps going. No, seriously. And I did it. I did it to one of your one of the DAs that in the last several sequences and mid-sentence. So 2.5 hours per side, and yours is to allocate as you wish. So we need to come back tomorrow. Tonight, you may send me your proposals for lesser included and any special instructions or the numbers of those you want. Well, let's get the jurors in, then we'll take care of these details.
Oh man. I mean, I can't. Doesn't the Eighth Amendment apply to preventing him from making the jurors listen to Binger for 2.5 straight hours?
Cruel and unusual.
Unusual punishment, yes.
God, what a disaster. Monday's going to be a huge day.
Yeah. 5 hours of closing.
Dumpster fire?
5 hours of this argument, plus we got jury instruction, oral arguments. They'll be submitting their jury proposed instructions. The judge will be reviewing those, and then they'll argue about them on Monday, probably.
Yeah.
Guys,
at least 7 hours.
To the chat, there's so many of you still here, 71,000 people. If you are following this trial, and I assume you are, looks like as of tomorrow we'll not have any action in this trial, but it looks like it will resume on Monday. So I will be posting the link for Monday, and I'll probably put it up over the weekend and let people know that it's there, and I'll make notifications every day. But I think Monday closing arguments is going to be explosive. It's going to be very impactful to what happens with this jury.
Yeah, for sure.
Or are they doing motions tomorrow? If they're doing motions tomorrow, then I'll be here, but I don't know that they actually are.
Apologies to the chat, by the way, and to the panel. I live right across from an open-air music venue.
Okay.
So
Folks,
they're practicing, so I'm sorry about that.
The evidence is closed.
So you left to go yell at them, I assume.
We're going to break
they're
for
supplying.
the weekend at this point. The lawyers and I have some work to do tomorrow. and to get the
I
case
wonder if
ready for
tomorrow's
you
gonna
on
be
Monday,
televised.
and then I'm going to ask that you return it
May not.
on Monday. Even though the evidence is closed, it's still not appropriate for you to discuss anything about the case with anybody, not even with members of your household, not even with other jurors. Even if all 12 of you, all 18 of you are in the same place at the same time, you still can't talk about the case. And when you get back on Monday, you can't talk about the case until you've heard my final instructions regarding our law, which will take, I hope, less than an hour. I think that will be true. I think that probably closer to 45 minutes or even a little less maybe. And then we will hear the arguments of the attorneys, and they have graciously agreed that they will not exceed 2.5 hours in duration each.
Graciously.
And may be less than that. And so it'll take a good share of Monday. And then the case will be put, well, then the procedure will be that we'll use that tumbler over there, and we'll draw out names of as many jurors as are necessary to get down to 12. And then that'll be our jury that will go into deliberation. And then what happens after that is up to you. Any questions about this at all? We're in the final stretch. Please follow the instructions. And don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. And enjoy the weekend, and have a wonderful evening.
Don't talk about nothing.
Woo. While they're exiting, I'm going to go exit for the bathroom. I'll be right back.
All right. All right. So it's a good time for you guys to pitch your channels.
You start.
Why don't you tell us, hi, I'm Joe Neerman, also known as Good Lawgic. I am a fiery but mostly funny attorney who
Fiery but mostly
live stream.
peaceful.
Yes, fiery mostly funny attorney who advocates very firmly for conservative perspectives. Not rhinos. I hate rhinos more than I hate liberals, but yeah, genuinely conservative, basic American fundamental principles. I stream nightly from 10 p.m. Channel's Good Lawgic. Strongly check me out. Oh, and if you do sign up, hit the bell, because you'll never see me if you don't, because Susan doesn't like sharing me. It's your turn now. Go. Don't be shy.
Okay, I'm Andrew Esquire, Legal Mindset. Check me out, Legal Mindset channel, legalmindset.locals.com. I stream normally 7 p.m. EST, Monday through Friday, except for when crazy stuff like this is going on, in which case I stream when I'm able to stay conscious. Because if you guys haven't noticed, the window behind me has turned from black to now light, because that is the sun here in Korea. It is up. I cannot go to bed because I have had too many energy drinks mixed with soju. So I'm going to be up for at least another hour or two before I crash for like 2 or 3 hours and then do this painful cycle again. I love it. And I do it because I love you people and I love everybody out there.
Yes, Andrew lives in Middle Earth. He lives in Middle Earth.
Speaking of Middle Earth, Runkle.
Been... Oh, yeah. Go ahead. That was a good segue.
For the fellowship.
If he was elf lawyer. So
yeah, I'm Ian Runkle. I online as Runkle of the Bailey. I'm a Canadian criminal defense and firearms lawyer, so I talk a lot about Canadian law, which may not be of interest to most of your viewers, but Canadian law gets crazy sometimes, and especially if you have an interest in firearms law, I talk a lot about that and just how weird our laws get. Or if you have an interest in self-defense, because I cover some of those cases, and you may be surprised at how Canada does things. So check me out, Runkle of the Bailey on YouTube.
Nice. Hey guys, I'm Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC. I have the channel Legal Bites, as you can see on the screen below. So you can subscribe to the channel on YouTube. I'm also on Twitter. I'm on Instagram, Facebook, Locals, Patreon, all those great places. So find me in all of those spots so you can see where we explain the law one bite at a time.
And I'm Kurt from the channel on civil law. I talk a lot about appellate law, Supreme Court law, from pretty much every subject area, just all the things that look interesting. I have over 1,000 videos on my channel, more to come. Yesterday was part 1 of a state that was trying to stand up for the Second Amendment. Today we're going to do part 2. This Friday, we're going to do the Supreme Court case of NYSRPA, a case that I've been putting off just because I haven't had time. Do oral argument, react on that. So we got a little bit of a gun theme going on for the rest of this week. That'll be exciting. So check out my channel. Thanks to so many of you who subscribed. I know a lot of our channels have grown significantly. I'm at 30,003 last time I checked, which is a nice increase. Legal Bites has gone from what, 7,000 or 8,000 to 15,000?
Actually, from last Thursday I was at 6,000. Now I'm at 16,000.
That's 10,000 more.
Which is like insane. Also Twitter on Twitter. I remember I was so excited on also on Thursday when someone decided to amplify my Twitter account because I had like 300 followers, and I was like, oh yay, I just doubled it. This is amazing. I can't believe what's going on. Now I'm at 6,000. So
that's insane.
This whole experience has
I might
been
actually have to. I might actually
mind blowing.
a tweet now. But I want to thank, of course, our host, Nick himself, for hosting us all. This has been great for his stream and great for all of our streams. He's been a wonderful host. Thanks so much. It's been wonderful. I'm looking forward to finishing this thing next week. You're awesome.
Yes, you all need to thank me for you guys coming on and making a much better show. Yeah, that's how that works. No, you guys have been